Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Kushina was possessive for Naruto Romantically? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Naruto 6023 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Chapter 1: The Judgment Day. After passing the first exam, the contestants gathered in front of the training ground 44 nicknamed Forest of Death. Most of them were nervous, while one particular blonde was pretty ecstatic for the upcoming test. Hey Sakura-chan! Don't you worry one little bit, I'm sure we're gonna breeze through the second examination. I'll protect you with my life, said our blonde knucklehead as enthusiastically as ever, his spirits undwindled by the mysterious and a dangerous aura that the dense foliage in front of him seemed to be emitting. Don't shout, you idiot! We don't want to face extra competition because of your blabbering, hissed Sakura angrily as she bonked him over his head. But Sakura-chan, Naruto argued before he was interrupted. Will you quit it, dope? Seriously, you're such a loser, muttered Sasuke in a forced tone, his voice as calm as usual. Shut up, team! I was only trying to lighten the mood here. And at least I'm not scared of that forest like you, growled Naruto, quite annoyed with the I'm better than you attitude of the last Uchiha. Watch what you say, loser. I'm an Uchiha, an elite who has already awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. You don't even have a bloodline limit, said Sasuke smugly with an arrogant smirk, making Naruto grit his teeth. Yeah. Watch what you say, Naruto baka. Sasuke-kun is way better than you, said Sakura as she defended her crush, making the blonde sigh inwardly. It was always like this way, he would try to make some kind of a conversation with his teammates, and it always resulted in backfiring at him. And when we need teamwork the most, thought the blonde Jinchuriki bitterly before he retorted back, he couldn't just have his rival always have the last words after all. I'll show you that I'm way better than you, Sasuke. Just you wait, I'm gonna pass the second exam like creating a shadow clone. This forest of air, whatever it is, it doesn't scare me one little bit, said Naruto loudly while thumping his thumb at his puffed out chest, a determined smile on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly a kunai whipped past Naruto's face, cutting his cheek slightly, the sound of the metallic weapon cutting through air reverberating in his eardrums. The blonde yelped in surprise when he felt the tip of a kunai against his neck, a soft tongue licking the blood off his cheek. Your blood tastes good, Gaki, whispered Anko Mitarashi in a seductive tone, a sadistic smirk on her face as she had appeared behind him with a shunshin. Naruto, though, had his eyes wide. Her warm hands on his cheek combined with her seductive soft voice made a certain part of his anatomy twitch in response, heat reaching his cheeks as he gulped in a little bit of fear. This proctor is crazy. Just looking at that smirk scares the shit out of me, thought Naruto, honestly creeped out as he tried to get out of her grip. However, it would seem she was holding him to herself with an iron grip, her generous bust squishing against his back, making his blush grow darker in shade. Be careful what you say, Jonins-chan. These 5 days may be the worst days of your life, said a smiling Anko loudly, making the other contestants gulp in fear while Naruto's expression darkened upon hearing her. I doubt that. I've had worse days in my life. Besides, I entered this forest when I was 6 and spent a month in there due to the orphanage kicking me out, so scare other contestants with this bullshit, whispered Naruto a bit angrily, his voice low so that only the snake mistress could hear him. Anko's face, though, saddened after hearing him. She knew he held the Kyuubi. She was one of the few people who didn't see him as the prisoner, rather its jailer. She knew what the boy must feel every day, having to fight that demon to keep it at bay every second of his life, having to withstand the glares of the pathetic villagers, having to be made fun of his dream of becoming Hokage. After all, she too held the curse seal thanks to that snake bastard, having nightmares every day. Sometimes the curse seal acting on its own, sending bolts of pain throughout her body. Having to be called names like snake whore or snake bitch, it hurt very much, and she knew that pain with every fiber of her being. Anko wore the mask of some Fuscotic kunoichi enjoying torturing people, but that was far from truth though, because every time she interrogated someone, she would just imagine the face of Orochimaru in front of her, and would start torturing like there was no tomorrow. She always followed Naruto whenever she had time, helping him from the mob of villagers who would beat and pick on him, but by transforming into an umbu. She feared that he would treat her like every villager, so keeping distance from him was the best choice she could come up with, and besides, even if she wanted to meet him, she couldn't. The Hokage had prohibited from meeting him after all, along with her other 3 best friends. She liked the boy's attitude, never giving up, never backing down from any challenge, having the strength to pick himself up whenever he failed. He was the only inspiration for her that kept her going, or she would have committed suicide a long time ago from pain the villagers caused her. More importantly, the Snake Sannin's apprentice along with her friends were the only one who knew of the mask the boy wore. Not even the Sandaime knew about it. Also, over the years she had developed a crush on the boy, so latching on to any chance she got of any physical contact with him was in her must-do checklist, like one at the present. "Naruto-kun, you should drop that mask of yours, you cannot fool me," whispered Anko, letting her mask slip for a second, making Naruto freeze at the spot, his eyes widening. "Wah dash," said the blonde in pure shock that someone had seen through him. "I said Dro dash." She was interrupted when a Kusanin appeared behind her, surprising her that a genin was able to sneak up to a prodigy Jonin like her. "I think this is your kunai, Proctor-san," muttered the Kusanin with a hiss in his voice, returning the kunai to Anko with his tongue in a sickly manner, making her grin back at him, her mask back on her face. "Why thank you, Genin-san. Oh, and if you want to live you might want to reconsider sneaking up on me again," said Anko in a sickly sweet tone, inwardly fuming that this brat had interrupted their conversation. "My apologies, Proctor-san," muttered the Kusanin as he slipped back away. On the other hand, Naruto was lost in his own thoughts. How could she have seen through me so easily? This is insane, we have only met. Even Gigi doesn't know about it. After the Kusanin went back to his team, Anko leaned forward to whisper in his ear, "Take care, Naruto-kun, and you better come out of this alive," before shining to in front of the genin. "Alright, maggots, I've already explained the rules and each team has a scroll. Get in front of your assigned gates in 10 minutes, spoke Anko loudly, reverting to the badass kunoichi personality. Naruto just stood there, too shocked to move. And also, did she just call me Naruto-kun? Hey Dobe, what are you spacing off about? Don't tell me you're having second thoughts about this exam, said Sasuke while smirking. Shut up, team, growled Naruto with an irritated expression on his face. And Naruto-kun. Naruto turned around to see a blushing Hinata. Huh! Hinata, what are you doing here? Seeing she was red, he asked, Are you okay? Your face is all red, you don't have a fever, do you? Here, let me check, uttered Naruto as he put the back of his hand on her forehead. Arg, how can that idiot be so dense? Thought Sakura with an exasperated sigh. What a loser, thought Sasuke while shaking his head. Hinata blushed furiously upon the contact, and invented a new shade of red as she started to sway. No! I cannot faint, I have to do this for Naruto-kun, thought Hinata. Now Naruto-kun, here this is F for Y your ch cheek, she murmured, blushing at the mention of Naruto's cheek before handing him her self-made healing ointment. For me? Thanks, Hinata, exclaimed Naruto while applying the ointment on his cheek, healing the cut instantly due to Kyuubi's chakra. Wow! That's so cool! Did you made this, Hinata? The blonde asked as he had never seen a medicine like this before. He knew almost all of the healing ointments due to several trips to the hospitals, courtesy of the villagers of course. Why yes, replied Hinata shyly. Man, you're amazing, Hinata, the whiskered blonde exclaimed with his trademark foxy grin. Seeing her cute blushing face, he couldn't help but comment though. You know, Hinata, you actually look cute. You know, blushing and all, verbalized Naruto while laughing nervously as he bent the back of his head. Thud. Hinata, are you alright? Wake up, the second exam is about to start, articulated Naruto frantically, not knowing what was wrong with her. Kami-sama, how can he be so dense? He was flirting with her without even realizing it. Sometimes I really feel for Hinata, thought Sakura. Kiba and Shino arrived to see Hinata lying on the floor, blushing up a storm even though she was unconscious. Her face twisted into a smile, as if she had just experienced a mind-numbing orgasm. Kiba sighed, Don't worry, Naruto, we'll take over from here. Is she alright? The blonde asked, worry etched on his face. Don't worry, Uzumaki-san, she just fainted from excitement and anxiety, answered Shino in his monotone voice. Oh. Okay, well, good luck to you guys. Thanks, see you at the tower, idiot, replied Kiba confidently with a smirk. You bet dog breath, replied Naruto, making Kiba growl at the nickname. Sakura giggled lightly to herself, whereas Sasuke had a smirk on his face. Okay dope, let's go, uttered the Uchiha while walking towards their assigned gate. Alright maggots, time to go wild. At the count of 3, the gates will be opened. Oh, and one last advice before you go. Don't die, said Anko while putting on the most badass look she could muster. One common thought running through all the genin except Gaara: she's scary. Yeah, even Neji, even though he's a stuck-up Hyuga. Alright, get ready. 1, 2, shouted Anko, pausing dramatically as the genin waited with bated breath. Meh, get outta here, spoke Anko with a bored expression on her face, doing the shoe motion with her hands. All the genin sweat dropped, already past the gate as they dashed into the dense foliage. Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura blurred through the gate, opting to go through the trees due to possibility of traps on the ground. After some time, a Kusanin, you know he's Orochimaru, so no point in creating suspense. I'm gonna use Orochimaru after this instead of Kusanin, started following them after easily dispatching his supposed teammates. Soon, Sasuke-kun, I will obtain your Sharingan, thought Orochimaru while grinning like a maniac. After 3 hours of traveling, Sasuke saw a clearing ahead with his Sharingan. Stop! He ordered with a serious expression. What's the matter? Is someone ahead of us, Sasuke-kun? Asked Sakura with some worry and anxiety visible on her face. There's a clearing ahead of us. We've been traveling for 3 hours now. We should take a break, he suggested with a sigh. Who told you we're the ING leader Sasuke team? Growled Naruto with a scowl on his face. Shut up, Naruto baka. He's right, Sakura interrupted sternly while Sasuke smirked victoriously. Naruto, however, gritted his teeth in anger. If it wasn't for my mask, I would have slapped this pink-haired bitch. One day, Sasuke, I will show you what I'm truly capable of. Just you wait. Alright, let's go, the Uchiha uttered smugly while Sakura followed him. Swoosh! As soon as Sasuke and Sakura landed in the clearing, a huge gust of wind approached them at high speeds. Sasuke's eyes went wide when he saw Chakra in the wind with his Sharingan, copy wheel eye. Sakura, Naruto duck, shouted Sasuke while himself ducking in the process. Sakura barely dodged the powerful current, while Naruto couldn't dodge to him being in midair when he was just about to land. Oh shit, thought Naruto before he was swept away by the strong tide of wind, blown away from the clearing. The blonde skidded across the ground, far from the clearing before coming to a halt. That was a Jounin-level wind jutsu with a high amount of chakra in it which no genin should possess except me. The one who attacked us is clearly a Jounin level, or above. I have to warn Sasuke and Sakura before they get themselves killed, thought Naruto with a grim expression on his face. Just as he was about to head back to the clearing, a huge snake attacked him. He jumped high in air just in time to dodge the snake as it had lunged forward, intending to eat him. Phew, that was close. If it weren't for my keen senses due to Kyuubi, I probably would have been eaten. Clearly this snake is a summon, and if my hunch is correct, it's sent by the one who attacked us. Meaning he's after Sasuke as he's the one having Sharingan, the last Uchiha, while Sakura doesn't have anything special. He wants to keep me busy for some time. I better hurry, don't have any time to play, the blonde pondered, landing on a branch in crouched position as he stared at the large reptile with narrowed eyes. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, he mumbled, creating 10 shadow clones. Alright guys, I know you're gonna hate me for this, but you have to be eaten by that snake, said Naruto, making the clones erupt in an outrage. What? Are you crazy? There's no way I'm going in that shithole, yelled the shadow clone while pointing his index finger at the snake. Yeah. If you want to do it that badly, why don't you go in there? Asked another shadow clone in curiosity. At this, Naruto's eyebrows twitched as he took a deep breath. I'm the real one. So there's no point in me getting killed if I can use you. Now get hell outta here, you lazy bastards, or no ramen for you. All the shadow clones paled at this as they jumped towards the snake without any second thoughts. You're gonna pay for this, yelled a clone in midair. As soon as they landed in front of the snake, it immediately leaped forward, eating all of them in a swipe. Naruto grinned as he went through 3 hand seals before exclaiming, Kage Bunshin Bakuho no Jutsu, shadow clone explosion technique. Immediately, the snake's stomach began to glow red, increasing in size until, shum! It exploded in a huge blast, its body fluids spraying all around the area. Ugh, I really pity my clones, muttered Naruto, disgusted by the scene in front of him. I should get going, he spoke to himself before leaping in the direction of clearing where his team was. Sasuke and Sakura after Naruto was blown away. Sasuke and Sakura had some bruises but nothing life-threatening. The Uchiha stood up, brushing the dust of him as he looked around for the attacker. Hello Sasuke-kun, greeted Orochimaru, suddenly landing in front of the duo. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened upon seeing the same Kusanin from before. You are that Kusanin who returned the kunai to the proctor, the pink-haired genin pointed out in realization. Why yes, little girl, and I know you guys have the Heaven's Scroll in your possession, said Orochimaru. How did you dash? The Uchiha trailed at the end in surprise. So, you genin want the Earth Scroll, huh? Asked the snake Sannin with a smirk, showing them the Earth Scroll before gulping it down his throat. Sakura almost threw up at seeing the sick display. If you want it, you'll have to fight me, Sasuke-kun, the Sannin hissed while grinning, leaking large amounts of chakra. Sasuke and Sakura were immediately brought down to their knees, not being able to withstand the pressure, as they panted due to the strain. This guy is way above genin level. We can't defeat him. We'll have to get out of here, thought the Uchiha in alarm. Orochimaru lowered his killing intent, wanting to fight the Uchiha. Both the Team 7's members were now breathing hard due to much-needed oxygen as they struggled to calm themselves down. Sasakura, when I say, we will retreat, spoke Sasuke shakily with Sakura agreeing with him seeing that they could not handle this Kusa genin. Come on Sasuke-kun, don't tell me the last Uchiha is just a lowly genin, mocked Orochimaru, trying to rile up the last Uchiha. Sakura, now! Yelled Sasuke as the duo started to run in the opposite direction as fast as they could. So, you're weaker than Itachi after all, any Sasuke-kun? Upon hearing this, Sasuke stopped dead in his tracks. Well, that worked, thought the Sannin in amusement. What did you say? Growled Sasuke with barely contained rage in his voice. You are weaker than Itachi, Sasuke-kun. At your age, he was an Unbu while you still are a lowly genin. You have 2 tomos in your Sharingan while Itachi's Sharingan had fully matured by now. You are nothing compared to Itachi, Sasuke-kun. You'll never be able to beat him and avenge your family. Even Naruto-kun is stronger than you. This made the Uchiha see red as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth while glaring at the Sannin with his eyes blazing with Sharingan. I'm going to kill you, shouted a raging Sasuke as he dashed towards Orochimaru, eyes ablaze with his clan's Dijutsu. Hate clearly evident in his eyes at the mention of Itachi and Naruto being stronger than him. Sasuke-kun, no, shouted Sakura, her plea falling on deaf ears. Upon reaching him, Sasuke went through a flurry of punches and kicks, going all out. Frontal attacks like these won't work, Sasuke-kun, spoke a smirking Orochimaru, fluently dodging Sasuke's every single strike like a snake. Sasuke went for a right uppercut when Orochimaru flipped backwards, landing gracefully before dashing forward again. He aimed a blurred kick at Sasuke's midsection, who dodged it barely before jumped backwards using chakra beneath his feet. If it wasn't for your Sharingan, you would have the air knocked out of you, Sasuke-kun, the Sannin mocked with a cold chuckle, making Sasuke growl, frustrated that he was not able to land even a single blow on him. Let's move this up a notch, shall we? Uttered the snake Sannin, the smirk ever present on his face. Sasuke's eyes widened when Orochimaru disappeared from his view. Wham! He felt an immense pain at his rib section, currently flying back at high speeds before crashing into the bark of a tree, getting the wind knocked out of him courtesy of the Kusanin appearing out of nowhere to deliver a powerful kick to his ribs. Sasuke spat some blood from his mouth, trying to stand as his legs wobbled a bit. What was that? I didn't see him move even with my Sharingan, and his kick felt stronger than even Kakashi-sensei's, thought Sasuke in surprise. You are a disappointment, Sasuke-kun. Do you really think you can kill Itachi at this level? It wouldn't even take him 5 seconds to beat you like this, the Sannin again mocked with a neutral expression on his face. Are you alright, Sasuke-kun? Asked a worried Sakura. She turned her head to glare at Orochimaru for hurting her crush like that. You want something, little girl? Asked Orochimaru in amusement, never leaving his eyes off Sasuke. How dare you hurt Sasuke-kun like that, you bastard! Yelled an angry Sakura. She dashed towards Orochimaru with a kunai in her hands, intending on killing him. She tried to slash him on the chest when Orochimaru easily dodged her sloppy attack, delivered a crushing blow to her stomach. Ack! Sakura was sent flying backwards as she skidded on the ground to a halt, blood dripping down her chin. You are a pathetic excuse for a kunoichi, you lowly genin. Your attacks are academy level at best. Katon, Gakaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Jutsu, yelled Sasuke after going through a couple of hand signs, sending a huge fireball towards Orochimaru. It hit him dead on, resulting in the area getting covered with fire where Orochimaru was previously standing. Sasuke smirked while panting as he had spent a lot of chakra on that last attack. That'll teach him to mess with an Uchiha, he thought smugly, a confident expression on his face. After the smoke cleared, Orochimaru stood there with 3-degree burns while the skin on his face was currently torn off to reveal a pale skin, eyes yellow with slitted pupils. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw his face. What is he? Nice try, Sasuke-kun, but you'll have to do more than just basic jutsus, said a laughing Orochimaru before dissolving into mud. What? A mud clone, thought Sasuke while frantically searching for the Kusanin with his Sharingan. Sasuke-kun! Behind you, yelled an injured Sakura, making his eyes widened upon hearing her. You shouldn't let your enemies get behind you, Sasuke-kun, whispered Orochimaru in Sasuke's ear from behind. The Uchiha quickly turned around to receive a bone-shattering punch to his face as he was sent flying back. He flipped several times in midair due to force of the punch, rolling roughly on the ground before skidding to a halt. He could now feel several of his bones crack due to his roughly landing, coughing more blood along some teeth. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Yelled a worried Sakura. Does it look like I'm alright? He shouted back in frustration, wiping the blood off his chin. Let me ask you, do you want power, Sasuke-kun? Asked Orochimaru with a serious expression on his face now. What? Stuttered Sasuke, taken aback by what he was hearing. I can grant you power beyond imagination, Sasuke-kun, the snake's Sannin continued. Who are you? Asked Sasuke, clearly terrified of this mysterious entity. Orochimaru peeled off the Kusa-genin's skin to show his pale complexioned face. My name is Orochimaru, of the legendary Sannin, he answered, a grave expression on his face. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened upon hearing this. No doubt we were no match for him. He's a freaking Sannin, thought Sasuke, having read about them in the academy. He must be the traitor the textbooks didn't mention about, thought Sakura in realization. What do you want with me? The Uchiha asked shakily. You'll know in due time, Sasuke-kun. For now, I'll leave you a parting gift, said Orochimaru with a smirk before his neck elongated to impossible lengths, giving Sasuke a hickey air bit him on the side neck before retracting his head. Sasuke screamed in pure agony, clutching his neck with his hand before falling on the ground unconscious. 3 black tomos forming a circle could be seen where Orochimaru bit Sasuke, indicating a heaven's curse seal. What did you do to Sasuke-kun, you freak? Shouted a horrified Sakura. Just a little gift. In time, he'll seek me for more power. Now, it's time for you to die, you annoying pest, spoke Orochimaru before dashing towards Sakura, intent on killing her, making her eyes widen in fear. Orochimaru was halfway through when a kunai attacked with a paper bomb landed just in front on him, though at a safe distance from Sakura. A paper bomb, thought Orochimaru. Boom! Before shining backwards just in time to avoid the blast. Looks like I made it just in time, spoke Naruto, currently standing on tree branch above Sakura. Naruto! What took you so long? Yelled a relieved Sakura, happy to see the blonde for the first time in her life. I had to take care of an annoying pest, courtesy of our friend Orochimaru here, the blonde uttered as he landed in front on Sakura, who was still lying on the ground due to being injured. Ah, Naruto-kun, I was beginning to think you died out there. But I'm curious, how did you know I'm Orochimaru? I'm pretty sure the academy doesn't tell about me except Jiraiya and Tsunade, and you were not here when I told Sasuke-kun, asked Orochimaru, intrigued by the Jinchuriki. Well, your pale snake-like face is a dead giveaway, and Gigi told me about you too, the whiskered blonde answered. Oh, and who is this Gigi of yours? Asked Orochimaru in amusement. It doesn't concern you, snake face. What did you do to Sasuke? Asked Naruto with narrowed eyes. He's just unconscious as he couldn't take me on. I'm hoping for a better challenge from you, Naruto-kun, the Sannin verbalized with a cold, playful smirk. I am no match for him. I have to stall him and hope the guards around here were alerted due to such high amount of chakra he used in that wind jutsu, thought Naruto with a grim expression on his face. What are you waiting for, Naruto-kun? Don't tell me you're scared, mocked Orochimaru, amused by the Jinchuriki's lack of answer. Shadow clones and exploding shadow clones wouldn't work against the Sannin. Guess I have to use that style, although it's quite risky. But it can stall him for some time due to the element of surprise, thought Naruto, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he closed his eyes. Alright, Naruto-kun, if you just want to stand there, then allow me to ki dash. Orochimaru stopped when he saw red chakra start to leak out of Naruto, his hair becoming more spikier, his whiskers more defined now, eyes turning from cerulean blue to crimson red with black slits in the middle, while his nails and canines became elongated, pointed at the edges. The ground he was standing on cracked under the pressure of demonic chakra, creating a small crater greatly shocking the snake's Sannin. How is this boy intentionally using the Kyuubi's chakra? It's not possible for any Jinchuriki to control a Biju's chakra at such a young age. This boy is supposed to be the dead last of his generation. How can he control the bloodlust that the Kyuubi is emitting right now? Still, he's no match for me, but the power he's radiating is at least mid-Jonin level. It's a relief I created a sound and chakra barrier around this clearing, or else everyone in the village would have sensed the foul chakra. I suspected the boy to use a bit of Kyuubi's chakra, but not like this, thought Orochimaru, clearly amazed by the Jinchuriki. This chakra, I've felt it before in the wave country while we were on the bridge. It feels so dark and evil. How can Naruto have two types of chakra? Normal chakra is blue and barely visible, yet this chakra is red and clearly visible. Naruto, what are you hiding from us? Thought Sakura in wonder. Alright, I cannot remain in this state for long. I have to stall him for as long as possible, thought Naruto with gritted teeth. Alright, you bastard, you want a better challenge, that's what you will get, exclaimed Naruto in a demonic tone, getting down on all fours with one tail of red chakra waving behind him. He dashed towards Orochimaru at such speeds that even Rock Lee would have hard time following him with his weights off and third celestial gate open. To Sakura, he was a blur. Orochimaru was surprised by his speed but quickly composed himself as he met the Jinchuriki in a clash, locking both of his hands with Naruto's, forming a crater beneath them due to the force of the impact. For a boy, his strength is amazing, even for a Jinchuriki, thought Orochimaru, surprised at the blonde's strength. The Sannin's eyes widened when he saw the red chakra tail coming towards him. He immediately ducked down, although barely releasing the hand's lock in the process. Naruto used his tail to support himself on the ground while he was in midair, and went for a kick at Orochimaru's face. The Sannin caught his leg and hurled him upwards. Naruto regained his balance while in mid-air and placed his foot on a tree's bark. Using it as a springboard, he launched himself at high speeds towards Orochimaru while forming a hand sign, criss-cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, exclaimed Naruto as 10 shadow clones appeared, each having the same chakra cloak and heading onto a collision course with Orochimaru along with the original. Orochimaru smirked as he just stood there. Futon, Kukibura Suto no Jutsu, wind release, air blast technique, he muttered, firing a concentrated blast of wind-natured chakra towards Naruto and his clones. Poof! And then all his clones were dispelled instantly while he was sent flying back. Wham! The blonde slammed into a rock boulder, his eyes widening in pain. He didn't even use any hand seals for that jutsu. I have to resort to taijutsu. I'm no match for him in ninjutsu and I don't any genjutsu, thought Naruto while standing up shakily, the chakra cloak still covering him. I'm surprised you can stand after that blow, Naruto-kun, spoke Orochimaru, deeply impressed by the boy's endurance. Naruto said nothing as he dashed towards the snake Sannin, again engaging him in a fierce taijutsu battle. They were a blur to Sakura as they traded blows with each other, punch for punch, kick for kick, sending strong currents of winds throughout the clearing. Sakura was bracing herself from the violent winds still lying on the ground. I can't even see them. Was Naruto always this strong? Sasuke-kun is no match for him. Am I the weak link of our team? Thought Sakura, now regretting every time she hit Naruto and thought of him as annoying on the line to save her or she would have died a while ago. Naruto winced when he felt his muscles straining under the pressure of Kyuubi's chakra. I can't last for much longer now. It's now or never, the blonde thought as he jumped back to create some distance between him and Orochimaru. Alright, here we go, demonic fox claw, muttered Naruto to himself. I've never heard of a style with that name, thought Orochimaru in curiosity. Naruto opened his fists and crouched his fingers, making claw-like hands because of his elongated nails. His one arm was in front of him, while the other was behind him, pointing it upwards, making an approximately 30-degree angle with the horizontal. His knees were slightly bent, demonic chakra, Yuki, concentrated on his nails, which were now a denser red in color, thus settling into his taijutsu stance. He then dashed towards Orochimaru on all fours and upon reaching, unleashed a flurry of claw strikes with the fox's agility. What is he doing? He's only trying to slash me. His nails cannot do enough physical damage, thought Orochimaru, while dodging his strikes. Meanwhile, Sakura had slipped into unconsciousness due to fatigue and her injuries. When one of Naruto's nails slightly slashed one of Orochimaru's hands, Naruto smirked and flipped backwards. What's so funny, brat? Asked the Sannin with a raised eyebrow, getting annoyed with the Jinchuriki. Let me tell you the essence of my taijutsu style, you would be dying anyway. This style is only useful if someone has demonic chakra. A Biju's chakra is poisonous to human body but has less effect on a Jinchuriki himself as they get adapted to it. I concentrate my Yuki at my hands, and if my nails cut someone even the slightest bit, then the demonic chakra enters the system of the victim. Meaning when my claws slashed your skin, the Yuki entered your system and is currently working like a poison. This is just like the gentle fist, meaning even the slightest contact is deadly. However, I only need one successful strike, unlike the gentle fist in which chakra points are closed one by one, thus my style is more deadly without the need of accuracy and precision. Hence the name Demonic Fox Claw, explained Naruto with a proud and a confident smirk on his face. Orochimaru was shocked to the core by the deadliness of this taijutsu, and only had one thought running through his mind. This boy is a genius! One thing which I didn't tell him is that style requires large amount of Kyuubi's chakra, and hence every time I use it, it puts huge strain on my muscles and my lifespan is shortened considerably. Its use is very limited, thought Naruto with a sigh. Orochimaru, however, could feel the poisonous chakra acting and disrupting his normal body functioning and chakra coils. Well, Naruto-kun, your taijutsu may be invincible but not against me, said Orochimaru while smirking. What? His question was answered when Orochimaru's upper body started to become like a balloon and his mouth opened to an impossible size from which another Orochimaru extruded, dripping with saliva. Naruto's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. This guy is a freak, he thought in horror. Suddenly the blonde started to feel immense pain as he was on his knees, coughing more blood while red chakra began to recede back into his body. Damn! Several of my muscles have been torn. I can't even stand properly, he mused to himself, the Biju's red chakra now completely dissipated. Guess your body couldn't handle any more of the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru verbalized with an amused smirk. How C, can you still be SD standing? Asked Naruto, who was currently writhing in pain. I can regenerate my whole body if it gets damaged still, it does take a lot of chakra. Why do you think I've been doing human experiments all these years? He asked in a proud tone. Why, you're sick, spat Naruto, his one eye closed as he gritted his teeth in pain. Orochimaru walked towards Naruto before picking the blonde by his throat. Well, you clearly gave a better fight, a much better fight, Naruto-kun. It's time to end this though, the Sannin declared with a grim expression on his face, lifting Naruto's orange jumpsuit to reveal Jinchuriki's stomach with a spiral-like seal. Oi, please don't rape me! Said a horrified Naruto as Chibi Naruto ran in his Mindscape, while screaming, He's gonna take our virginity, run for your lives. Orochimaru's sweat dropped while his eyebrows twitched. I'm not raping you, brat. What do you think, I am a gay? Said an annoyed Orochimaru. Naruto tilted his head to the side in genuine confusion. Yumie. Arg, that's it, brat. I will seal the Kyuubi's chakra so you can't use that taijutsu of yours since it depends so much on your Yuki, exclaimed Orochimaru, while his right hand's fingertips started to glow with blue chakra, each having a different kanji, whereas Naruto's eyes widened in fear. It's over, Gaki, stated Orochimaru, thrusting his hand towards Naruto's stomach. Gojio Fu dash. Just as his hand was about to connect to Naruto's stomach, It was grabbed by a larger hand. Orochimaru looked up for his eyes to widen in mind-boggling shock. Standing at the side, holding his hand was a large man, wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it. His complexion was pale blue, pointed teeth and gills-like features on his cheeks. On his forehead was a Kirigakure's protector with a slash in the middle, marking him as a missing nin. A large sword was bandaged in white wrappings on his back. "Kisame?" asked Orochimaru, not believing his eyes. "Orochimaru, long time no see!" exclaimed a grinning Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the strongest members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. "Orochimaru, long time no see," said Kisame, having a maniacal grin on his face. "Kisame? What the hell are you doing here?" asked a shell-shocked Orochimaru. "I'm hurt, Orochimaru." "Aren't you happy to see me?" mocked Kisame. Orochimaru growled before dissolving into mud, dropping Naruto onto the ground and reforming a distance away. "Ah! Damn snake, my hands are all muddy now," said Kisame, waving his hand. Naruto's sweat dropped while thinking, "Great! Another nutcase." Who are you?" asked Naruto while trying to stand dismissing him as a possible enemy as he saved him one way or the other. "Stay down if you want to live, brat," said Kisame while standing in front of Naruto facing Orochimaru with a serious aura surrounding him. "How can Akatsuki be here? My spies informed me that they won't take any move for some years. And if Kisame is here, then he must be dash. It's been a while, Orochimaru." Orochimaru's thoughts were interrupted when he heard an all too familiar voice baying him, sending chills down his spine. He whipped his head to come face to face with a man around his height in his early 20s, wearing same black cloak with red clouds as Kisame, his face like an elder version of Sasuke, black onyx eyes and hair, an emotionless face and a leaf protector with a slash on the middle on his forehead indicating he too was a missing nin. "Itachi?" said a shocked Orochimaru. "Kisame, would you mind keeping Orochimaru busy for some time?" said Itachi in his cold, emotionless tone. Upon hearing him, Kisame's grin widened. "Sure! I've been itching to fight anyway," said Kisame while unwrapping the white bandages, showing a large sword with metallic spikes in his hands. "I'm sure you haven't forgotten about Samahata, shark skin. It's been hungry for some delicious chakra for some time now," said Kisame while walking towards Orochimaru leisurely. Itachi shined to where a shocked Naruto was. "Why, you're Itachi, Uchiha Itachi? The one who slaughtered his entire clan in one night, and Sasuke's brother?" asked a scared Naruto, knowing that he was no match for the Uchiha prodigy. Itachi just stared impassively at Naruto. "Damn! I've got to get out of here. I've already done what I came here for. I can take on Kisame using Kusanagi, grass cutter, but Itachi is out of the question," thought Orochimaru before dissolving into a large tree's trunk, baying him. "Where the hell do you think you're going, you snake bastard?" yelled Kisame, dashing towards the tree where Orochimaru dissolved. "Leave him, Kisame. He's a master of camouflage jutsu, there's no point in chasing him. He's already gone past the barrier. Besides, we came here for Naruto-kun," said Itachi. "Fine. But next time I see that snake, I'm gonna shove Samahata up his ass," growled Kisame. What do you want with me?" asked Naruto, fearing for his life. Itachi closed his eyes to reveal a fully evolved Sharingan, 3 tomos in each eyes which turned into a black shuriken. "There's a 4th stage to Sharingan," thought a gaping Naruto. "This is Manjikyu Sharingan, kaleidoscope copy wheel eye, Naruto-kun," said Itachi as if reading his thoughts. "Are you here to kill me?" said Naruto, who was scared shitless now and in pain due to his muscles being teared. "I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, Naruto-kun, but this is the only way," said Itachi, regret visible in his eyes as he stared into Naruto's eyes. "Tsukiyomi, goddess of the moon." Naruto's eyes widened as the world around him faded. World of Tsukiyomi. He noticed that he was tied to a cross-like post, sky blood red with a moon. In front of him stood Itachi with a wakizashi. "This is the world of Tsukiyomi where I control everything. For the next 72 hours I will kill the people you care most about in front of you repeatedly until you awaken it," said Itachi. "Awaken what?" said a confused Naruto. Itachi said nothing as Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared in front of Naruto. "Gigi? What are you doing here?" "Get out of here," yelled Naruto. "I've always thought of you as my grandson Naruto-kun," said the aged Hokage with serene smile on his face. Itachi starting moving towards the Sandaime Hokage. I know, but we don't have time for this. Itachi is right behind you, yelled Naruto, getting restless by the second as Itachi approached the Hokage. When Itachi reached him, he lifted the wakizashi. No! Ji, behind you. Itachi, I swear if you even till you dash. Naruto was cut off as blood splattered all over his face, the beheaded Hokage's head falling at Itachi's feet in a pool of blood. Tears started pouring out of Naruto's eyes as his mind went into overdrive. Why you killed him? Why you killed my Gigi? I am going to kill you bastard, Naruto, tears freely leaking out of his eyes as he violently thrashed against the invisible bindings trying to break free. Then suddenly Ayame and Tuchi appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto-kun, I've always considered you my Oturo, said Ayame with a sweet smile on her face. Hey kid, ramen's on the house today, said Tuchi, offering him a bowl of ramen. Oh no! 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 Not you too, Ayame-chan, Oji-san. Please Kami no, shouted Naruto, desperately trying to break free. Naruto tried to close his eyes but found that he couldn't. Once again, he was forced to watch as Tuchi and Ayame were beheaded in front of Naruto. Blood again splattered all over Naruto and Itachi, the ramen mixing with the pool of blood. No! Please stop it! I beg you! If you want to kill me, just get it over with, cried Naruto in desperation, tears rolling down his blood-laced face, not being able to bear to see his loved one die. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I have to do this. Kushina-sensei, I will not fail your son unlike Hotaki, thought Itachi. Itachi winced as he saw the murderous glare Naruto was giving him, his eyes full of hatred and disgust. I hope he does not walk the same path which my idiot of a brother took, thought Itachi, apparently disappointed in his brother, for he was walking the same path all the Uchihas in the past took. Superiority practically was Sasuke's middle name. Well, back to Itachi's torture session. Naruto's eyes widened when a person appeared he really didn't want to be killed. And Naruto-kun, I love you, said a sweetly smiling Hinata with a cute blush on her face. Naruto was shocked upon hearing the confession. He was not surprised by the confession itself, but rather how Itachi knew she loved him. How did you know? Asked Naruto, staring at Itachi's, his eyes red and cheeks stained due to a mixture of blood and tears. I did not know, Naruto-kun. Tsukiyomi automatically reads the mind of the victim, finding the ones he cares most about or loves deeply, said Itachi, glancing at Hinata while saying the last part. Yes, Naruto knew Hinata loved him and loved her very much, even though he acted like a dense idiot. It was just a part of his mask to act like a moron, being oblivious to Hinata's feelings. Due to his heightened senses, he could easily feel the presence of Hinata every time she followed him. What Hinata didn't know was that sometimes Naruto followed her too, curious to know about his stalker, what she liked, what she disliked, her hobbies, etc., and over time fell in love with her. He loved her smile, her kindness, her scent, her lavender eyes, her blue hair, everything about her. She was the purest soul he knew, and now to watch her get killed in front of him, he could not even bear to think about it. Damn it! I'm sorry, Hinata-chan, said Naruto while fresh tears leaked from his eyes. I couldn't protect my precious ones. What good of a Hokage would I become? Said Naruto in a heartbroken tone, like his world was shattered in front of him. It's over for her, Naruto-kun, said Itachi as his sword pierced throughout Hinata's heart, instantly killing her. Blood oozed out of Hinata's mouth, light leaving her eyes as her body dropped in a pool of blood and laid there motionless. Naruto's face went blank as his mind still couldn't believe that his Hinata-chan was now dead. A few moments later, seemingly never-ending tears started falling from his face. Hinata-chan is dead, thought Naruto over and over again. A few moments later, pure white chakra started leaking out of Naruto's body, forming a chakra cloak around him. Itachi smirked at seeing the white chakra. Great! It worked. He's awakening it. Our plan dash. His thoughts were interrupted by an ear-deafening scream. Ahirgarg, what are you doing to me, you bastard? My eyes, head. My whole body hurts, screamed Naruto, who was violently thrashing around the invisible post he was tied to. I'd better end Tsukiyomi now. I have to preserve as much chakra as I can, for we need to come back here in a few minutes, thought Itachi before ending the genjutsu. outside the clearing. Kisame had no idea what was going on. 1 second, Itachi and the blonde brat were standing, and the next, white chakra was leaking out of the brat's body while he was screaming in pain. Tsukiyomi is not supposed to do that, is it? Itachi. What the hell is going on? And what is that white chakra? I thought the chakra is supposed to red or blue in color. Wasn't he supposed to awaken the Rinnegan ocular eye? Asked Kisame. Calm down, Kisame. It's part of the process. Remember that Rinnegan is a very powerful Jujutsu, even powerful than Sharingan and Byakugan, so the process of awakening it is very painful, said Itachi while he winced when the screams of Naruto got even louder. It's a good thing that I covered this area in a high-level genjutsu and a double-layer soundproof barrier. No one should be able to interrupt us for a while, thought Itachi. In case of Naruto, he had never felt so much pain in his life. Every inch of his body was hurting. He felt like his head and mainly his eyes were put on fire. He could feel large amount of chakra flowing through his coils, straining them, increasing their size, his muscles being torn apart, and new ones being formed. Itachi and Kisame were awed by the display of power by Naruto, although he was doing it unintentionally. His white chakra completely surrounding his body, a small crater had formed on the ground just by the force of chakra, releasing powerful gusts of winds, dust particles, pebbles and large chunks of earth were rotating around Naruto in midair. Some trees were uprooted by the force of wind. Sasuke and Sakura, who were unconscious, skidded back several meters. Itachi and Kisame had to apply chakra to their feet to keep themselves still. Their eyes were closed and arms in front of their faces to brace themselves properly. Damn! This GKI has one hell of a chakra. How much longer, Itachi? Yelled Kisame. Just a bit longer, Kisame, Itachi shouted back. Kisame's eyes widened upon hearing Itachi. Did Itachi just shout? Nah, I must be hallucinating because of the chakra, thought Kisame. Hey Itachi, did you just shout? Are you alright? Yelled Kisame. Itachi's eyebrows twitched at hearing him. Shut up, Kisame, said an annoyed Itachi. What? I can't hear you, shouted Kisame, not being able to hear due to ear-deafening screams Naruto was making. A vein popped on Itachi's forehead. I said shut the hell up, Kisame, shouted Itachi. Whoa! You shouted again and cursed too. Itachi, I think the last Tsukiyomi messed up your head, Kisame shouted back. By now Itachi was fuming and his face was so red that you could think he was blushing like Hinata. Author's notes. What if Itachi and Kisame acted like Hinata and Naruto? Kisame Keikun, I love you, said Hinata-ish Itachi. I love you too, Itachi-chan Databayo, said a grinning Naruto-ish Kisame in an orange jumpsuit. Imagine Kisame in that retarded jumpsuit. It's hilarious. Author's notes end. Kisame immediately stopped his ranting when he saw the shuriken blades of Manjikyu Sharingan spinning wildly as Itachi glared at him. Itachi and Kisame were suddenly blown away when a huge tide of chakra swept through the area, both crashing into the trees, and suddenly the anguished screams of Naruto stopped. What the hell was that? Kisame asked as he got up to see Itachi staring at something wide-eyed with his Sharingan. He turned to see nothing but smoke and dust arising from where the brat was standing. Oh Itachi, what's the matter? Did he die or something? Said Kisame as he picked up his sword. Itachi only stayed silent while he was in trance-like state. Say something, damn it, shouted Kisame as a tick appeared on his forehead. His chakra is now white. But the scroll said it is only temporary, only when you're in the process of awakening the Rinnegan, said Itachi still in his trance-like state, Sharingan activated. Kisame still couldn't see anything as the smoke was obscuring his vision. The white chakra was said to be possessed by Rikudo Sennin, 6 realms sage, which means his chakra is of light type, whispered Itachi, not believing his eyes. For once, he couldn't believe what his Sharingan was showing him. And his chakra coils, they are huge. His own reserves are mid-Kage level, not counting Kyuubi, Itachi still whispering to himself. What are you blabbering about? Said an annoyed Kisame. There was a sudden gust of wind, not as violent as before, which came from the epicenter Naruto seemed to have created, also clearing the smoke in the process. Itachi and Kisame's jaws dropped to the ground, their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets when they saw Naruto. There standing in the middle was a man with height about 5 feet 4 inches, not a shrimp. His jumpsuit was straining under the muscles, which were a lot more noticeable now. His spiky blonde hair were glowing, if only a bit. They seemed to have grown a lot, pointing in every direction with bangs covering his eyes. Itachi could have swore he saw a chibi yandere there. Anyone could mistake Naruto for Minato now, but his whisker marks were a dead giveaway as they were more defined, adding to his ferocity. Naruto's going to kill me for all the fangirls he's going to attract. Not that he will spare me now for what he endured in Tsukiyomi, thought Itachi. Meanwhile, Kisame was having a hard time controlling the Samehada as it seemed to have taken a liking to Naruto's huge chakra reserves. Naruto lifted his head to show his eyes for the first time after his seemingly super transformation. They were still a shade of blue, somewhat purple. One black ring surrounded a black dot-like pupil in the center. Naruto was surprised when instead of normal visibility, he could see chakra of almost everything. The trees, the ground, and a double-layered barrier? He could also see the genjutsu which surrounded the area. His eyesight was sharpened several times. He could even see chakra of small insects. Whoa! What is this feeling? I feel much stronger now. I can feel my chakra has increased several times. It's like an endless valley of river. I just don't know how to describe it. And my muscles are like bushy brows. What happened to me? Thought Naruto while looking around. But when he saw Itachi, the temperature of the area dropped several degrees. All he could see was red and feel an intense bloodlust for Itachi. Seeing Naruto was directing huge amount of killing intent at him, Itachi immediately knew he had to do something and fast. I'm going to rip you two shreds, you ing asshole, roared Naruto while he dashed towards Itachi, or at least tried to, but immediately tripped on his feet and fell first into the ground. What the dash, said a surprised Naruto. Why can't I move properly? Thought a panicked Naruto. Kisame, you know what to do. I will capture him in Tsukiyomi before he is used to his new body, and you will keep giving me chakra from outside the Tsukiyomi. This time, it's going to drain a huge amounts of chakra. Let's go, said Itachi before they both disappeared. To any normal eye, they just vanished from sight. But due to his Dijutsu, Naruto could see them, although barely, coming towards him. Kisame appeared baying Naruto, picked him and held him in a bear hug-like grip from behind. Itachi appeared in front of Naruto, staring him in the eyes. What are you dash? Naruto was cut off. Tsukiyomi. Oh shit! Not again, thought a groaning Naruto as forest around him faded. Here you go, Itachi, said Kisame, keeping his right hand on Itachi's shoulder, and started giving him his chakra while he held onto Naruto with one arm. World of Tsukiyomi. Naruto again found himself tied to same posts with same red sky and same moon with Itachi standing in front of him. What do you want, Itachi? Why am I here again? Spat Naruto. Itachi sighed. Alright, Naruto-kun, from this point you will listen to me, said as he placed a silencing jutsu on Naruto. You've noticed the changes in your body, haven't you? Asked Itachi. Naruto went wide-eyed after hearing him. You can shake your head, Naruto-kun, said Itachi. His eyes are just like pain. The only difference is that he has 3 rings and Naruto has 1 ring, thought Itachi while observing Naruto's Rinnegan. Naruto nods. Now I want you to close your eyes, concentrate, and tell me if you feel chakra in your eyes, said Itachi. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Itachi. Please believe me, Naruto-kun. If you don't believe me, then look at this scroll, said Itachi while showing him a scroll. Naruto's eyes widened upon reading the scroll. It said, Dear Naruto-kun, I know you are thinking Itachi killed us, but it was just a high-level genjutsu Tsukiyomi, an ability granted to the Uchihas when they acquire the Manjikyu Sharingan. It affects all your 5 senses, plus your perception of time. So, whoever was killed is alive and well. Now, as a genin of Konohagakure no Sado, I order you to fully cooperate with Uchiha Itachi and his companion Hoshigaki Kisame. They will explain everything. It's for the best. Your Jiji, Hokage of Konohagakure no Sado. Beneath was the official stamp of the Hokage. Tears of relief started flowing from Naruto's eyes. Thank you, Kami! Thank you, Kami! Everyone's alive. Hinata-chan too, thought Naruto happily, like he was just offered ramen on the house. Now, do what I told you, Naruto-kun, said Itachi while putting back the scroll. Naruto nodded as he closed his eyes and started concentrating. Do you feel any chakra? Asked Itachi. Upon seeing Naruto nod, Itachi explained that's what it feels like when you have a Dijitsu. Ninjas having Sharingan and Byakugan also feel chakra in their optical coils. I have a Dijitsu, thought Naruto enthusiastically. You, Naruto, have one of the strongest Dijitsus ever seen, the Rinnegan, which was said to be possessed by the Sage of the Six Paths. I presume you know about the creator of ninjutsu, said Itachi. Naruto nodded. Finally, those secret hours of boring reading in the library is coming in handy, thought Naruto. Now your Rinnegan can be turned off like Sharingan and Byakugan. To deactivate it, close your eyes and try to remove chakra from your eyes. It's pretty easy, try it, said Itachi. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes. After a few moments, he opened his eyes to show the same cerulean blue color. Your Dijitsu is far stronger than Sharingan or Byakugan. But that doesn't mean you are stronger. You are only mid-chunin at best right now, said Itachi seriously. Upon seeing Naruto nod, Itachi continued, before I go any further, I want you to promise me that you would not show any hostility against me when I unbind you. Or else, you know what I can do to you in Tsukiyomi, said Itachi seriously while his Manjikyu Sharingan spun wildly to make his point clear. Naruto gulped and nodded frantically. Geez! He's even scarier than that crazy proctor, thought Naruto. Immediately the cross posts that were holding Naruto disappeared while Itachi undid the silencing jutsu. Naruto fell on the ground. He tried to stand but found it difficult as he was not able to control his body movements properly. When he stood, his legs became wobbly and he fell/sat on a chair. Where did this chair come from? Asked Naruto aloud. In Tsukiyomi, I control everything including space and time. I can make anything happen here, said Itachi, amused by the blonde's perplexed expression. Cool. This jutsu is amazing. I wish I could do this technique, said Naruto giddily. Alright, Naruto, do you have any questions before I continue, because I don't want to be interrupted when I speak, said Itachi seriously. Right. I have many questions. Let's start. Why the hell can't I control my body properly? Why did you torture me by making me see my precious people getting killed? Who is that shark face with you? Why are you wearing matching costumes? Why did Orochimaru attack Sasuke? Why did we come in this Tsukiyomi again? Why did Jiji ordered you to do this? I thought you were a missing Nin. And if you're still following the Hokage's orders, that means you're a good guy. And if you're a good guy, why did you slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? And if you had to kill them, why didn't you kill Sasuke team? Seriously, he's such a pain in the ass, shouted Naruto before panting to catch his breath. Did the Rinnegan expanded his vocal cords too? Thought Itachi with a raised eyebrow. Well, first I will answer those questions which are not linked to your Dijitsu. Before I answer these questions, I want you to know that some of the answers are SS class secrets and stated by the Sandaime-sama. So you'll have to keep the answers to yourself only. Do you understand, Naruto-kun? Asked Itachi. Upon seeing Naruto nod, Itachi closed his eyes and continued. Many years ago, Konoha was formed by the Uchiha and Senju clan. The leaders of these two clans were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Both wanted to be the Hokage, but ultimately, Senju Hashirama was chosen to become the Shodaime Hokage. Wanting to throw a coup, Madara tried to coax the Uchiha clan members into joining him. They, however, strongly influenced by the Shodai's words, didn't join him. Fueled with anger and betrayal, the leader of the Uchiha clan left the village. After some years, he came back to destroy Konoha, which led to the duel between Hashirama and Madara. It is said that Madara died in that battle, but I have my suspicions. After that, the Nidaime was chosen as Senju Tobirama, brother of Senju Hashirama, then the Sandaime Hokage and then the Yandaime Hokage. But not a single Uchiha ever became the Hokage. This hurt the pride of Uchiha clan greatly, and some years after the Kyuubi attack, they started planning a coup d'etat against the Sandaime Hokage. I became aware of their plans and found that the whole Uchiha clan was involved except some few people like Sasuke and my mother, so I reported to the Hokage. I was given a S-ranked mission to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, but inwardly I knew that I wouldn't be able to kill Sasuke and my mother. But before I could stab that bastard of my father, he pulled my mom in front of him. It was too late for me to stop the attack and she was killed. She was an excellent shinobi and probably stronger than Fugaku, but due to the situation she was caught off guard, or she could have easily stopped me. I put Sasuke in a comatose state for 2 weeks using Tsukiyomi, and made him believe only power mattered to me. I intended for him to hate me and not follow the path what my arrogant ancestors took, but instead he became a power-hungry Uchiha. Now I'm regretting my decision to let him live, explained Itachi with a sigh. Naruto was shell-shocked as he came to know the circumstances behind the Uchiha massacre. Well, that was really a huge sacrifice on your part for the village. You have my utmost respects. I'm sorry for calling you a murderer before, said Naruto in regret. No need to apologize, Naruto-kun. It's nothing compared to what I did to you and Tsukiyomi before, said Itachi, dismissing his apology. But who is your partner? Asked Naruto, still sitting on the chair. He is Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the members of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Don't worry, he's on my side. We both are a part of an organization called Akatsuki. It's a group of very strong S-ranked missing nins which aims to collect all the 9 bijou in the world, said Itachi. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing him. But we won't let them do anything to you. Kisame and I are assigned to capture you, so you're safe for now. We are acting as undercover agents for the Hokage and report to him about the Akatsuki's movements. The black cloak with red clouds signifies we are the members of Akatsuki. Akatsuki members always travel in pair, supporting each other's abilities, and hence it's difficult to defeat them, said Itachi. But what does this organization wants to do with all the tailed beasts? Asked Naruto. Even we don't know its true motives. But whatever it is for, it sure is not good, said Itachi grimly. Okay, so far I understand, but I still can't understand why did Gigi ordered you to come here in the middle of Chunin exams, asked a confused Naruto. Hokage-sama wanted you to awaken your bloodline limit as soon as possible because of the growing threat the Akatsuki poses, and after seeing Orochimaru today, I believe it was the right decision. But still, he took a gamble as he was not sure if you would awaken it. You need to get strong as fast as possible, Naruto-kun, for you're no match for Orochimaru or the Akatsuki right now, said Itachi. Naruto nodded with pure undeterred determination in his eyes. As for why Hokage-sama particularly sent me to awaken your bloodline, it's because to activate Rinnegan, one must see the people he cares the most about die. But Hokage-sama couldn't do that to you, so he sent me to use Tsukiyomi on you, make you see your loved ones die, and in the process activate Rinnegan. It was an ingenious idea if I must say so, said Itachi. Wow, Gigi's really smart, ain't he? Said an impressed Naruto while Itachi nodded. Now comes the important part. After seeing Orochimaru attack your squad, I'm suspecting he is planning something big, so you're gonna need everything to tackle whatever there is for you in the future. Hokage-sama also ordered me to train you, Naruto, right now, said Itachi while Naruto's eyes widened. But I don't have time to train. Chunin exams are going on, remember, said a confused Naruto while Itachi smirked at his perplexed face. You forgot that 3 days in Tsukiyomi is only 1 second on the outside, said an amused Itachi. Naruto's jaw dropped to the ground. If this is true, then he could get 3 days worth of training in only 1 second. The applications of this jutsu are limitless, but this jutsu uses a lot of chakra and I can only do it twice a day, meaning 6 days in the Tsukiyomi. But my partner Kisame is constantly giving me his chakra, meaning the time we can spend training in here will be increased, and believe me when I say he has huge chakra reserves. He's called a bijou without a tail, said Itachi while enjoying the look of Naruto's gaping expression. How much time? Asked Naruto in barely contained excitement. Kisame can use about 10 times chakra as me and can still take on a Jonin. Therefore we can spend 60 days in Tsukiyomi, meaning 2 months, said a smirking Itachi. Now Naruto had trouble picking his jaw from the ground. Amazing. This means that on the outside only 20 seconds would have passed, said Naruto in awe. You're right. But remember, in Tsukiyomi you can only train in ninjutsu and genjutsu. It's because you can only train your mind here while your body is only standing in the real world, so physical training would be useless. But you can practice some taijutsu styles to memorize them, explained Itachi. But what use a taijutsu style is if I don't have the required strength, agility, precision, and speed for it. Even if I master all the katas of the taijutsu, it still wouldn't as effective as it should be, said a confused Naruto while Itachi nodded. That's where I answer the question why you are not able to properly control your body. You see, Naruto-kun, when you awaken the Rinnegan, your genes and body structure change drastically. It's like you have a completely new body now. All your old muscles and tendons were destroyed in place of new ones. That's why you felt so much pain coursing through your body before. These new changes result in drastically increased speed, strength, reflexes, agility, flexibility, almost anything you can relate to taijutsu. But your mind is not used to this upgraded body of yours. You have to train your mind so it can be in synchronization with your body. Tsukiyomi is a perfect place for your training now. Your body now is ready for almost all the mid-level taijutsu styles that the shinobi world can throw. Though I prefer you only learn one and completely master it, explained Itachi. So you're saying that I'm a 2-year toddler now who can't even control his body properly, muttered an annoyed Naruto, but Itachi clearly heard him. Don't be so down, Naruto. It may seem frustrating, but you'll see how big of a physical upgrade you got. Your body is now that of a rookie Jonin. It takes years of hard work for a Chunin to get this level of fitness, which you only got in a matter of minutes, said Itachi. But isn't it unfair for other shinobi who train so hard every day of their life? Before a couple of minutes, I was one of them, a genin with no talent at all, and then suddenly this. Although bloodlines are cool and all, but I never really liked them. It seems to give unfair advantages to bloodline users. For instance, your Sharingan, you guys just copy jutsus and predict our movements before we even know what our move will be. It takes sweat and blood to learn those techniques, to hone our reflexes and skills, but the Uchihas just copy them in a couple of minutes, said an angry Naruto, making the Uchiha in front of him sigh. You should know, Naruto, a bloodline limit does not make a shinobi invincible. Even though the Sharingan can copy a jutsu, it does not master it, for which you have to do your own hard work. For example, let's take a simple fireball jutsu. If you copy it with your Sharingan, it only shows the required hand seals and the amount of chakra to be applied. So when we do it after the copying it, we do the weakest form of the respective jutsu. To improve it, we have to do our own training so that we can burn as much oxygen as we can using our fire-natured chakra without using excess amount of chakra than required. If we clash the weaker form of jutsu with an experienced fire element user, his fireball would be much bigger and would be very high in heat intensity as compared to that of a freshly copied jutsu, explained Itachi. But during our first C-rank mission, Kakashi-sensei fought a Kiri missing nin, Momochi Zabuza. During the fight, he copied his water dragon jutsu, and when they both fired the dragons at each other, they just cancelled each other. Then how can a freshly copied jutsu be as strong as compared to Zabuza's jutsu, as he was proficient in water element? Asked Naruto, while Itachi smirked after listening to his question. That was not the first time he did that jutsu, Naruto-kun. In fact, I have seen him use that jutsu many times when he was in Umbu. He was only bluffing so that the enemy may think that his Sharingan can perfect any jutsu that he throws at him. Didn't you ever think that Kakashi knows Sharingan, the man who has copied over 1,000 jutsus, wouldn't have copied a jutsu as common as water dragon jutsu before? Deception is an important part of being a ninja, Naruto-kun. Every bloodline has its strengths and weakness. In Sharingan, even though you can see fast movements which are barely visible to eye, but if that Uchiha is not fast enough, what use it is of then? Also, take Byakugan, Wide Eye for example, even though it can see chakra points in 3590 of vision, you can increase your chakra so much that the immense amount of light forces the Byakugan user to either deactivate or stun him temporarily, and believe me, as I have already done that. Also, a long-range fighter can defeat a Hyuga as they only rely on gentle fist and closing the chakra points of their opponents, said Itachi. Upon seeing Naruto silent, he continued, the world of shinobi is not fair, life is not fair. You should know it best. You were always scorned, hated, glared, ignored and beaten upon for something you had no control over. Grow up, Naruto-kun. Akatsuki members would always attack you in pair. It will probably be 1-on-2 battle. They wouldn't give a damn shit about the fight being unfair. They will do whatever it takes to capture you. In missions, if you're surrounded by enemies, you can't complain of it being unfair. You can't just whine about something you can do nothing about. Instead, you have to get over it. The 3 legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru, none of them had any bloodlines, but they defeated many formidable bloodline users in the Third Great Shinobi War and are now S-ranked ninjas. It takes guts, determination, and the will to never give up to become the best. Tell me, Naruto-kun, do you have what it takes to become the strongest shinobi I know you can be? Can you continue to bear the burden of being the Jinchuriki of Kyubi no Kitsune? Can you make the bridge of peace the shinobi world so much needs? Do you have what it takes to become the best Hokage? Said Itachi rather loudly at the end. Naruto looked up to stare into Itachi's eyes, Rinnegan meeting Sharingan. Itachi was taken aback by those eyes, full of determination, guts and will, stronger than steel. You bet, said Naruto with determination. Very well, but before we start training, I want you to read this scroll. It states all the abilities of Rinnegan, its origins, stages, and its relation to the Uzumaki clan, said Itachi, taking out a big scroll from a sealing scroll before giving it to Naruto. Uzumaki clan? Asked a startled Naruto. First read this scroll. I will answer your questions later, said Itachi. Naruto nodded before opening the scroll and started reading it. Rinnegan was the blood inheritance limit of Rikudo Sennin. The Rinnegan was regarded as the god of creation when the world was racked with chaos and as a weapon of destruction which could return everything to nothingness. Usage of Rinnegan is said to give the user strong affinities for all 6 forms of chakra nature manipulations, namely wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, and gravity. It also gives strong affinities for sub-elements, which today are present in clans possessing 1 or 2 of these elements. But a Rinnegan user can master all the basic and sub-elements, but needs large amounts of training, especially to master the sub-elements. Sub-elements are also called secondary elements, as they are the combination of 2 basic elements. Some of these elements are boil, ice, wood, storm, lava, scorch, etc. However, there are those elements which are very rare and extremely difficult to master, which are called tertiary elements, also falling in the abilities of Rinnegan. At the present there are only 3 present known tertiary elements: dust, crystal, and steel. Some shinobi or clans have been known to use these rare elements, either by the process of Kikitota, bloodline selection, or they already have bloodline limit for these elements. These elements are combination of 3 elements. Following are given the composition of the commonly known secondary and tertiary elements. Boil, fire plus water, fire and water in 2:1, otherwise they will simply cancel each other. Ice, wind plus water, wind and water in equal amounts. Wood, earth plus water, earth and water in equal amounts. Storm, water plus lightning, water and lightning in 3:1. Lava, earth plus fire, earth and fire in equal amounts. Scorch, wind plus fire, wind and fire in 2:1. Dust, earth plus wind plus fire, earth, fire and dust in equal amounts. Crystal, wind plus water plus lightning, wind, water and lightning in equal amounts. Steel, fire plus lightning plus earth, fire, lightning and earth in equal amounts. Rinnegan has 4 different levels. These are: Level 1. When Rinnegan is activated, the user is automatically on Level 1, identified by 1 black ring around the black dot-like pupil. Its abilities are physical enhancement, increased chakra reserves, better chakra control, affinities for any 3 basic elements in addition to gravity element is granted, can see chakra like Byakugan though at a lower level, and the user can sign multiple summoning contracts. Level 2. When Level 2 of Rinnegan is activated, 2 black rings, concentric circles, can be seen surrounding a black dot-like pupil. The abilities which come with second stage are slight increase in chakra reserves, chakra control is improved drastically, 1 more basic element affinity is added to your arsenal, ninjutsu and taijutsu can be copied up to some extent except the bloodlines, fast movements can be seen and predicted which are not visible to eye. The user is not affected by genjutsu up to A rank. And lastly, chakra can be seen in more detail but still lesser than Byakugan. Level 3. When Level 3 of Rinnegan is activated, 3 black rings can be seen surrounding a black dot-like pupil. Its abilities include improved chakra control so much that with enough practice, the user can do up to A rank jutsus without any hand seals. Last of the 6 basic elements affinity is now unlocked, and also the user can see chakra points like Byakugan. Level 4 Kagyoshi Rinnegan, vibrant display of the ocular eye. This is the highest known level that any Rinnegan user can attain, and only Rikudo Sennin is said to have accomplished this level. In this upgrade, the appearance of Rinnegan changes noticeably. There are 4 ringed but glowing yellow in color surrounding a dark blue dot-like pupil. Due to this glowing ability of Rinnegan in 4th stage, you can say that the user is granted night vision up to some extent. Its other abilities are Chibaku Tensei, bursting Earth's celestial body, Izanagi, forefather god, and the user can revive a dead person by using some of his life force. Although, there might be some other abilities since not much is known about the 4th stage, Chibaku Tensei and Izanagi are one of the strongest techniques in the world. Much more is explained about these two in separate scrolls, which requires chakra of a Rinnegan user to open them due to a chakra receptor seal, as the chakra of a Rinnegan user is unique. Only users possessing the level 4 can open these scrolls. One should also keep in mind that this scroll does not state all the abilities of the Rinnegan. There may be some that the user may discover by himself. However, there are some other techniques which are only special to Rinnegan and are gravity-based, which are explained in detail in gravity manipulation scrolls. It was said that the Senju clan were descendants of Rakuta Senin's Dijitsu, but some say that it was the Uzumaki clan that acquired the genes for the Rinnegan. However, it is said that some people did activate Rinnegan before the formation of Senju, Uchiha, or any other clan. But since then no one has been able to activate it. In ancient scrolls, it is stated that during the activation, the person leaks white chakra temporarily, which was said to be possessed by Rakuta Senin. After the activation, the chakra is said to turn back to normal blue color. It is also said that when the user sees someone close to him die, the pain causes him to awaken the Rinnegan. But today the existence of Rinnegan is denied by almost all of the shinobi, stating that as only a myth. One last thing is that nobody knows how to unlock the 2nd, 3rd and 4th levels, just like the tomos of Sharingan. It might happen when a user experiences immense pain, emotional stress, or during the heat of the battle. Some abilities of Rinnegan are still unknown, but it truly is the most powerful Dijitsu in the world. Naruto just remained silent after reading the scroll, contemplating on the information he just read about his Dijitsu, and what Itachi told him until now. Itachi stared at the new transformed Naruto, wanting to see how Naruto would take such info. Yeah, the author was interrupted by a loud shout of joy as Naruto hooped his fist in the air, in the process dropping the large scroll. I've got the best Dijitsu in the world. Ha! Take that, Sasuke team. I have a bloodline, and guess what? It's better than yours. I'll become the strongest shinobi in Konoha and then the Hokage. That old monkey really needs a retirement database, said Naruto as the dam of emotions he's been keeping in check broke. Itachi to restrain himself from laughing at that last comment. He totally agreed with Naruto. Konoha needed Minato's successor. He really is your son Kushina sensei. I see he inherited some of the anxiety and excited quirks you had, thought Itachi while remembering his sensei's habits. So what are you going to teach me, Itachi sensei? I know my 3 basic elements would be awesome. Are you going to teach me some ultra cool super jutsu? And how do I control my Rinnegan? Tell me! Tell me! Tell me, Databao, said an excited Naruto with stars in his oceanic blue eyes. Although Naruto was far mentally matured than anyone of his age, he was still for ninjutsu, and boy was he excited about his bloodline abilities. Itachi sensei, I like the sound of that, thought Itachi. Calm down, Naruto-kun. First we're gonna work on synchronizing your body and mind with each other. You still can't control your body, remember? Said Itachi, not wanting Naruto to jump the gun. Damn, Naruto slumped in his chair. First, Naruto-kun, I'll explain to you the benefits of shadow clones and the reason it is stated in the Forbidden Scroll, said Itachi. I already know them. When a shadow clone dispels all its memories, experiences, or in case of training mentality progress, is transferred to the original user. One shadow clone cuts the time required to train in something in half as compared to that of only original user. But in my case, if I summon 500 shadow clones, it will take me 1 by 1,000th time to train in something than the original time required. Hence, it's a gift from Kami for shinobi with large chakra reserves. But its downsides are that it causes a huge headache when mass shadow clones are dispelled after training due to rush of information, and it can kill people with low chakra reserves due to chakra exhaustion. Another reason it is stated forbidden because if it falls into the hands of a shinobi from another village, will you get the point? And before you ask me why didn't I train with shadow clones is because I had nothing to learn and the only thing I could do was try and improve my chakra control using the tree climbing exercises, said Naruto seriously. Itachi blinked then blinked again. How did you know all that? It's not even stated in the Forbidden Scroll, asked the surprised Itachi that a genin had learned the secret of shadow clones so quickly, and you should know that if you are able to surprise Itachi then heads off to you. Well duh! I have been using a large amount of shadow clones since I became a genin. You have to be a total idiot not to figure it out. And the rest, well it's pretty obvious, said Naruto offhandedly. He's a genius not to mention he has amazing analytical abilities. I can't believe how much talent he used to hide under all that acting, thought an amazed Itachi. Okay, now tell me earlier when you used half of your chakra reserves, how many shadow clones were you able to make? About 250. Why, he is Miniki-sama in terms of chakra, thought Itachi. Now you again use half of your chakra reserves. Let's see how many shadow clones you are able to make, said Itachi while Naruto shrugged. Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. Neither of them were prepared for what they saw. There were at least 500 shadow clones yelling obscenities at Naruto as they were not able to stand. Holy shit, both thought simultaneously. This is half of your chakra reserves? Questioned Itachi dumbly. Whoa! My chakra reserves have skyrocketed along with my chakra control. I could easily mold my chakra this time, said an excited Naruto. After coming over his initial shock, Itachi ordered Naruto's clones to start training to control their bodies. All you could see were a bunch of 12-year toddlers trying to walk properly while the original Naruto was still in his chair. Itachi-sensei, whenever I use chakra after awakening my Rinnegan, I get this warm feeling. I feel very peaceful when it flows through my chakra coils. My chakra is so light, but at the same time very strong. I just don't know how to describe it, said a perplexed Naruto while Itachi nodded. I don't know how, but your chakra nature has changed. It is now white in color like the Rikuta Sannin. I also felt it, when you use chakra. While using Sharingan, all I can see is white chakra flowing through your coils with a mixture of red in it. But how? White chakra was supposed to be temporary, not permanent. But it's not bad, is it? Asked Naruto, but it sounded more as a statement. Absolutely not, Naruto-kun. The fact that your chakra is white means you have light-type chakra which is very pure and only the Rikuta Sannin was said to have possessed it in the past. Guess I have to ask Gigi about this, pondered Naruto. While your clones train, let's check which basic elements you have now along with gravity, said Itachi handing him a chakra paper. When Naruto channeled his chakra through the chakra paper, first it started floating in midair, then 1/3 part of the paper crinkled and burst into intense sparks of electricity, then 2/3 part of paper was completely dissolved in water almost to molecular level, and the last part was torn to millions of small bits of paper due to the unreal amount of cuts it received. Itachi whistled at the display. As expected, you have very strong affinities for all your current elements as stated in the scroll. Your current elements are wind, water, lightning and gravitation. The other elements are ice, storm and crystal, said Itachi. I'm so awesome. So Itachi-sensei, what jutsus are you going to teach me? Will I able to use ice jutsus like Haku? Huh? Said Naruto as he was practically beaming with excitement. You shouldn't take your training lightly, Naruto-kun. Nature manipulation of even basic elements takes years to master, let alone secondary or tertiary elements. Seeing Naruto down, he continued. But with around 1,000 shadow clones for 2 months, I'm sure you can master ice and storm along with basic elements. I'm not sure about crystal though, as it is a tertiary element, and as such extremely difficult to master, said Itachi while Naruto's clones were training. Don't know if you can call trying to walk training. Then I'm going to train as hard as I can. I'll show them I am not a dead last, said a determined Naruto as he too started training. While Itachi took out a very familiar brand new orange book with the title Ichiche Ika in the bed tactics with a golden strip at the bottom on which was written Ultra Limited Gold Collector's Platinum Edition. On the top left was the author's stamp, the gallant Toad Sage Jiraiya-sama. In the middle of the front cover was a drawn picture of a long spiky white-haired man giggling perversely while he was groping a blonde-haired woman's voluptuous S and was giving a V for victory sign. The blonde-haired woman had her hair in 2 thin ponytails, Guess who the woman is and get a cookie. Just below the picture was written Heaven hath no pleasure like a blondie ed. Why does this chick seem familiar? Thought a suspicious Itachi. He shrugged and opened the book as he started reading while giggling perversely as blood started seeping out of his nose. One of Naruto's clones upon seeing Itachi thought, he is reading that same orange book while giggling just like Kakashi-sensei. I've got to find out what's so funny. Time skip. After half an hour in Tsukiyomi. After relentlessly practicing for half an hour with 500 shadow clones, Naruto was finally synchronized with his body and his shadow clones were now sparring among themselves. He was surprised to find out the increase in his strength and speed. He was expecting his body to be stronger but not that much. Itachi too was surprised a bit. His speed and strength is up to low Jounin level right now, but he can be easily taken down in taijutsu by an experienced Jounin, thought Itachi after observing Naruto for a while. Alright Naruto, that's enough. Now dispel all your shadow clones, 20 at a time, said Itachi as he put his precious book back in his robe. Naruto nodded as he dispelled all his clones after some time and felt a mild headache. Well, that wasn't much, said Naruto before his stomach groaned as he blushed in embarrassment. Hey, why am I feeling hungry? Asked the confused Naruto. Genjutsu affects all your 5 senses, Naruto-kun. Hence, Tsukiyomi is making your mind believe that all that workout you did was real, thus you feel hungry. You should eat something, said Itachi. I'm okay, but before that, can you change my clothes? This orange jumpsuit is pathetic, said Naruto. Itachi was surprised after hearing him. But I thought you liked your clothing, said Itachi. I guess it's due to the changes in my DNA, shrugged Naruto. Of course. Due to the altercations in his DNA, his personality would change too. But I'm surprised he still has retained some of it, thought Itachi. So you're changed my clothes or what? Asked an impatient Naruto. Itachi nodded while thinking of something that would suit Naruto. I know just the right thing. It's about time. Naruto followed his father's footsteps, thought a smirking Itachi. Itachi waved his hands as Naruto's orange jumpsuit was replaced by his new clothes. His new outfit consisted of black sleeveless Jounin-like vest under which was a dark blue sweat shirt along with dark blue shinobi pants. There were typical kunai holsters and shuriken pouches on his left thigh. His sweatshirt was tied to his wrists, and just below his elbows with orange laces so that the flaps don't get in the way. He had an white high-neck cape reaching to just below his knees. On the back of his cape was the Uzumaki clan symbol, circular concentric swirls, in purple and black flames were licking his cape at the bottom and at the bottom of short sleeves of the cape. He took a look at his outfit. Cool. Do you have this same clothing out there? Asked an excited Naruto. As a matter of fact, Hokage-sama did give me this specific outfit for you. He stated that it was time for a change, said Itachi while Naruto nodded as he began to check out his cape. Naruto-kun, what would you want to eat? Asked Itachi expecting a change in his answer from before. Ramen, shouted a grinning Naruto as he pumped his fist in air while Itachi face vaulted. Even the legendary Rinnegan couldn't defeat his obsession for ramen, thought Itachi while a table appeared with several bowls of steaming ramen. Naruto had stars in his eyes as he began wolfing down ramen like it was soon going to go extinct. After a few minutes, he was finished as he patted his stomach. Man, that was good. I should come here more often, said Naruto with a contented sigh. I cannot do this jutsu when I just feel like it. As the powers of Manjikyu Sharingan are used, over time the user gets blind. However, what matters is the quantity and not durability. For example, if I use Tsukiyomi numerous times, I will get blind easily. But if I use the Tsukiyomi for the same amount of time but only once, it will have less effect on my eyes, which is the exact thing I'm doing right now, explained Itachi seriously. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the side effects of Manjikyu Sharingan. He was even more surprised that someone would do this for him even if he was ordered by the Hokage, as an S-ranked mission could be declined. To really appreciate you using such jutsu for me, Itachi-sensei, said Naruto with a lump in his throat as he bowed his head. No worries, Naruto-kun. But enough talk, from now on you will train extensively for 2 months. Also, I want to tell you that with your improved chakra control, you can also learn genjutsu, although at this point of time you can only learn up to C rank ones. Now, first you have to completely master your 3 basic elements before moving to your secondary or tertiary elements. First, create 1,000 shadow clones, said Itachi as the environment around him changed to that of a beautiful forest. There were green lush trees everywhere surrounding them with a huge waterfall in the middle. Naruto was not too sure about the genjutsu part, but for the first time in his life someone was willingly teaching him something, and he would be damned if he wasted this opportunity. So he nodded as he created 1,000 shadow clones and was panting by the end of it but recovered via food pill, while Itachi unsealed 3 scrolls each having a kanji for wind, water, and lightning. Good, now I want 3 groups of 250 shadow clones to take a scroll of each element, and train according to the instructions. The rest 250 will come with me for genjutsu training, said Itachi as he went with other clones to start 2 long months of training, or rather 20 short seconds in the outer world. At Hokage's office before the Orochimaru's attack, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office behind his desk while smoking as he bed his temples. This is really not my day. Why do I have to face the wrath of those 4? They sure aren't going to spare me when they hear what I have planned for Naruto-kun in the Forest of Death, thought the Hokage while he was sweating bullets. In front of him stood the famous 4 ice queens of Konoha who have never gone on a date with any man. While they were only 19 years old, they had the body of a goddess, each having her own traits. They were the hottest and most wanted kunoichi in the village and probably the most dangerous. They were always found in group and watched each other's backs. All of them were prodigies in their own way, having made jounin at the age of 16 and were best friends. The first was a woman of striking beauty with milk creamy flawless skin. Her black curly hair, red tick, bluish eyelids and crimson eyes only added to her appearance. She had all the curves in the right places with luscious D-cup S, slim waist, and toned legs. She wore a red short-sleeve loose shirt over which were white wrappings covering the upper half of her body to her upper thighs while having a leaf hitate on her forehead. The second was a woman with a tan flawless skin having purple pineapple-like hair, no tick and brown eyes. She wore a rather revealing fishnet, almost showing her D-cup S with a peach-colored trench coat, and a very short skirt easily crossing the boundary of appropriate. The third was also a beautiful woman having brown hair, black eyes, reddish-pink tick, blue stripe markings on her cheeks, 2 longer than normal canines, C-cup S, and her skin tone was the fairest amongst them. She wore a typical jounin attire with the exception that she wore tight black shorts instead of dark blue shinobi pants, and the last of them was a woman of amazing beauty. She had long blue silky hair, emerald green shining eyes, blue tick, C-cup S, amazingly soft creamy skin for a genjutsu user like her, and had 2 swords wrapped to her back. She wore a typical jounin attire with the exception of having an armor in place of a jounin vest which accentuated her figure all the more. They were Yuhi Kurinai Genjutsu Mistress of Konoha specializing in genjutsu who already had taken a team this year, Mitarashi Anko Snake Mistress of Konoha specializing in ninjutsu just like her teacher and was an interrogation and a torture specialist. Inuzuka Hana Inuzuka Heiress of Konoha specializing in taijutsu and her clan's techniques who is currently working as a vet, and Yuzuki Yugao Kenjutsu Mistress of Konoha specializing in kenjutsu who had recently left the Umbu and became a jounin. Each of these 4 had different personalities. Kurinai was calm, collected and social. Anko was loud, brash, and spontaneous. Hana had her typical Inuzuka fiery personality with a touch of softness, and Yugao was a serious and a reserved kunoichi, but she had her moments. But these 4 kunoichi had one thing in common: they liked a certain blonde to death. His son had blonde hair, whisker marks and electric oceanic blue eyes made him incredibly cute to them. Just like Anko, they liked his attitude and kind personality. And his foxy grin, oh how it made their heart melt. They all knew of his mask and understood his reason for acting loud and obnoxious. They always saved him from those stupid villagers time to time but didn't let him know who they were courtesy of their Hokage. They were ordered by him not to approach the boy as he didn't quite trust them like the villagers and other shinobi. They practically begged to Hiruzen in the past to let them be near the boy but he didn't fudge from his decision. Thus they always remained indifferent to him. And now they were standing in front of him because he requested all of them in his office while for some reason had sent his Umbu out and activated the private seals. "What do you want, Hokage-sama?" asked Kurinai in a cold tone while Hana and Anko were glaring at him whereas Yugao just remained emotionless. Sarutobi winced at the tone. If THRY was anybody else, he immediately would have punished her, but he understood their situation and that was the reason he called them. He sighed before speaking the only words that would get their full attention. "It's about Naruto," said the aged Hokage as he closed his eyes. The next thing he knew, he was barraged with questions from them at the same time. What happened to Naruto-chan? Is Naruto-kun alright? What did they do this time? If the villagers did something to him, I'm gonna rip their heads off with my blades, said Anko, Kurinai, Hana and Yugao simultaneously, worry written all over their face for their favorite blonde. Relax? Relax? I assure you nothing has happened to Naruto-kun yet, said Sarutobi nervously. Kurinai narrowed her eyes dangerously. What will happen to him? You tell us right this instant, or I'll trap you in a yaoi genjutsu with a guy, warned Kurinai while Sarutobi paled at the implications of the jutsu. That genjutsu should be a forbidden S-rank, thought the nervous Hokage. Why, you see, it's for his own good, Hiruzen tried to explain. Just tell us what is going to happen already, shouted an impatient Hana. Alright, but first you must know about the circumstances concerning the Uchiha massacre. Just keep in mind that it's a forbidden secret, so don't tell anyone, said Sarutobi seriously. For next 10 minutes, he told them about Itachi being his undercover agent and reasons regarding the Uchiha massacre. They were all shocked just like Naruto but quickly recovered as Naruto was their first priority. But what does this have to do with Naruto-kun, Hokage-sama? Asked Yugao with a hint of irritation in her voice. It has everything to do with Naruto-kun. Yesterday, Itachi came to the village along his companion for the time being to inform me about an organization he recently joined called Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Asked Kurinai. It is an organization consisting of 10 to 12 extremely powerful S-ranked missing nins which aims to collect all the 9 bijou in the world, which means they have to hunt down the Jinchuriki, explained Hiruzen while all of their eyes widened. Then that means they're after Naruto-chan too, whispered Anko. Indeed. And if they succeed in capturing Naruto and extracting the Kyuubi, he will die, said the aged professor with a frown with his hands folded under his chin. If they even so much as touch a hair of Naruto-kun, I'll rip them to shreds, growled Hana while showing her clawed nails. I will protect Naruto-kun with my life, said Yugao seriously while the rest of 3 nodded with her. But the good news is that Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist who also works for me, are assigned to capture Naruto-kun. So, he's safe for now. All of them breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had some time to prepare. Then we must train him and make him stronger as fast as possible for the future battles, Hokage-sama, said Yugao. That's what's going to happen in the Forest of Death. He's going to get very strong in a couple of minutes, said Sarutobi while inwardly smirking at their confused faces. What do you mean? Isn't he currently taking part in the Chunin exams? Asked the confused Kurinai. Naruto has a Dojutsu, said Hiruzen with a dramatic pause. Although, I'm not quite sure if he would awaken it, further thought the Hokage while all of their faces were priceless as if they were told that they were pregnant with Naruto's child. I wish I had a camera, thought Hiruzen. But stuttered Anko. But we have never seen him any kind of bloodline limit. His eyes are always those beautiful, charming, exotic and a magnificent shade of deep cerulean blue, said Kurinai with a dreamy sigh. Yeah, others said in unison with a faraway look on their faces while Hiruzen's sweat dropped at their antics. If they ever see someone hurt Naruto, may Kami save him from these 4. After that thought, Sarutobi mentally grinned as an idea popped into his mind. I know just the right punishment for Itachi for stealing my brand new Ika Ika book, thought Sarutobi evilly. After a cough from the Hokage, all the 4 ice queens came out of their dreamland. His Dojutsu hasn't been activated yet. That's why I have sent Itachi to help Naruto in activating it. Wait, but what is his Dojutsu and how can Itachi awaken it? Asked the confused Hana. For your first question, I will only tell you that it's the strongest Dojutsu the world has ever seen, even stronger than Sharingan and Byakugan. Its name is Rinnegan. But Hokage-sama, that's only a myth, said Yugao, disbelief clearly evident in her voice and on the faces of her friends. Well, we just have to see if it's a myth or not, wouldn't we? Said the professor with a smirk. But what is the role of Itachi in this? Asked Kurinai. We shall see in my crystal ball. It is about time that Itachi and Kisame intercepted Team 7, said Hiruzen as he went over to his crystal ball with the four of them following him. But they weren't prepared for what they saw. There standing in a clearing was Orochimaru, who was holding a bruised and a battered Naruto by his neck. "Naruto Kun!" shouted Kurinai while Anko was clenching her fists like she was ready to tear the crystal ball apart. "Damn you, snake bastard! If my Naruchan dies today, I'm gonna torture you so bad that your experiments would look like a dango," thought a furious Anko while Hana and her dogs were growling. "Hokage-sama! We have to save him." "I can't afford to lose him," said Yugao frantically. "Curse you, Orochimaru! You four, we're going there, now," yelled the Hokage. Just as they were about to leave, Sarutobi saw a glimpse of the present scene in the crystal ball. "Wait, what now, you old coot? Naruchan can die any second now," shouted a frustrated Anko. "Calm down. Itachi and Kisame are there, they'll take care of everything." "There's no need for our interference in the second examination," said the Hokage while all of them breathed a sigh of relief. They then gathered around the crystal ball, and saw that Orochimaru had fled the scene. "Hey! What the hell is happening? Why is Naruto screaming, and what is that white chakra?" said Hana after observing for some time. All of them had to shield their eyes as the crystal orb flared white due to the amount of white chakra that Naruto was exploding with. "Even though I can't sense his chakra, I can still tell this white chakra is very powerful," said Kurinai while blocking her eyes. "Hey! Would you kindly tell us what the hell is going on here?" yelled Anko. To activate Rinnegan, Itachi used Tsukiyomi on Naruto and forced him to watch his loved ones get killed. "The pain of losing someone precious led to the awakening of his Dijitsu," explained the professor. "He used that cursed jutsu on Naruto-kun? One that put Uchiha Sasuke in a coma for 2 weeks?" asked an incredulous Kurinai with a hint of anger. "Grr, I'm gonna give that Itachi Baka a beating of his life," growled Hana. "Count me in too, Hana-chan," said Anko with a sadistic smile on her face. Hiruzen shuddered at seeing that smile. "If she ever gave you that smile, may Kami spare your genitals." "I just hope Naruto-kun comes out of this fine," said an out-of-character Yugao with worry written all over her face. "Don't worry, Yugao-chan, Naruto-kun is strong, he's bared much worse than this," said Kurinai as she hugged Yugao. "I know, Kure-chan. But it hurts me to see him in so much pain," said Yugao as she buried her face in Kurinai's shoulders while tears leaked out of her beautiful eyes as Naruto's screams increased in volume. All his life he was beaten by those damn villagers because of the Kyuubi. He didn't even know why he was hated until recently. He is innocent, kind-hearted, and the purest person I've ever known. We had to watch him sit lonely at the parks while others played. We had to watch him sniff cry at nights while he begged for someone to embrace him. He is so lonely, Kure-chan. His eyes clearly reflect all the sadness and pain he feels every day. And now, he's going through so much pain and we can only watch. I, Sniff, want to change those eyes. I want to hug him, tell him that he's Sniff not alone and will never be. I love him so much even though he's younger than me. I just want my Naruto-kun in my arms. I'm tired of seeing him get hurt," said Yugao as she broke into a fit of sobs while Kurinai comforted her as she wiped her own tears. Sarutobi himself looked sad and ashamed at the foolishness of the villagers. He considered Naruto as his grandson just like Konohamaru, and it pained him to see Naruto's life so miserable. "We all love him deeply, Yugao-chan. We're never going to leave him even if Hokage-sama forbids us from approaching him," said Hana as she glared at the Hokage. "I'm sorry that your son's life was so miserable, Minato. But I know that these four would be excellent for Naruto-kun," thought Sarutobi. "I know that you four are very upset with my decision, but it was for Naruto-kun's safety. But now I deem it fit to raise the restrictions on approaching him," said the Hokage with a serene smile. Their eyes widened upon hearing him. After all those years, they could finally help him with his burden. They could finally give all the love they felt for their object of affection. "You see, Yugao-chan, we can see Naruto-chan." "Stop crying now already," said a grinning Anko while Yugao nodded happily as she wiped her tears and stood beside Kurinai. "Thank you very much, Hokage-sama," said Yugao as she bowed for the first time in years in front of the Hokage. "You all can thank me by becoming Naruto-kun's future wives as he falls under the CRA," said a grinning Sarutobi. All of them blushed as they began dreaming about being Naruto's wives. Yes, they already know about Naruto's heritage. "Look! He stopped screaming, exclaimed Sarutobi. All of them concentrated on the crystal orb to see Naruto covered with dust smoke. But when the smoke cleared, all of their jaws dropped on the ground. Even Hiruzen couldn't believe his eyes. Although the scroll did said physical enhancement, but this was absurd. He had total lady killer looks now. While Anko and Hana were openly drooling at the sight of Naruto's muscular body, Kurenai and Yugao were blushing furiously. All of them could only summarize him in only one way: hot. Steamy hot. When Naruto lifted his head, they all gasped upon seeing his eyes. "Is that the Rinnegan?" whispered Kurenai, finding his eyes even more attractive now. "Wow! Naruchan looks even more why with those eyes," said Anko. "He really has awakened a legendary and a mythical Dijutsu," said Hiruzen as he stared at the all-powerful Rinnegan. To read about Rinnegan was one thing, but to see it was on a whole another level. "Well, what did you expect, old man? Naruchan is amazing after all," said a grinning Anko with pride in her voice while Sarutobi's eyebrows twitched in annoyance. "I'm not old," yelled an angry Hokage. "Then what, you dyed your hair white, old man?" asked Anko innocently. A tick mark appeared on his forehead, while the others snickered. "I can still stop you from approaching Naruto-kun, you know that," said a smirking Sarutobi. All of them stopped snickering immediately, while words like old monkeys being too smart for their own good. "So now what? I can see that Naruto-kun isn't used to his new body," said Hana while glancing worriedly at the current scene as Naruto fell face first on the ground. Hiruzen nodded as he told them of his plans for training Naruto in 20 seconds. "That's an excellent idea, Hokage-sama," said Yugao while the others nodded with her. Just as he was about to reply, all of them heard a knock on his door. "Enter," said Sarutobi as he deactivated the seals. The door opened to reveal his secretary. "Hokage-sama, Mizukage-sama has arrived and Reikage-sama has been sighted approaching the village gates." "What? Weren't they supposed to come after 1 month during the third exams?" said a surprised Hana while the others were shocked too. "Hi, but I called an emergency meeting due to the Akatsuki," said Sarutobi as he turned to his secretary. "Send them in, Akane-san." "Hi, Hokage-sama," bowed the secretary before leaving. "All right, you four, I wished we could see more of the events concerning Naruto-kun, but you have to leave now," said Hiruzen while all of them groaned as they really wanted to see the results of Naruto's training. "Oh, and Kurenai, I want you to enter the Forest of Death and keep following Team 7. I'm sure Orochimaru came for a reason and I want you to report any abnormalities. Also, don't interfere in the exams or try to help your team, is that understood?" said the professor with a serious demeanor. "Hi, Hokage-sama," said a happy Kurenai. "Hey, why does Nai-chan get this mission?" yelled Anko while Hana and Yugao were glaring at the Hokage. "Because Anko, Kurenai is a genjutsu expert, and she can easily blend in with the surroundings and hide her presence," replied Sarutobi calmly. "Tough luck, Anko-chan, Yugao-chan, Hana-chan," said a grinning Kurenai before disappearing in a puff of smoke. "Damn her!" all three of them muttered simultaneously before shining out of the office. Sarutobi sighed at their antics. Even if they were matured as a shinobi, they were like kids or sometimes even acted like fangirls when it came to Naruto. But one thing that he was sure about was that they loved him deeply. He had seen their eyes whenever they talked about Naruto or watched him. They were filled with love, compassion, affection, care, and today, a new feeling took birth in those eyes: lust. After seeing Naruto's transformation, their eyes still had the loving gaze for him, but with a hint of lust. He sighed as he came out of his musings, now to face the Reikage and the Mizukage. "Hope this goes well too," he thought as he went over to his desk waiting for them to arrive. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, the clearing 20 seconds after the beginning of Tsukiyomi, Kisame was panting, but not much due to the loss of so much chakra. He began to feel tired at about 10 seconds after he started giving Itachi his chakra. If you think rationally, it would look absurd that such high amount of chakra could be depleted in just 20 seconds, which Kisame was currently wondering about. After a few seconds, Naruto and Itachi slowly opened their eyes. Itachi, to reveal his Manjikyu Sharingan while he too was panting heavily, and Naruto, to reveal his Rinnegan with one black ring. No one noticed when his eyes glowed silver for a bit before turning into the same Rinnegan, level 1. Not even Naruto noticed it as his vision was blurry due to the effects of Tsukiyomi, but after a few seconds, it cleared for him to see Itachi on his knees panting heavily while blood oozed out of his eyes. "Itachi-sensei, are you alright?" asked the concerned Naruto while Kisame released him from his hold as he regained his breath. "Itachi, you pant okay?" asked Kisame while Naruto took out a food pill and gave it to Itachi. "Yeah, pant, I'm gonna be alright," said a tired Itachi before eating the food pill. After a few seconds, he began to feel his chakra getting restored as he stood up. "Sensei, are you alright now? And why did blood came out of your eyes?" asked a worried Naruto. "That is a side effect of using Manjiki Sharingan's techniques for a long time," said Itachi as Naruto nodded in understanding while he turned to Kisame. "Long time no see, Sharkface," said a smirking Naruto. "TCH, it's only been 20 seconds, brat," said Kisame while his eyebrows twitched at his nickname. "Oh right. Sorry, I forgot about that," said Naruto while he grinned sheepishly. "So how did the brat's training go, Itachi?" asked Kisame. Itachi smirked. "Well, let's just say that Naruto-kun is a lot stronger than what a Chunin is supposed to be," while Naruto puffed out his chest in pride. "Ah, that's a pity. The brat's still no match for me. And I was thinking he would get more stronger," mock frowned Kisame. A tick mark appeared on Naruto's forehead, but he decided to play it cool. "HM? You said something, Sharkface?" asked Naruto innocently. "Why you dash?" growled Kisame before he was interrupted. "Can it, Kisame?" "We don't have much time," said Itachi calmly while Kisame humphed in response. "Hee. Gotta thank Kakashi-sensei for that," thought a smirking Naruto. "Naruto," said Itachi, gaining his attention while taking out a small sealing scroll from under his Akatsuki robes. "Here, this scroll contains the same outfit that Hokage-sama gave me," said Itachi as he threw the scroll in Naruto's direction. "Thanks, sensei," said Naruto after catching the scroll. "Before we go, I want you to know that after this exam, preliminaries would take place before the third examination where the contestants would fight each other. I know that it will be tough just after the second examination, but it is mainly to weed out some Jonins before the third exams," said Itachi. "But why eliminate the contestants who passed the second exam?" said a confused Naruto. "According to Hokage-sama, there is a competitive batch this year, and he's sure that many Jonins will pass the second exam. In the third exams, the Jonins fight each other in front of the nobles and merchants from all over the world, hence we can't waste their time and therefore only a limited number of fights can happen," explained Itachi while Naruto nodded in understanding. "Also, the Raikage, Mizukage, Hokage and almost all the Jonins of Konoha will watch the preliminaries closely. So don't hold back and show them what you can do. About your Jujutsu, I think you should reveal it in the preliminaries too. Believe me, you would love the look on their faces," said Itachi as he remembered his clan members' faces when he activated Sharingan at an early age while Kisame remained quiet and Naruto nodded. "I hope we meet again, Naruto-kun, and if possible, keep a watch on Sasuke." "I will try, sensei, and thanks for everything," said Naruto as Itachi nodded. "Until next time, brat," said a grinning Kisame before the Akatsuki duo shined out of the clearing while Itachi did some hand seals to deactivate the barriers. Naruto could only sigh as he recalled all the events that happened since the start of the second exams. First that Orochi team attacks them and then Itachi and Kisame interfered. Who would have thought? The disgraced child of the village possessing a legendary Jujutsu such as Rinnegan. Oh, he would enjoy the look on their faces, but right now, he just wanted to get some sleep. "Guess I'll have to wake Sakura up. But I should change my clothes first," said Naruto as he looked around the clearing/battlefield to find a large tree with a big cave in its trunk. He went in there and after a couple of minutes came out in his new favorite shinobi wear. He then went over to Sakura to wake her up, wondering how will Sakura and Sasuke and most of the village will take to his newfound abilities. "Hey Sakura, wake up," said Naruto as he nudged her on the shoulder. She had some bruises here and there, but was otherwise alright. "Just 1 minute," mumbled Sakura. "Come on, we're in the forest of death, remember," said Naruto as he lightly flicked her forehead. Eventually Sakura opened her eyes to see Naruto bent down in front of her. "Naruto? What happened?" asked Sakura with blurry eyes as she slowly remembered all the events that took place while her eyes widened. "Hey! Where's Orochimaru and what happened to Sasuke-kun?" asked Sakura frantically as she quickly stood up. "Sasuke's right there," said Naruto as he pointed in Sasuke's direction. Before following his finger, she saw Naruto properly for the first time after she woke up. She immediately blushed a furious red upon seeing him. Whoa! Who's this hunk? Said inner Sakura. Who are you? Asked Sakura with a blush while Naruto's sweat dropped as he thought. Did I really change that much? Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, said Naruto in a mock greeting while he extended his hand. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san. I wait, what? Exclaimed Sakura, who first shook his hand but then realized a bit too late, while in Naruto's head, a chibi Naruto was laughing his ass off. She fell for it. Oh damn, I can't believe it, Naruto? What happened to you? You've suddenly grown, and what's the change in your clothes? Asked a surprised Sakura, but he was even more surprised by her reply. He thought that she would lash at him any minute now while screeching like Sasuke-kun, is much better than you. Well, let's just say I underwent a transformation during my fight with Orochimaru and I became tired of my jumpsuit. To answer your previous question, Orochimaru fled the scene due to the circumstances I can't tell you, said Naruto with a frown as he knew where this was going. But why can't you tell me? I'm your teammate and we should trust each other, said a hurt Sakura. After witnessing some of Naruto's fight with Orochimaru today, her views of Naruto somewhat changed. She could now clearly see that Naruto was easily the strongest member of the team, and even though he was obnoxious and rash, he deserved some respect. Since when were we teammates, Sakura? What you're stating now is something you should have said on the day of team selections, which I did said to you, but the only reply I got was a lump on my head. Since when was it about teamwork, especially with me? You guys never bothered to even acknowledge me as a teammate. On the day of the bell test, when my shadow clone came to your hiding spot, you didn't even bother to listen to me, instead just dispelled it by punching it. The same happened to the shadow clone who approached Sasuke, stating that I was a loser and would only hinder his progress. Do you know why I came to you guys, huh? Do you? I came to tell you about the actual meaning of the test, Itachi. Teamwork while I fought Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. But I thought you were just trying to be the hero, taking a Jonin head-on, stuttered Sakura. Just because I acted loud, obnoxious, and stupid doesn't mean that I was one. The first time during the academy I approached you, I wanted to be friends with you, but you just ignored me. I always strived for acknowledgement and recognition. I had no one to take care of me while you had parents, relatives, and friends. You can't judge a person just by his appearance. Take our Hokage for example. Does he look harmful to you? I'm sure you would have thought oh, he's just a grandfather material. What can the old coot do? He would probably break his back if he bends even once. But he's Hiruzen Sarutobi, the famed professor, trained by the Nidaime and the teacher of 3 legendary Sanins, the man who survived the 2 great shinobi wars and has mastered every ninja art of this village. He can still take on an army of Jonins without a sweat. Appearances are the biggest deceptions for a shinobi. Seeing Kakashi-sensei's lazy attitude, you would have thought he would be taken down rather easily by a surprise attack. But he's always dead on alert and ready for any kind of attack. If you would have tried to know me, you could have seen the real me. You guys, the Rookie 9, don't have the flukest of idea about what kind of burden I carry every day. My life has no place even in the most hellish nightmares you have ever seen. I dare you or anyone in this village to live my life for at least 1 month, then you'll know what Uzumaki Naruto is all about, then you'll know the story of the so-called dead last, said Naruto angrily while Sakura was shocked to the core. All that was just a mask? A mask that none of us could see through? We always thought that he was the weakest of us, but in reality he was the strongest, much stronger than us. But the bottom line is that you've nothing to gain my trust, Sakura, and you know it. So don't even bother asking anything, said Naruto in a cold tone while he went over to Sasuke and slung him on his back. Meanwhile, Sakura bowed her head in shame as she remembered all the times when she looked down on Naruto for no apparent reason. She will make sure that she'll at least be able to remain friends with him. I'm sorry, Naruto, but from now on I'll treat you with the respect you deserve even if Sasuke-kun objects to it, thought Sakura. Come on over here. I found a cave for us to rest up a bit. We still have 4 days left, said Naruto while pointing to the large hole in a tree trunk. Sakura followed while she felt more sad as she noticed the lack of Chan to her name. He laid Sasuke down while Sakura entered the lightly lit cave, seeing that the sun was now setting down. Those clothes look good on you, Naruto, said Sakura with a sincere smile. Naruto was surprised when he heard the compliment. Sakura had never said anything nice to him. What was up with her all of a sudden? I know that I treated you very badly ever since I met you. But I'm now determined to change and earn your trust and friendship, said a determined Sakura. Naruto was taken aback by the fact that Sakura wanted to be friends with him, something he wanted in the academy, while his slowly turned into a small smile. I guess everyone deserves a second chance, but I have to keep an eye on her if she's planning something, thought Naruto with an almost unnoticeable smile. I'll think about it, but you should check on Sasuke's condition, he's pretty beaten up, said Naruto as he pointed to Sasuke beside him with his thumb. Oh right. I almost forgot about Sasuke-kun, said Sakura while she hurriedly went over to Sasuke before she started applying bandages to his wounds from a first aid medic kit she seemed to carry. Naruto, he's running a high fever. What do we do? We need cold water, but I don't think there's a source of water nearby, said Sakura worriedly. Leave that up to me, said a smirking Naruto as he combined his wind and water chakra to form a big block of ice in his hands. He then used his wind-natured chakra to cut the block into small cubes still in his hands. Will these do? Asked Naruto as he gave her the cubes. Meanwhile, Sakura's expression was priceless. She couldn't believe what she saw. First, Naruto created ice just like that Miss Nin Haku and sliced them from out of nowhere. She could only nod dumbly and accept the cubes as she put them on Sasuke's forehead. And Naruto, how did you do that? Asked Sakura after tending to Sasuke's injuries. Naruto sighed as he knew how many questions would be coming, not just from Sakura and Sasuke, but from almost everyone who knew him. Look, Sakura, I can't tell you anything right now as it is an S-ranked secret, but from now on you'll see me do things that'll make you go haywire. So whatever it is, just take it in without any questions, and if you gain enough of my trust, I may tell you everything after the Chunin exams are over, said Naruto seriously while he took out his own sleeping bag and sealed his cape to get comfortable, which resulted in Sakura being gobsmacked as she didn't know that Naruto knew how to use sealing scrolls. Okay Naruto, if you say so. But really, that was awesome, and I know that you'll definitely become Chunin this time, Databeo, said Sakura while giggling at the last word and took out her own sleeping bag as she dragged Sasuke onto it. Yeah, I hope so, mumbled a faintly smiling Naruto as he closed his eyes to get some sleep. I guess the battle between me and Orochimaru opened her eyes to the reality. Maybe she still has a chance, thought Naruto. Well, I'm going to keep watch as I don't feel like sleeping. I'll wake you up if something happens, said Sakura as she walked towards the exit of their temporary shelter. Sure, thanks Sakura, said Naruto before drifting off to sleep. Hokage's office just after the Ice Queens left. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on his chair smoking when the door to his office opened. First to enter was a beautiful busty lady with an angelic body most women would kill for. She had long flowing silky red hair, hazel green eyes with attractive black eyelashes, milk creamy skin, D-cup S, slim waist and toned legs. She was Terumi Mei, Godame Mizukage of Kirigakure. She had a bit of makeup on her face with red tick and bluish eyelids like Kurinai, wearing a blue top which was reaching to just above her knee. Under this outfit, she wore a mesh armor. She had the Kiri's blue kage hat with a kanji for water on it, and wore a cheerful expression on her face. Greetings Hokage-dano, said Mei with a smile. Along with her were her two bodyguards, namely Ao and Chijiro. Ah! Welcome Mizukage-dano. I hope your journey was safe, said a smiling Sarutobi. Of course Hokage-dano, replied the Mizukage cheerfully before signaling Ao and Chijiro to come forward. These are my bodyguards, Ao and Chijiro. We are honored to be in your presence Hokage-sama, said Ao while bowing, whereas Chijiro also bowed, somewhat timidly without saying anything. This was the famed Hiruzen Sarutobi after all, the professor and the man who survived 2 great shinobi wars. He was a shinobi of virtue and wisdom, trained by the best and trained the best, so naturally they were somewhat nervous. At ease you two, no need to be so formal, said the smiling Hokage while radiating a warm aura. Understood Hokage-sama, said Ao as he bowed again. Mei and Hiruzen's sweat dropped. He understood nothing, both thought simultaneously. The door opened again and the next one to walk in was a tall and a dark muscular figure. He wore a loose kage robe revealing his front muscular chest and abs. He wore black shinobi pants, gum metal boots, heavy metallic bracelets on his forearms, and had white hair. He was a Yondaime Reikage of Kumogakure. With him entered 5 more people. Among them was a man with similar physical characteristics as A, only differences being his attire with black shades, a white bandana and a blue tattoo on each cheek. He was Karabi/Killer B, Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Next was a 17-year-old teen with long blonde hair, greenish-yellow slitted eyes with an orange contrast to the pupil. She had red tick, her hair in a single ponytail. She wore a Jonin attire and had a Kumo Hitayate on her forehead. She was Yujuto ni, Jinchuriki of the Nibi, and was an epitome of beauty, having an hourglass figure, C-cup S, and flawless tan skin. Next was her adoptive sister Samui ni, having short blonde hair, light blue eyes, and was rather well endowed for her age, especially her chest region. She had D-cup S, often leading to cramps and aches in her shoulders, was 14 years old, and wore a Chunin attire. Next to her were her 2 dark-skinned 14-years-old teammates Karui and Omoi, who wore identical Chunin attires. Karui had an will take no bullshit look on her face, while Omoi was ing on a lollipop, having an anxious look on his face. Hokage Dano, Mizukage Dano, bowed in respect along with his companions. Hiruzen too stood up from his chair and bowed. "I'm glad that you could take time from your busy schedule to attend this emergency meeting," said the Hokage with a smile. "I hope your journey was safe." Reikage Dano, said Mei with her usual cheerfulness. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" "I am best taijutsu user in the Lightning Country after all," said O with a grunt. Yujuto's sweat dropped. Has he ever heard of the word modest? Geez! Thanks for stating the obvious. With all those overgrown muscles, who wouldn't think of him as a taijutsu specialist, thought Mei sarcastically while still smiling on the outside. True, Reikage Dano, but let's get to the business, said Hiruzen as he suddenly became serious. "I presume those 2 are among the 5 of your bodyguards behind you," continued Hiruzen as the Reikage nodded seriously. "All right, please take a seat all of you, and don't worry, the privacy seals are already activated along with the visibility barrier that even the Byakugan or Sharingan can't penetrate through." All of them sat around the table, while Ao quietly checked the seals with his Byakugan, but Hiruzen noticed it. Meanwhile, the Reikage introduced his brother. "This here is my little brother Karabi," said A while pointing towards Killer B. "Yo, the name's Killer B. And I can see that although you're an old bunch, you still pack quite a punch," said Karabi as Yujuto slapped him on the back head. "You idiot! This is an important meeting and we don't have time for your horrible rapping," hissed Yujuto angrily while Mei, Chujiro, and Ao were surprised at the blunt greeting. "Forgive my idiot brother Hokage Dano," apologized A while glaring at Karabi. "I can see that he's the lively one in your group," said a chuckling Hiruzen, "but also, he's the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi and can control it up to 5 tails, said A seriously while the Kiri group's eyes widened. To control 5 tails of a bijou was no easy task. Even their Yondaime Mizukage Yugura of the Sanbai had sometimes trouble in controlling the 3rd tail, while Hiruzen remained calm. "This is Yujuto ni, Jinchuriki of the Nibi, and can currently control only 1 tail. These 3 are Karabi's students Karui, Omoi, and Samui," said A while Hiruzen and Mei sweat dropped. "Even his students' names have a rhyme to them. I wonder if he gave it to them," thought Mei and Saratobi simultaneously. "I'm sure they will be glad to see their 2 fellow Jinchuriki here," said Saratobi. "Ah, the QB Jinchuriki. But who's the other one?" asked Mei. "The other one is the Suna's Jinchuriki Sabaku no Gara, hosting the Achibi and son of the Yondaime Kazakage," said the Hokage seriously. "Alright, I think it's timely the main issue here, i.e. the Akatsuki," said A while Saratobi nodded. "Hi. But there is one thing I must inform you about, is that I have 2 spies in that organization, so it will be somewhat easy to keep track of their movements." "2? You only told me about Uchiha Itachi, but who's the other one?" asked a confused A. "By the approval of Mizukage Dano here, Fushigaki Kisame is my other spy, as he's not liked much in Kiri," said Saratobi. A whistled. "That's a huge bonus. I've heard about the chakra reserves of that guy being equal to a Jinchuriki. But there's another main reason for this meeting. Reikage Dano, I hope you remember that you owe me for the Hyuga incident because of your previous Reikage," said Hiruzen with his piercing gaze fixated on A, who nodded. "And Mizukage Dano, I'm sure that after the Bloodline War just being finished, That Kiri is in its weakened state right now, and you would be looking for some alliances, continued Sarutobi. May nodded. But what are you dash? But she was interrupted by a loud cry and the sound of glass being broken. Dynamic entry. Sarutobi face-palmed himself while crying anime tears, muttering things like why now? And what have I done to deserve this? Everybody, except the Hokage, turned their heads to see the most horrible sight in their ninja careers that would haunt them in their most vicious nightmares for the rest of their lives. There, standing in front of them, was the weirdest human they had ever seen, a male with a tight green spandex, bowl-shaped hair, had the biggest and thickest eyebrows in the history of Homo sapiens. What added more to his nightmarish appearance was that he was standing in a thumbs-up pose and his teeth were shining so much that even Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi would feel jealous. So much shine was there that all of them had to cover their eyes. Even Killer Bee, who had his shades, couldn't pierce through this strange flash illumination effect. Damn! I forgot the physical barrier. I hope they can sleep properly from now on, thought a pale-faced Sarutobi. Yosh. Hokage-sama. My youthful ears have picked up some youthful information that Reikage-sama and Mizukage-sama have arrived, shouted this epitome of weirdness. Shit! 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 Damn shit! I should have warned those four about keeping this to themselves, mentally cursed the Hokage, who was currently sweating bullets on how to handle this situation. Hey! That was a cool entry, Fuzzy Eyebrow, although you look like shitty Scarecrow, tried to wrap the Jinchuriki, followed by a typical punch to his head by the fellow Jinchuriki, resulting in him falling face first on the ground. However, this time Yujito couldn't say anything as she was stunned into silence. Even Nibby was panicked. Kitten! Stay away from this thing. Ah! We're gonna die, screamed Nibby in Yujito's head while she could only nod with her. Back in my days, never mind. I've never seen such a thing, murmured Ao. That is not cool, said a surprised Samui while Mei, A, and Chijiro were rendered speechless. Yujito-san, you shouldn't hit B-sensei like that. If you punch him that hard, what if he gets angry, resulting in him releasing the Hachibi? Then it will go on a rampage, slaughtering us all and destroying Konoha in the process, which would further result into a fourth great shinobi war and ultimately leading to the extinction of the human race, said Omoi, while he anxiously ate on his lollipop. A vein popped on Karui's forehead, followed by a punch to his head, resulting in him throwing his lollipop in the direction of Guy. Oh, thought Karui. What is this unyouthful thing? Said Guy after catching Omoi's toy and was currently inspecting it. All eyes were on Guy, wanting to see his reaction, but what he did next threw them for the loop. He put the lollipop in his damn mouth and started ing on it. WSH. Twish thwinked sace shoutful, said Guy, who ing on the lollipop and was grinning like an idiot. Please tell me this is not happening, thought Mei with a look of dread on her face. No! How dare you eat my lolly-chan, yelled Omo with a look of horror on his face while pointing an accusing finger at Guy. Your flames of youth have dampened my boy. You should share such youthful things with youthful people. Like hell I would share something with a freak like you. And what's this youthful crap you're blabbering about? Screamed Omo, whereas Karui was surprised as she had never seen him so worked up. No wonder Konoha is the strongest village. With people like him here, wars can be won with just his appearance, thought A as Omoi and Guy continued to argue. Hokage-dano, I would advise that you send this man out and continue with this meeting, said a smiling Mei while her eyebrows twitched constantly. She was really resisting the urge to melt this man's unyouthful balls. Hiruzen nodded and ordered Guy to leave the office. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Reverse dynamic entry, yelled Guy before leaving the office and breaking another window in the process, the cursed lollipop still in his mouth while a tick mark appeared on Sarutobi's forehead. He just had to break another window, thought the Hokage while Omoe was sulking at the corner muttering words like Lolly-chan getting raped and all. Let's not waste any more time, Hokage-dano, said A after regaining his composure. Hi. But what were you implying before the disturbance, Hokage-dano? Asked Mei while everyone else paid attention at that. Right, said Sarutobi while clearing his throat. Hi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandame Hokage of Konohagaku no Sato proposed an all-out triangular alliance with Kiri and Kumo consisting of military, trade and political alliances, said Sarutobi with a smirk while his Kage hat shadowed his face, creating a rather dramatic effect. Everyone else's jaws dropped on the ground and their eyes as wide as saucers. What? Stuttered May. If what she heard was true, then this was a huge moment for Kiri. Never had she thought that Konoha, the strongest village in the world, would propose an alliance with any village, much less Kiri, which was now the weakest. She herself was going to talk about a possible alliance in this meeting in hopes that the Hokage might agree. If she accepted this alliance, not only will they be alliance to Konoha but also Kumo. It would be like hitting two birds with one stone. And what more, it was a complete traditional alliance consisting of military, trade and political alliances, meaning that the villages would get full access to each other villages' military, resource cooperation, and they could share their political affairs with each other. Meanwhile, the Raikage was also thinking along the same lines, but he was a bit skeptical. But what's the catch, Hokage Dano? Surely a village as strong as Konoha would like to remain neutral and not risk war with our enemies. You wouldn't want an alliance for nothing, would you? Said the suspicious Raikage. There's no catch about it, Raikage Dano. I simply want this alliance to confront Akatsuki, our common enemy, protect our Jinchuriki, and prevent a possible fourth great shinobi war, said Hiruzen seriously. I, Mizukage-sama, and you have all experienced wars. We know that it is an endless cycle of hatred, fear, and pain. I just don't want this generation to go through it, continued Sarutobi while glancing in the direction of Kari, Omoi, and Samui as A and Mei too nodded with sadness. So, what do you say, Raikage Dano, Mizukage Dano? Asked Hiruzen. Sure, Hokage Dano. Kiri would be happy to go along with this multi-village alliance with Konoha, said a cheerful Mei. Well, Kumo does follow militaristic approach and I also a one, so I guess we'll go with it. We'll pursue our dreams with you, said A with a smirk. Hiruzen nodded, satisfied with their decision, as Konoha and Naruto would have a much better chance against the Akatsuki. While I'm sure that IWA would straight out decline the proposal. But what about Suna? Asked Mei. I did send the Kazekage an invitation for this meeting, but so far they haven't even answered and I'm a bit suspicious of him. Lately, the Wind Daimyo has been cutting Suna's missions short and turning them over to us. Thus they are financially lacking and I think they are about to take some action soon, said the Hokage seriously while Mei and A nodded with a grim look on their faces. Oh ho! Now that we have Kiriko no Kumo alliance, the Akatsuki are going to face on hell of a defiance. You know who opened his rat box. For once, I agree with Sensei. This alliance is cool, said Samui with a smirk, while everyone nodded with her with a smile. So where's the Kyubi Jinchuriki? He must be around 12 years old, asked a curious Raikage. Ah. Although the villagers hate him with passion, he is the ray of joyness and purity for this village, and is also like a grandson for me. His name is Naruto, and is currently taking part in the Chunin exams. Is he strong, Hokage-sama? So far the only thing we've heard about him from the villagers is that he is a shrimp, loud and annoying, a prank master and a dead last who flunked his graduation exams twice, said Yujito. Do not believe those foolish villagers. It was just a part of his mask and he thinks that I don't know about it. You're a Jinchuriki. You should know that the leakage of a biju's chakra in your chakra coils messes up your chakra control, hence it's difficult to create a bunshin which requires a small amount of chakra, thus the reason for failing twice in the academy, said Sarutobi seriously. But I and Kurabi-sensei passed the examinations in the first year, argued Yujito. That was because Naruto had it worse than a normal Jinchuriki like you should, said Hiruzen. What do you mean, Hokage Dano? How was the boy's life until now? Asked the confused while the others listened intently. The Nibi, Hachibi, or any other biju except the Kyubi have not caused the magnitude of destruction to a Jinchuriki's village as compared to the destruction the Kyubi caused 12 years ago. More than half of our village was destroyed, 3/4 of our shinobi having families were killed, which gave birth to an infinite amount of fear, pain, anger, and hatred to the villagers and the shinobi here. They had to vent their anger on someone, which resulted in Naruto being the scapegoat of their hatred. I'm not justifying their actions, just telling you. For Jinchuriki like you, although people in your village still hate you, they only prefer to keep their distance from you and ignore you. But in Naruto's case, I'm not going to go into the details, but he was treated much harshly than you guys. He was not taught properly by any of the teachers except one, and that too on his passing year. explained the professor with a sad expression on his face, while others too were saddened by this. Meanwhile, Yujito and Kurabi were shocked that someone had taken it harder than them and still survived through it. You want to know how strong he is, right? How about we go see ourselves the preliminaries, said a smirking Hiruzen. Sure, Hokage-dano, we would like to see this enigma and his skills, as he does contains the strongest of the bijou, replied Mei happily. I guess so. I've been itching to watch some fights anyway, said a while all of them stood up. The preliminaries would be held in 4 days. Until then you're free to do anything as you wish with my umbu trailing you for security purposes, so please cooperate with them. I've already arranged for your stay, so please follow your escort standing outside the door to your hotel, said Hiruzen with a smile as A and Mei nodded while wondering how strong the Ichibi and the Kyubi Jinchuriki were. Kurenai, after checking on her team, obviously not letting them aware of her presence, had reached the clearing some time ago. She could sense Naruto's distinct type of chakra as well as 2 other chakras coming from a trunk cave in the area. So far, she couldn't see or feel anything out of the ordinary coming from Team 7, so she applied a high-level genjutsu on herself, and kept herself hidden for the time being while keeping a watch for anything out of the ordinary. After some time, she saw Haruno Sakura come out, who then started laying traps around their temporary residence. The traps were nothing special, but good enough for a bunch of weak Jonins. While Sakura was busy, Naruto had already drifted to sleep. Naruto's Mindscape. Drip drip. Where am I? Thought Naruto as he found himself in some corridors where water was filled to his knees. One moment he was sleeping and another, he was in this damn sewer. The area was dimly lit, and he had no idea how. He then started walking wherever the path was taking him. After some time, he heard a faint sound of crying coming from ahead of him. He then started running in the direction from where the sound was coming from, but it strangely sounded feminine. He came to a halt in front of a large cage with a small piece of paper on the middle with a kanji for seal on it. He could clearly hear the sounds of someone crying from the other side of the cage and was really nervous now. First he found himself in the sewer and then this. It could also be a trap or something. He then noticed that he didn't have any kunai or shuriken holsters wrapped to his thighs but was shocked when suddenly a kunai materialized in midair in front of him. What the hell? I was thinking of drawing out a kunai and it materialized, thought Naruto, but was dragged out of his musings when the sounds of crying got louder. He cautiously approached the cage with a kunai in front of him, but could see nothing in the cage as it was dark while he activated his Rinnegan. He gasped when he saw a bright source of overflowing red chakra. He put the 2 and 2 together as he thought about the cage, the seal kanji, the red chakra, and came to an obvious conclusion. The Kyubi. It's crying? What the hell? Am I dreaming, and why didn't anyone tell me that it was a female? Thought Naruto before he stopped just outside the cage. Hello? Anybody there? Said a nervous Naruto. He was talking to Kyubi no Kitsune after all, so had to be careful. The crying suddenly stopped, and he could hear and as well as see that she was shuffling inside while wiping her tears. Who is it? And Naruto-kun, is that you? Said a shaky feminine voice which was even more scared than Naruto's. The hell is going on here? Why is she scared of all people? Or demons, thought Naruto as he slowly progressed towards the inside of the cage. Although he knew that he could be dead within seconds, but something in him told that he should comfort her. She didn't look all that scary, and he thought that Kyubi was a giant fox and not a feminine human or whatever. Yeah, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, your vessel. Pleased to meet ya, said Naruto while he laughed nervously. He was now completely inside the cage, but the next thing he knew, he was tackled by a red blur resulting in him falling on the wet floor. She was so fast even his Rinnegan couldn't follow it. He thought that he would be dead any time now as he mistaked it for an attack, but when he opened his eyes, all he could see were 2 small cute fox ears while Kyubi's face was buried in his Jonin vest. She was sobbing uncontrollably, repeatedly saying sorry. He also noted the 9 tails swishing in midair and her long silky red hair which reached to her lower back. He couldn't bear to see any female cry even if it was the Kyubi. If she was as bad as the legends told, then she already would have killed him. Why are you saying sorry? Asked the confused Naruto while he absent-mindedly started stroking her ears. Kyubi immediately blushed while she started to purr and lean more into his touch. She was brought out of her comfort when Naruto voiced the same question again. She lifted her face to find that she was only inches away from his face. Both of them blushed crimson red as they saw each other's facial characteristics. To Naruto, he had never seen someone so beautiful. Her heart-shaped face, red eyes with black slits, small nose and pink supple, all seemed to yell angelic. Her complexion was glowing white and he couldn't help but wonder, how the hell did she maintain herself in this sewer? To Kyubi, he was very adorable, cute and handsome at the same time. His spiky blonde hair, tan skin and whiskers added to his appearance. But what really threw her for the loop was when she noticed her eyes. Naruto was brought out of his trance-like state when he heard her gasp. "The Rinnegan, I can't believe it! It truly has finally awakened after so many years," whispered Kyubi with a look of astonishment on her face. Her eyes were watery red and her cheeks were puffy due to crying so much. Naruto could only stare at her beautiful face. He didn't know why or how, but he kinda felt attracted to her, like there was a bond between him and her. He felt a pang in his heart, to see the almighty Kyubi no Kitsune cry, how ironic. So instinctively, he brought his hand to her face and wiped her tears. At first, she blushed furiously, but then leaned into his touch. "Why are you crying?" asked Naruto softly. At this, more tears started forming in her eyes, but she controlled herself. "Just now, I thought I saw all of your memories. I saw how you were treated all your life just because of me. I thought I'm so sorry." At this she again broke down as she sobbed uncontrollably while hugging Naruto tightly to her. He blushed when he felt her as tightly pressed against his chest, but he had more important things to do. He hugged her back while banging her red hair lovingly whereas she continued to cry. After some time, she stopped crying and began to enjoy the warmth that Naruto seemed to be radiating. "Q-chan?" asked Naruto while still banging her hair. She blushed at the addition of chan to her name, while Hamayanji in response to indicate she was listening. "What did you mean by just now? Why didn't you appear early in my life and I thought that you were a giant fox, not a beautiful lady," said Naruto, still clueless that he was flirting with her while her blush got darker in shade, but he couldn't see it as her face was buried in his chest. "First, I would like you to know why I attacked your village," said Kyubi as she lifted her face and stared Naruto right in his purple eyes. "What do you mean? Didn't you just go on a rampage?" asked the confused Naruto while Kyubi shook her head. "Your mother, Naruto-kun, was my previous host," said Kyubi, shocking Naruto to his very core, but before he could speak, she continued. "When she gave birth to you, someone attacked her. After a Jinchuriki gives birth, her seal gets weakened considerably. So that day, a man with a black cloak wearing an orange spiral mask on his face attacked her just after giving birth to you. I still don't clearly remember the incident, but I do know that he somehow released me. He had the Sharingan, although I couldn't clearly see what form it was, but it was definitely Manjikyu or above. When I saw him in the eyes, something snapped in me. After that, the only thing I remember is me attacking your village, and the rest is somewhat blank, only blurred visions of that incident, just like amnesia. What I know is that he trapped me in very powerful genjutsu which was active till today. After the sealing, I got some of my consciousness back and tried to dispel the genjutsu, but couldn't do it until you awakened your Rinnegan. That's why you could easily control one tail of my chakra, because some part of me was constantly trying to help you since the sealing. Remember your battle at the bridge in the Wave Country, when you first time accessed my chakra because of your emotions? Well, my guess is that somewhat weakened your seal. So after that, when you tried to willingly harness my chakra, even with your sensei's help, didn't you find it surprisingly easy? It was because I was giving you my one tail worth of chakra whenever you needed it, explained Kyubi while Naruto was shell-shocked. He didn't know that she was trying to help him all along. He always chased academy teachers or other shinobi for any kind of help, but she was all along helping him. Whenever he was injured, she made extra effort besides the seal to heal him as quickly as possible, as the seal didn't leak much of her yuki to heal critical wounds. Tears slowly started forming in his eyes as he tightly hugged her to his body again. "Q-chana, thank you very much. You don't know how much it means to me," said Naruto happily. "With what you have endured, Naruto-kun, I would do anything for you to redeem myself," said Kyubi while blushing as she could feel his tight muscles under his black Jonin-like vest. Meanwhile, Naruto started to her back soothingly, but he noticed something odd. Instead of cloth fabric, he could feel soft flesh. Then he realized, "Oh, Kami! Now she's going to kill me thinking that I'm a pervert," thought a scared Naruto, but was surprised to hear a moan escape her while he still unconsciously continued to her back. "Naruto-kun," moaned Kyubi as she drew closer to Naruto's face while he himself started to close the gap. But what about Hinata? He knew that he shouldn't be doing this, but he also couldn't resist her pretty face and her angelic voice. "Lemon has been removed." "What's wrong with me?" thought Naruto while both of them were breathing heavily. On the other hand, Kyubi too felt confused but somewhat excited at the strange attraction she felt for him. Although they had only met now, but she could say that she knew him better than anyone in the village. She had watched his memories after all. She knew all of his traits, quirks, his funny persona, his unshatterable confidence, determination and the unbreakable will to never give up, his obsession with ramen, his fondness for his Ayame-chan, Hinata-chan, Beneheim-chan, Sim-chan, not the Inuzuka clan head, Yugi-chan, and a girl whose name he never came to know about. But a small part of her knew that she had already fallen for him the moment she watched his life and how he tackled it head-on. "Sorry," stuttered Naruto while she watched the other way with a blush, not matching his gaze. "And me too," she said meekly. "Q-chan, do you like me?" "Like you in that way?" asked Naruto while she sighed sadly as she rested her head on his chest. "Don't know. I'm so confused. I feel very much attracted to you, but I am not sure if you'll accept me." "I know you like that Hinata girl," but she inhaled deeply while trying to stop her tears. "But at least give me a chance, Naruto-kun. I know that I was the sole reason you lost everything and had to endure something which no one else should. But I'm ready to do anything for you, anything to redeem myself, anything you ask for. I know that a demon like me does not deserve the love of someone like you, but please I just can't live without you," she said in a choked voice while she was barely restraining her tears. But when she felt warm droplets on her head, she looked up to see Naruto smiling warmly at her while tears were freely flowing down his face, and that his eyes were back to normal blue color. Naruto had never felt so warm and wanted in a long time. He had another person who liked him, or rather was attracted to him in a romantic way. While he had grandfatherly, sisterly, and brotherly characters in his life, he deeply yearned for physical contact or a romantic relationship. And now he was possibly getting what he wanted all his life. Love. Such a simple four-letter word, but so strong that even the demons bow before it. It can fill a person's life with happiness, compassion, and joyness beyond imagination. It is what gives the definition of heart, and makes the person forget all his memories in his lover's embrace. Keeping his thoughts of love for another day, he took hold of her chin before he had her lightly on her cute nose, leading to a pink tint on her cheeks. "Silly Q-chan, it does not matter to me if you're a demon or not. To me, you're my cute kitsune, the one who stayed with me from the day I was born, the one who constantly helped me in my hardships, the one who I would die to protect. Although I too feel attracted towards you, but I would like to know you, to be your friend, and if possible maybe more. But one thing I promise you on my dream of becoming Hokage, that I would never let the Akatsuki capture you ever." "That's the promise of a lifetime," said Naruto with determination while cupping her cheek, whereas Kyubi was extremely happy that he considered her his precious person. "I will never leave your side, Naruto-kun. In just a few moments, you have shown me how caring, forgiving, kind and a loving person you are," she thought while biting his whisker marks, but giggled when she heard him purr. "I didn't know your whiskers were sensitive, Naruto-kun," said a giggling Kyubi while Naruto blushed in embarrassment. Can I stand now?" asked Naruto with a sheepish grin. She melted right away at seeing his infectious grin. She was a kitsune after all. Why wouldn't she like the smiles of her own kind? Sure, she stuttered before standing up. However, there was one thing that Naruto didn't account for, and that was seeing the Kyubi in all her glory. His face became steamy red before he was propelled back by a large nosebleed. She had the body of a goddess. All the body curves were in the right places, leading to an hourglass figure, and her perky C-cup, soft but firm, accentuated her beauty. "Naruto-kun!" yelled Kyubi as she came running towards him. Now he had an even larger nosebleed when he saw her bouncing mounds while she ran towards him. Uzumaki Naruto can have a normal day in life, he thought while pinching his nose to prevent any more loss of blood. Upon reaching him, she tenderly put his head in her lap with a worried expression on her face. Naruto-kun, what happened? Are you alright? Cubicles, muttered a dazed Naruto. She blushed heavily when she realized her indecent condition, but inwardly was satisfied with his reaction. But this is your mindscape, so you should be able to materialize whatever you want, she said while he stood up. I don't know much about clothes. I guess a jounin attire would do for now, pondered Naruto as a jounin wear appeared out of nowhere on her body. Q-chan, do you have a name? Asked Naruto while Kyubi nodded as she didn't like the name nine-tailed much before speaking. Hi, it's Ayumi. That's what your mother used to call me by. It's a nice name, but can you tell me about my mother? Asked Naruto with a sparkle of hope in his eyes. Ayumi's eyes softened at his question. She could only imagine the frustration and pain of not knowing anything about the one who gave birth to you. Inside this mature Naruto, she could see a boy desperate to know about his parents, a boy who never knew what a mother's love was, a boy who cries every day wanting to see his mother at least once, to be in her embrace, to tell her about his accomplishments, to rest his head on her lap while he cries and tells her about his failures, for her to teach him petty things, to scold and correct him when he does something wrong. Behind this man was a shadowed child desperate for attention and maternal love, or maybe more from her. Hi Naruto-kun. Your mother was from the Whirlpool country, Uzumaki Kushina, who came to Konoha when she was young. You can say that she was as beautiful as me, if not more. She was the definition of angel for men and jealousy for women. But what really made her infamous across the elemental nations was her godly master of water element equaling your Nidame's prowess in the element, and her status of being a seal master that even Jiraiya the Toad Sannin could not hope to surpass. The complex seal Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal, on your stomach which binds me to you, was her art. She was easily a Kage-level shinobi who was given S rank in the bingo books of all the elemental nations. She too, like you, had extremely large chakra reserves, fast healing rate, and had a natural talent for taijutsu and ninjutsu. The Uzumaki clan were a natural with seals, had faster healing rate and longer lifespans than normal, so they looked like 18 to 20 years old even if they reached their 50s. But their history is for another day. Your mother had a tomboyish attitude when she was young but became more womanly with time. That's the main reason your mask was even able to confuse the people who knew her closely. You see, when you acted loud, spontaneous and obnoxious, ironically it matched with her personality. However, you did acquire some of her traits like determination, courage, protecting your precious people with your life and the stubbornness to never give up, explained Ayumi with a faraway look on her face while Naruto was brimming with pride and happiness that his mother was such a legendary shinobi. Did you ever talk to her? Asked a smiling Naruto. Hi, she would often tell me about her experiences and how she loved you with every fiber of her being when she was pregnant, she said with a serene expression. But what about my FA dash? He stopped speaking when suddenly the sewer around him started fading. We'll talk later, Naruto-kun. For now, it seems that you're waking up. Something out there is going on, she said while giving him a small smile and a wink. I'll come later, Ayumi-chan, he said while smiling before completely disappearing from his mindscape. Forest of Death, the clearing. For Kurenai, something fishy was going on here. Sometime after Haruno Sakura had laid the traps, the sound team appeared, demanding for the Uchiha to come out. Here the Haruno girl did the smart thing by surrendering her Heaven's Scroll as the Odo team possessed the Earth's Scroll. But it seemed that they were not interested in the scroll, rather fighting the Uchiha. But why wouldn't they concentrate on the task that they were assigned like every other team? Were they given orders by someone to attack Team 7, and especially the Uchiha? She couldn't help but feel that something really big was going on here. First Orochimaru attacks Team 7, and then the Sound Team. When they found Orochimaru, he was in the process of attacking Naruto, but because of the intervention of Itachi and his partner, he fled the scene. Had he already achieved what he came for? But then she realized that she saw something black on Sasuke's neck, something which she had dismissed as a possible injury and didn't pay any attention as she was worried for Naruto at that time. But now when she put the pieces together, the curse mark Of course, the Sharingan. Anko did told her that the bastard wanted Sharingan from the beginning. But why is this sound team concentrated on Uchiha and not the exams? Could it be that Orochimaru was somehow connected to Otogekure? They were recently formed after all. She would have to inform Hokage-sama about this. While thinking, she completely lost track of time, so when she looked down from her hiding position, she was surprised to see an injured Sakura with a short haircut. There was the Taijutsu Genin Rock Lee from Team 9 who was unconscious at the moment, and Team 10 was standing in front of the otherwise okay sound team in battle-ready positions. "Thanks, Ino," said a grateful Sakura who was taking care of Lee at the moment. "Don't mention it, forehead. Besides, the last time I checked, we were friends, although a bickering ones at that," said a chuckling Ino. "Although this is troublesome, but I guess it won't be too bad to help a fellow team," said Shikamura lazily as he bent on his knees and formed the hand seal for his shadow possession technique, whereas Chuji was still chewing his potato chips rapidly. "Guys, I think we should retreat. The Uchiha is unconscious. There's no way we can fight more than one team," said Kin, whose clothes were torn in several places, showing a bit of cleavage. She was rather well developed for her age, with C-cup S, an hourglass figure, creamy tan skin, and had a pretty face. Currently she was sustaining minor cuts and bruises, but nothing critical. Before Dosu could reply, she was backhanded rather harshly as she fell to the ground while blood oozed out of her mouth. "Shut up, bitch. Because of your weakness, that pink-haired slut was able to survive this long," spat Saku while Dosu remained indifferent with his teammates' behavior. "But you too, dash." She was interrupted by a kick to her ribs, breaking several of them while she cried out in pain. "You dare say that, you bitch?" "Huh," he said while he continued to stomp on her. Meanwhile, all of them except Dosu were disgusted by what they were witnessing. How can he treat his teammate like that, thought a shocked Ino with a look of horror on her face. On the other hand, Kurinai was barely restraining herself from killing this genin. Chunin exams or not, she couldn't see any female treated like that. Just as she was about to do something, a malicious and an evil aura washed over the area. Zaku too immediately stopped his stomping when he felt this evil chakra. But Dosu was familiar with this chakra, the same chakra he always feel whenever Orochimaru or anyone possessing the curse mark was around. All of them turned their heads to see Sasuke coming out of the cave while black striped markings covered his face and forearms. The genins were rooted at their spots in fear of this powerful and an evil aura that he was emanating. Sasuke had a psychotic grin on his face while he scanned his surroundings, Sharingan activated with bloodlust clearly evident in his eyes. "This strength, what is this amazing power that I'm feeling? This is what I wanted all along. Just you wait, Itachi, you will get killed by my hands very soon now," thought Sasuke with an arrogant smirk. "So the great Uchiha decides to grace us with his presence, eh? Had a nice nap?" asked Zaku with a wry smirk on his face. "Zaku, I think we should really retreat now. We're in no condition to fight," said Dosu, who could feel Sasuke's curse chakra growing stronger and more potent with every second. "What? You too? Just wait a second while I take care of Dash." Before Zaku could continue further, he was punched in the gut so hard that he instantly lost consciousness while he coughed, and his eyes rolled back in his head even before touching the dirt. Except Kurinai, nobody saw him move. At one instance he was walking slowly and at another, he just vanished to appear in front of Zaku. "Tsch, pathetic," remarked Sasuke with a smirk. "Troublesome," thought the lazy genius. "Sasuke-kun, what happened to you?" thought Ino and Sakura simultaneously. "He's fast. I didn't even see him. We have to get out of here," thought Dosu while Sasuke kicked Zaku in his stomach, who was currently laying unconscious on the ground, whereas Kin was trembling in fear of the bloodlust that Sasuke seemed to be emanating. But her blood ran cold when Sasuke's blood-red eyes turned to her before he started walking towards her. He wanted to test his newfound strength. "Weaklings like you don't deserve to live. You should be honored to die by the hands of an Uchiha," said a smirking Sasuke as he started going through a couple of hand seals. Everyone's eyes widened at hearing him. While it was common to die in these exams, here it was no need to kill her. She was already severely injured and was no threat to them. "Sasuke-kun no!" screamed Sakura, but it fell on deaf ears. "Somebody, please help me. I don't want to die," thought Kin while tears formed in her eyes. Before Sasuke could finish the hand seals for whatever jutsu he was gonna throw at her, he sensed a huge chakra spike behind him, while a calm, peaceful, and a serene aura washed the area, overpowering his dark demeanor and bloodlust. All of the Jonins and Kurama felt a strange feeling of calmness flow through them, and oddly made all of their worries go away. Kin could almost no longer feel any pain, which was currently being overwhelmed by this sense of peacefulness and comfort. This is not troublesome, thought an unusual Shikamaru while Chuji was still eating his damn chips, albeit a lot slowly than before, and his eyes were closed in contempt like it was getting a blowjob while eating the dream of every Akamichi. Meanwhile Sakura, Dosu, Ino and Kurenai too were feeling the effects, whereas Lee was still unconscious. However, Sasuke couldn't feel anything due to the curse mark's effects except the chakra spike. He turned to where he felt the spike, but didn't see anything except the trunk cave. Stop this, Sasuke. His eyes widened when he heard an all too familiar voice from where he was facing before, meaning where Kin is. He whipped his head back so fast that you would have thought he broke his neck. Sasuke's and everyone's eyes widened when they saw Naruto standing there in front of Kin facing Sasuke, his hair and cape flowing with the breeze while his ice-cold blue eyes pierced through Sasuke's Sharingan. Naruto? What happened to him? Doesn't matter, he's still a loser. With this power, no one can stop me, not even Itachi, thought Sasuke arrogantly after coming over his shock. What happened to you, Dobe? Did you hit puberty? And what's with the change in clothes? Asked Sasuke while smirking. Meanwhile Kurenai was also smirking, but for a different reason. Looks like the hero always arrives at the last moment. Let's see how much you've improved, Naruto-kun. It does not concern you, Sasuke. Don't think acting all cool and mighty will get you anywhere, said Sasuke arrogantly while Shikamaru's sweat dropped. You're the one to talk, troublesome guy. I don't care, just leave the girl and her team. They're already injured and would give us their Earth Scroll, wouldn't they? Asked Naruto as he turned back to glare coldly at Dosu. Meanwhile, Dosu flinched at seeing that icy glare. His eyes were hollow, devoid of any emotion, and promised a lot of pain if he disagreed. He nearly pissed his pants when Naruto's eyes changed to purple color with one ring circumscribing the pupil just for a moment before reverting back to his normal cerulean blue color. However, nobody noticed this except Dosu and Kurenai. Damn, he looks even more hot when he does that, thought Kurenai as she found herself a bit turned on. Oh, of course, stuttered Dosu before throwing the Earth Scroll in Naruto's direction, who caught it before putting it in his shuriken pouch. Meanwhile, Team 10 couldn't believe their eyes, especially Ino, who was blushing furiously. They were all having trouble identifying this genin until their eyes landed on his whiskers, resulting in their jaws getting dropped. Holy cow! Is that Naruto? What is going on here? Thought a blushing and a perplexed Ino. You're the most troublesome person I find besides my Kas and Naruto, thought Shikamaru. Naruto, you look cool, buddy, thought the food sweeper. On the other hand, Sakura was relieved to see Naruto for the second time and on the same day. Well, that was something. Thank Kami! I hope you can stop Sasuke-kun. Naruto, thought Sakura while she tried to wake up Lee, but it looked like he wouldn't be waking up for some time now. I don't care. Just get out of my way, loser, or I'll have to beat you to it, said Sasuke angrily while Naruto's eyes hardened. Try it, team, growled Naruto. Gladly, Dobe, I always wanted to beat the shit out of you, said a smirking Sasuke as purple chakra flared around his body before he dashed towards Naruto. Like before, he just vanished for the Jonins, but Naruto and Kurenai could clearly see him as his speed was only mid-chunin level now. This would be over in one punch. The Dobe wouldn't even be able to see me, thought Sasuke arrogantly while he readied his fist to punch Naruto before he went for his. As his fist was about to connect, Naruto dodged it easily before delivering a bone-crushing punch to Sasuke's gut, resulting in him getting the wind knocked out and throwing some saliva, which was followed by a roundhouse kick to the side of his head. Sasuke flew back at even greater speed than he came at Naruto while colliding with several trees, breaking them in the process, and finally skidded to a halt as blood seeped out of his forehead and mouth with several bruises here and there due to his collision course while he was clutching his stomach in pain. To rest of the Jonins, it just happened in a second. First Sasuke just vanished to appear in front of Naruto, got a punch to his gut, and then vanished again to be found several meters away from them and was looking like he was beaten like a rag doll. To them, the trees were broken by an invisible force. Sakura was not all that surprised by Naruto's speed as she had seen him fight Orochimaru, but was worried for Sasuke. The Uchiha has no idea who he's dealing with right now, thought a smirking Kurenai while a chibi Kurenai in her mind was cheering with a banner of Go Naruto-kun. Go Naruto-kun! Meanwhile Dosu, Kin and Team 10 were awestruck at the display of strength and speed by Naruto. That were what the hell happened, thought a dazed Sasuke as his head was still spinning from the impact of that kick. Even his Sharingan didn't see that coming. That'll bring down a notch, thought a smirking Naruto before he turned to Kin. Are you okay? Asked Naruto with a smile while Kin blushed at seeing his charming smile. Why I mean no, she said with a small smile, but then realized her condition. Even if she was talking to an enemy, a handsome one at that, she kind of felt safe in his presence, safer than anyone in her village. She was an orphan in her village and always had to fight for food, shelter, and herself. Because she was an early bloomer, she had to train herself, defend herself from any possible rape attempts. In Oto, women in general were frowned upon and were considered weaklings. Because of that, her teammates never treated her even humanely. She absolutely despised her village, her teammates, and Orochimaru, but was brought out of her musings when she again felt a sense of calmness and sereness flow through her body like before, also noticing that she almost no longer felt that excruciating pain she was feeling a moment ago. Kin looked up to see Naruto bent in front of her while he was applying some kind of white chakra that she had never seen before, on her damaged rib region. She was surprised to see that he wasn't staring at her chest unlike all the males of Oto, but rather was tenderly applying this strange chakra which oddly was working like a painkiller and a relaxation remedy. Meanwhile, oddly Ino and as expected Kurenai were feeling jealous of the treatment that Kin was receiving. Wait! This shouldn't be happening. Of course Naruto is cute, handsome, caring, kind, charming. What the hell is wrong with me? Thought Ino as she clutched her head while Shikamaru and Chuji were puzzled by her awkward behavior. Blondes are just troublesome, thought Shikamaru while Ino was lost in her own thoughts. All her life, she had dreamed of a man who cared for her and loved her. A man who was handsome, kind, loving, funny, caring, and a charming person. Sure, Sasuke was handsome, but what else? He never smiled. Kind, loving, and caring were miles away from his name. But now she realized that the reason she was after Sasuke was mainly to prove herself the best, that she was better than Sakura and all her female classmates. She never realized when her silly childish crush got converted into a crippled race of who gets Sasuke competition, especially with Sakura. But now that she thought, will she ever be happy if she got Sasuke? A big no. In him, she didn't need the Byakugan to see that he was a stuck-up spoiled genin, who only craved for power and nothing else. But here, she had never seen this side of Naruto. If she knew he was like this, she may have had dropped dead fallen for him in the academy. But she was too blind to see it. She also felt ashamed at how she treated Naruto. Although, she didn't hit him often like Sakura did, but she was still always mean and indifferent to him. Back then, if she would have taken the time of the day to observe him, she would have surely thought of him as a cute, funny, and an exciting guy. But maybe they could still be friends, or even more. Maybe she still had a chance. Looks like we'll be having 2 more girls in the harem, thought a smirking Kurenai as she glanced at a blushing Kin and a thoughtful-looking Ino. Meanwhile it started to rain, getting heavier by each passing second. Why are you helping me? Asked Kin, but Naruto simply smiled at her. Do I need a reason to help pretty ones like you? Said Naruto with his trademark foxy grin, still oblivious to the fact that he was flirting with her. She blushed at his reply but started to shiver in cold when the rain started to pour heavily. Naruto, seeing her torn clothing, covered Kin with his cape. He was about to stand when he heard Sasuke yell, Katan, Hausenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Mythical Fire Phoenix Technique. Kin's eyes widened when she saw numerous compressed fireballs coming their way. What a fool! Using fire jutsu when it's raining. Sometimes I question his sanity, thought Naruto as he picked up a blushing Kin bridal style and easily dodged the fireballs. Alright team, it's time to end this. I've wasted enough time with you, growled Naruto as he created 3 shadow clones, Kin still in his arms, who was unconsciously snuggling into his chest. Right now, I'd give anything to be in her position, thought Kurenai longingly. Shut up, doe. I'm an Uchiha, you should be honored that you're fighting me, spat Sasuke as his purple chakra flared. I would rather be honored to kick that stick deeper into your stinking ass, said Naruto with a bored-like expression on his face while everyone present except Sasuke and Sakura were struggling to control their laughter. That curse mark is getting out of control. I have to do something and quick. I should preserve my chakra, so sub-elemental jutsus are out of the question, but the basic ones, he'll just copy. No way I'm giving him anything on a silver platter. But wait! Yeah, that might work, thought Naruto as an idea popped into his mind. Why you loser dash, growled the Uchiha before he was interrupted by Naruto. Look! Itachi, behind you, yelled Naruto while pointing his finger behind Sasuke. What? Where is he? I'm gonna kill that traitor, exclaimed Sasuke as he looked around frantically behind him. Meanwhile, Naruto signaled his first shadow clone, who went through a couple of hand signs at mid-Chunin pace. On the other hand, Naruto and Kurenai were having trouble controlling their laughter. The Uchiha prodigy fell for a lame trick. Un-ing believable, both thought simultaneously. Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw Itachi shimmer into existence with the dead bodies of his clan laying at his feet. You'll always be weak, Oturo, said Itachi in a monotone voice. Sasuke immediately became enraged and was about to attack Itachi when his Sharingan noticed the chakra fluctuations around his surroundings. A genjutsu, thought Sasuke as he immediately dispelled it. Hee, too late, Sasuke team, said the real Naruto, who was currently holding Kin while the shadow clone who casted the genjutsu had his palm open to face Sasuke. Banzo Tenin, all creation attraction. Sasuke's eyes widened when he felt an invisible attracting force on his body and was pulled towards the shadow clone at high speeds. Meanwhile, the second shadow clone was already going through a short set of hand seals. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water release, water encampment wall, whispered the second shadow clone as he slammed both of his palms onto the ground, and using the water from rain, created a water wall in front of them, while the third clone also went through a couple of hand seals. Let's fry the team, thought the third shadow clone with a smirk. Right-un, Kaminari Kengekiha, lightning release, thunder inspiration wave, exclaimed the clone as he shot a concentrated wave of intense white electricity from his index finger into the water wall, the other hand holding the wrist of his attacking hand. He kept his finger in position to control the electricity so that it only flows through the water wall and does not electrocute anybody else. When Sasuke collided with the wall, he could only scream from the intense pain he was feeling, his whole body twitching due to the shockwave, while the others flinched at his condition. The curse mark receded back while Sasuke slipped into unconscious as he fell on the wet ground with a thud. Naruto dispelled his shadow clones while everyone's jaws were on the ground. He just pulled off a feat that not even Chunins are capable of. He already knows chakra nature manipulation, and that too with 2 elements? What was that jutsu that pulled the Uchiha? And most of all, how in the name of 9 holy flaming hells can he do a genjutsu? Thought Kurenai as she bit her temples in frustration. He's on a whole other level than us, thought all the Jonins except Kin, who was currently enjoying the warmth of Naruto's body. At the same time, Neji and Tenten arrived to see the current scene. Tenten went over to wake up Lee while Neji landed in front of Naruto. He had seen the fight between the Uzumaki and the Uchiha from his Byakugan and was surprised to see Naruto's skill, but still, fate has decreed this genin a loser. Fate has decreed you a hindrance, Uzumaki, said Neji in his cold tone as he glared at Naruto, his Byakugan blazing to add to the effect. And fate has decreed you a stuck-up asshole, Hyuga, growled Naruto as he glared back while Kin restrained herself from laughing at the comment. Neji! Let's go, Lee's not waking up, we'll have to carry him, said Tenten, but not before blushing when she saw Naruto. Know this, that your fate has already been decided, said Neji as he left the area with his teammates. Phew! Well, that went well, said a grinning Naruto. Kin! What do you think you're doing laying in his arms? Let's get out of here, you weakling, spat Dosu. Naruto frowned at the way Dosu talked to her. He could tell she was not treated well by her teammates, if her shivering in fear was not any indication to go by. He looked at her when he felt her clutch him tightly to her, and was surprised to see her eyes. They were pleading, almost begging him to not let her go, just like his were when he was with the Hokage after an attack from the villagers. Her face looked so pretty and cute, small glistening raindrops on her, and her sparkling black eyes made him want to her, and he almost did. She'll not be going anywhere. We'll take her with us to the tower. You already have one injured teammate to deal with. I'll take care of her, said Naruto with authority while glaring at Dosu. But she's our teammate dash. Dosu was interrupted was Naruto. And you don't treat her like one. Now get out of here before I kick your ass like the team, said Naruto with a threatening glare. Dosu did not argue much, rather took an unconscious Saku and got out of the area. Meanwhile, Kin was barely holding back tears of happiness. For the first time in her life, someone had helped her and treated her humanely, well except for her best friend Tayuya. Thank you so much, said a blushing Kin as she felt him clutch her to his chest tightly. Not a problem, Kin-chan. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, said a grinning Naruto while Kin nodded with a smile and a pink tint on her cheeks. He then gazed towards Sasuke and sighed. Why wouldn't you learn, Sasuke? I know you suffered at the hands of Itachi-sensei, but power isn't everything. I promised Sensei that I would look out for you, but if I have to break every bone in your body for you to see the reality, then so be it, thought Naruto with sadness while eventually it stopped raining. Yo! Troublesome guy, got a minute there, said Shikamaru in a bored tone as he waved at Naruto. He turned his head and a smile graced his. Shikamaru, Chuji and Kiba were best friends in academy. Although, he and Kiba had a friendly rivalry, but Shikamaru and Chuji were in a sense, true friends for him. They played together in the academy, ate together and bunked classes together, but later went their separate ways. However, Shikamaru and Chuji were still best friends. But among the rookie 9, ones that Naruto trusted the most were Chuji, Shikamaru and Hinata. Hey there lazy ass, said Naruto with a goofy grin. Ramen, greeted Chuji with a smirk, I'll barbecue. I see you still managed to sneak some food from the proctors, said Naruto as he glanced at the potato chips packet in Chuji's hands. So Naruto, no offense but tell me one thing, are you the strong, genius and a prodigy one we saw a moment ago, or the weak, idiot, and a dead lass we've seen in the academy? Asked Shikamaru with rare curiosity in his voice. Oh ho! So I've confused the Shugi genius, that counts for a party, hee well, for your question, mix both the personalities, what do you get? Asked a grinning Naruto. An enigma, said a bored Shikamaru. That's what I am, Shika, that's what I am, said Naruto while Kin could only blink at the awkward conversation going between them. This was the Chunin exams, damn it, every team for itself and they were acting like nothing was going on. But she could tell that Naruto was on his guard if they tried to attack him. So Naruto, care to tell us about your changes? Asked Chuji. That you'll have to ask the Hokage. But that aside, you aren't going to try anything funny, are you? 'Cause I don't want to hurt my longtime friends, said Naruto in a serious tone. We aren't that low to attack a fellow squad who's already crippled. Besides, if we would have wanted your scroll, we wouldn't have intervened. So yeah, you can keep the scrolls, said Shikamaru in a lazy tone while Naruto nodded with his reason as he found no deception in his words, but still wasn't going to relax until they left. He knew Shikamaru was a genius and wasn't going to underestimate him. Hey Naruto, said a meek voice. Naruto tilted his head to see Ino standing behind her teammates. Instead of greeting her like he always did because of his mask, a deep frown etched on his face. What are you planning, Ino? If you think that your nice scroll act would get you the scrolls, then you're dead wrong, said Naruto seriously while Team 10's and Kin's eyes widened at his hostility. What are you talking about, Naruto? We told you, spoke Chuji, but he was interrupted. I don't care. I trust you and Chuji but not her, never, spat Naruto, his insecurities rising to the surface. He could accept Sakura's sudden change in behavior due to the trauma of fighting a Sannin and that she was his teammate. But here Ino, who wasn't even his teammate, just coming out of the blue and greeting him like that, he couldn't trust her. After all, she too treated him like trash, though not to Sakura's extent, but still, this might be a plot to steal their scrolls and impress her oh-so Sasuke-kun. But I don't want the scrolls, Naruto. I was just greeting you, said Ino in a sad tone. Stop your bullshit, Ino. You mean to tell me that after all these years you're properly greeting me now? When the Chunin exams are going on? I don't believe that crap. Why shouldn't I think that you're trying another lame trick to impress Sasuke? Said Naruto angrily. Tears threatened to fall from Ino's eyes, and they did, but weren't noticeable as they mixed with water droplets on her face due to the rain. While Shikamaru and Chuji could understand Naruto's logic, she did treat him badly, so they can't accept him to even treat her as a peer so quickly. We should be going. See you at the tower, Shika, Chuji, said Naruto as he went past them with Kin in his arms towards Sakura, who was currently tending to Sasuke, whereas Team 10 went their separate way with a silently sobbing Ino. Kin was confused as to why he behaved that way, but she knew better than to interfere into someone's personal matters. Great! Now Sakura's gonna revert back to her fangirl mode. To think that I thought she could change, thought Naruto with frustration evident on his face. He sighed while Kin watched him with confusion. How is his condition, Sakura? Asked Naruto while expecting a banshee screech of Naruto Baka. Look what you did to my Sasuke Kyuin. But he was really flabbergasted when she instead smiled at him. Oh, he's much better now. He only has a mild fever. The beating that you gave him must have pushed those black markings back, Shinaro, said Sakura while playfully screaming the last part as she waved her fist in air. A large sweat drop formed on Kin's head. This team is rather wired. I can see why Orochimaru had an interest in this squad. The team always had a fetish for weird things after all, she thought afterwards, while Naruto was just gobsmacked. Hee, sorry, just joking. But yeah, he's gonna be fine now. It was all thanks to you, Naruto, that he was brought back. I could see that the foul chakra was interfering with his mind. The use of electricity to stop that mark from spreading and stun him was an ingenious idea indeed, said Sakura seriously, not at all surprised that Naruto knew chakra nature manipulation as he did warned her before. While Kin nodded with her. Who are you? There's no way that you're the Sakura who I know, said Naruto shakily, not able to contain his shock. I told you, Naruto. I wouldn't blame you over something so trivial. You're the strongest member of our team, so it was natural you had to stop him, she said with conviction in her voice, while Kin could only wonder about what was going on between these two. Naruto could only nod dumbly. Was this a surprise Naruto day? First that Proctor says that she knows about his mask, then that snake freak attacks them, then a good Itachi comes to save the day, who was supposed to be a psycho killer lusting for power, then he comes to know about his Jujutsu, Uchiha clan and whatnot, then he learns that Sakura was willing to change, which was in a sense a rigid metal trying to bend its shape. Then the biggest shocker, the Kyubi no Kitsune, the supposed almighty demon so fearsome that even the Kage-level shinobi pissed their pants in its presence, was a female, a damn hot female, and if that was not enough, she was attracted to him. Oh, no doubt, he would always remember this day, the day that changed his life drastically, the Chunin exams day. He could only describe this day in only one word: troublesome. I need my ramen, damn it, thought Naruto as he inwardly cried anime tears. The other shinobi may find it funny, but ramen was his stress buster, his way of coping with so much stress and depression in his life, along with training, of course. That aside, he was brought out of his musings when he felt a soft hand on his cheek, whisker marks to be specific. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Naruto, what? Asked a blushing Naruto when he felt Kin's soft touch and heard her soft voice followed by a shout from Sakura. Sheesh. What's wrong with you? I was asking you about what should we do next? Asked Sakura with an annoyed expression while Naruto laughed sheepishly. Meanwhile Kin was as red as a tomato. What's wrong with me? We've just met, and I'm already calling him Naruto-kun. Seeing his tired expression, she couldn't help but worry for him. Seeing his cute whisker marks, she couldn't resist but touch them. Seeing his sheepish smile, her heart fluttered. What was this strange feeling, emanating from the pit of her stomach which spreads through her body like a wildfire? Sorry. But I think we should get to the tower as fast as possible, seeing as we already have both scrolls. There's no need to rest here or the other teams might attack us. We have 3 days to reach there, so we can head there at a steady pace, he explained while Sakura nodded. But what about her? She's our enemy and attacked us. She tried to kill me even though I offered our scroll, said Sakura while glaring at Kin. I am really sorry, but I had no choice. If you didn't notice, I was constantly holding back against you and fought you myself so that my teammates couldn't injure you badly. I was trying to stall time as much as I could. When your fellow team came to assist you, I advised my team to leave in hopes that they would agree, but they only treat me like some useless pile of trash, said Kin as she sobbed at the last part, while clutching Naruto's cape to her chest tightly, which was currently acting as a blanket for her. Sakura looked at her with pity and sadness. She could only wonder what would happen if Naruto and Sasuke treated her like that. She's just like me. I'll make sure to at least protect her from those idiots, thought Naruto as he clutched Kin to his chest tightly while she snuggled into it and started crying louder. Sure, Kin-chan, don't cry. I'll make sure that they wouldn't lay a single finger on you, whispered Naruto in her ear. Really? Asked Kin with teary eyes and a cute expression on her face. Naruto couldn't resist and ate her on her petty nose, leading to a burning red face of Kin. Absolutely, exclaimed a grinning Naruto, who created 2 shadow clones, but with a little difficulty as Kin was still in his arms. At times like these I wish I could do seal-less jutsus. Oh well, I guess I have to improve my chakra control or wait for the ascension of Rinnegan, he pondered. Naruto, I think I should carry her, or else you wouldn't be able to fight if another team attacks us, spoke Sakura while Naruto shook his head. Can't do that, Sakura. I'm providing Kin-chan my chakra constantly, which is in a sense acting as a painkiller. Several of her ribs are broken and needs to be treated as fast as possible. Besides, you're already injured and low on chakra, you wouldn't be able to carry her for long. My shadow clone here will carry Sasuke while the other will keep a watch for any backside attacks, explained Naruto, while Sakura was surprised that he formulated a plan. As far as she knew, he never bothered for any plans or strategies, but maybe that too was a part of his mask. You take a food pill. I'll carry Kin and remain in front, you would stay behind me followed by my shadow clones, said Naruto. That sounds like a plan. But wait, how can your chakra reduce her pain? That's not possible unless you know medical jutsus, said Sakura while Naruto glared at her. Oh right, no questions, said Sakura as she put a finger on her while the shadow clone slung Sasuke on his shoulder. If we move steadily, we can reach there in a couple of hours excluding any attacks or hindrances, said Naruto, but noticed that Kin had fallen asleep in his arms, resulting in him smiling warmly at her peaceful face whereas Sakura ate a food pill. Alright, let's go, said Naruto as they all left the clearing. All the while, Kurenai was listening to their conversation as she had moved closer to their position under a powerful genjutsu. She pitied the Yamanaka's condition, but the girl had it coming. On the other hand, she was saddened after hearing about Kin's insecurities. She was also surprised by Sakura's behavior and the level of maturity shown by her. But most importantly, she was proud of her Naruto for the way he handled the situation. He definitely deserved it from her, or maybe more. She blushed while thinking about the ing part. Kurenai had never had anyone, she could only wonder how a with Naruto would feel like. She was brought out of her daydreaming when Team 7 along with Kin moved out of the area and hence began following them at a safe distance. Team 7 after several hours of traveling. Naruto. I'm tired, we should rest up a bit, whined Sakura for who know how many times while Naruto sighed. She really has low stamina, thought Naruto while Kin was still asleep in his arms and Sasuke was unconscious. Take another food pill, Sakura, we're not stopping until we reach the tower. It is only an hour away now, said Naruto, who had his Rinnegan activated, but Sakura couldn't see it as she was behind him. We could have reached the tower earlier if it weren't for your stupid detours. And you should know that taking another food pill would cause me exhaustion later on, said Sakura in irritation. During their traveling, Naruto and the shadow clone at the last constantly had their Rinnegan activated. With his Dijitsu's ability to see chakra and heightened senses due to Yumi, he was constantly changing routes to avoid traps or confrontations with any team. You can rest for 3 days when we reach there. Now stop your whining and take a food pill, spoke Naruto while Sakura huffed as she ate a food pill, muttering words like mean in her breath. Someone's been following us since we started moving, I should check it out, thought Naruto as he gave a mental command to the shadow clone at last to confront their follower. Meanwhile, Kurenai was following them for 2 hours and wasn't winded at all. She was a Jounin after all. Right now, she was only using a B-rank genjutsu, enough to hide from a Chunin. But she was surprised when the shadow clone at the last of the group suddenly started moving backwards in her direction. Did he notice me? Damn. Should have used a higher level genjutsu. But could it be that the Rinnegan can see chakra too, like the Sharingan and Byakugan? She thought while her heart started beating a little faster at the prospect of meeting Naruto, even if it was a shadow clone. Although she had met him a couple of times before, but then she only acted like a sensei and her attitude had remained professional. But now, she could open herself to him, she could melt the ice she had created around her. Kurenai was brought out of her musings when she heard Naruto's voice. Come out, whoever you are. I know you're there, said the clone Naruto, who abruptly spiked his chakra to Jonin levels for a second, leading to the genjutsu getting dispelled. Damn! This was a high-level jutsu, meaning whoever is here is definitely a Chunin or above. I would have to stall as much time as I can so that the boss's team can get a safe distance from whoever this is. But could it be Orochimaru? Thought the clone as he readied himself for an attack, his Rinnegan activated. But he was surprised when suddenly he was lifted in air while wooden branches wrapped around his black Jounin-like vest. He turned his head to see a large tree behind him, while cherry petals were flowing in midair around him. Another genjutsu, thought the clone before he felt the cold metal of a kunai against his neck. My, cautious aren't we, Naruto-kun? Whispered Kurenai in a changed childish-like feminine voice in his ear while she licked his earlobe. He blushed when he felt her warm and soft tongue on his skin. I think I've heard that voice before, thought Naruto before his eyes widened in realization. Could it be her? Of course. How could he ever forget that voice? Bibenheim-chan, whispered Naruto in shock. Hee, you finally remembered me, and Naruto-kun. I'm surprised, it's been 6 years after all, whispered Kurenai. Flashback 6 years ago. A young 6-year-old gloomy Naruto was sitting on a swing in the park while he watched other children play. He had tried so many times to play with them, but they would only beat him, bully him, or call him monster while their parents glared at him. He was idly swinging with his head down when someone shadowed his face. He lifted his head to see 3 beautiful girls of his age standing in front of him. One had curly long black hair with crimson eyes, the other had brownish hair tied in a ponytail with the fairest skin tone, and the last one had long flowing purple hair. Do you want play with us? Asked the crimson-eyed Kurenai, one while Naruto's eyes widened. You play with me? Asked young Naruto with a cute expression. Kurenai, Hana and Yugao had to resist the urge to just glomp him. Sure! My name is Tsum, and these are my friends Beneheim and Yugi, said Hana while Kurenai and Yugao smiled at him. My name Naruto. But they call me Demon. You shouldn't play with demons, said Naruto as he gazed sadly towards the ground. The villagers are idiots, Naruto. They just can't see that you're not a demon. You should just ignore them, said Kurenai with a hint of anger in her voice. Me no demon? Asked Naruto with hope. Nope. You're just like us, Naruto, said Yugao as she dragged him to his feet by holding his hand. Really? I'm like you? Asked Naruto with teary eyes. He thought that he was a monster, that's why the other kids didn't play with him. But he became ecstatic and happy when Hana shook her head. Yay! I knew Databeo. Thank you, you 3 very beautiful like angels, said young Naruto in a thinking pose leading to the transformed Kunoichi sporting a blush before they snapped out of their embarrassment. Come on, let's play together. From now on, we'll be friends, said Kurenai while she dragged him with her. After some time, they said their goodbyes to him and went their own way. For months, they continued to play with him, often coming to his apartment and helping him with small chores. Over the months, they taught him how to speak, write and read properly, cooking, etc. They couldn't do much as they were 13 years old only right then, but they made sure to help him as much as possible. Over time, they fell in love with him, but were ashamed to admit it because of the age gap while Naruto too became fond of them. But eventually, Hiruzen caught just of it and prohibited them from meeting him again. Naruto waited for his friends in the park or asked the villagers about it. Nobody knew them, or rather didn't bother to answer him as they were interested in beating him to an inch of his life. He couldn't ask his Gigi as they had told him them not to tell about their friendship to anybody, even the Hokage. Meanwhile, Hiruzen didn't believe Hana, Yugao and Kurenai as they were only 13 years old, and somebody may have tricked them in befriending Naruto and then attacking him. This had already happened several times, with some children befriending Naruto because of their parents' persuasion, and when he went to their homes to play, they would poison the food and plan several other methods to get rid of the demon spawn. So the Hokage had to be absolutely sure that Naruto stayed in trusted company. There were only 3 people that he trusted Naruto with right then: Kakashi, Jiraiya and Mikoto. Jiraiya had a spy network to maintain, Mikoto wanted to but Fugaku didn't allow her, and Kakashi had drowned himself in Umbu missions and despair because of his sensei's death. Flashback end. Of course I remember you. But where did you go? I searched for you everywhere. Why did you leave me? Asked Naruto while tears leaked out of his eyes while his eyes turned to normal oceanic blue color. And where's Sim-chan and Yugi-chan? Are they here too, Databail? Said Naruto frantically while he tried to free himself. Warmness flushed Kurenai's heart when she came to know that he still remembered them and was worried for them. She released the genjutsu as Naruto snapped out of it to find Kurenai standing in front of him, while his eyes widened in surprise. Kurenai-sensei? What are you doing here and where's Beneheim-chan? Asked a blushing Naruto while he pinched his nose to stop the blood from coming out. Due to rain, Kurenai was wet and her clothes were tightly hugging her body, showing her curves and luscious D-cups. Even her nipples were noticeable due to the coldness, but on the other hand, he was also afraid of her a bit. He'd heard about the famous ice queens of Konoha, but among them, had only met Kurenai until now. He had seen the way she treated men who looked at her in any indecent way. Even those who behaved properly, she was usually cold to them, like she was assuming they would ask her out, or something. But he knew that it was all an act. She too wore a mask like him, so naturally she noticed it, him being experienced in the art of deception after all. Inside this cold sheet of glacial ice, he knew there existed a vulnerable and a lonely soul. Eyes were the windows of one's soul after all. Were you checking me out, young man? Asked Kurenai as she fakely narrowed her eyes while Naruto's eyes widened. And no. Of course not. Why would I even dare think about you like that? Said Naruto while he waved his hands defensively. Are you saying that I'm not good enough for you? Asked Kurenai threateningly, still continuing her charade. What? He exclaimed with surprise evident on his face while she slowly advanced towards him. You had me right, am I not good enough for you? Asked Kurenai as her heart sped up a bit while waiting for his answer. Of course, sensei. You're very beautiful, like a goddess. I mean, any guy in his right mind can't ignore your unearthly beauty, said the clone Naruto honestly while she blushed furiously, and Naruto, still as oblivious as ever even with his changed personality, glanced at her in confusion. Sensei, your face is all red. I think you'll catch a fever if you remain wet, said Naruto before Kurenai vanished completely from his sight to appear behind him. She circled her slender arms around his waist, her body tightly pressed against his while her head rested on her shoulders. There, this is much more comfortable, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai in Beneheim's voice while his eyes widened as he saw Kurenai from the corner of his eyes. Don't tell me that you're Beneheim-chan, whispered Naruto in pure shock. I've been waiting for this day, Kitsune-chan, whispered Kurenai while Naruto's eyes widened at the name. The only ones to ever call him that were Beneheim, Sim and Yugi, often to tease him because of his foxy grin and whisker marks. Why? Whispered Naruto after coming over his initial shock while Kurenai blinked in confusion. Why did you leave me? Why lie to me? Why didn't you show me your true self? Asked Naruto while his spiky hair shadowed his eyes. It's a long story, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai. I've plenty of time. I'm only a shadow clone after all, said Naruto while Kurenai nodded. She then started explaining about why they had to transform themselves because of the villagers and Hokage, and reasons behind them leaving suddenly because of the Hokage. Meanwhile, Naruto was getting angrier and enraged by the second. You mean to tell me that Gigi stole from me something that was possibly the only source of love, friendship, and happiness I had in my life? Asked Naruto while white chakra with a red hue started to pour out of his body. Calm down, Naruto-kun. I know what he did was wrong, we tried to reason with him. But at least, from now on we can be together, as he allowed us today to reveal ourselves, said Kurenai while binging his cheek with one hand and his hair with the other. He inhaled deeply to calm himself down, also noticing that she smelled of red roses and white lily while gradually his chakra receded back. He blushed when he noticed how tightly her impressive bust was pressed to his back while she smirked at seeing his red face. Like what you feel, Naruto-kun, she said while banging her S against his back while his blush got darker in shade. Where is Sim-chan and Yudi-chan? Who are they in real? Asked Naruto to escape the embarrassing situation, while he eagerly waited for her answer to know who his childhood friends really were. That is a surprise, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai as she had the back of his neck. She was now really resisting the urge to him. But she also didn't want her first to be with a shadow clone, so she controlled herself for now. But tell me, how were you able to sense me? Was it because of your dijitsu? Asked Kurenai while she could feel Naruto's body become stiff. How did you? He trailed while his mouth was open in shock. Hokage-sama told us about your Rinnegan, and don't worry, we wouldn't tell anyone about it. It's up to you when you decide to reveal it, Naruto nodded hesitantly. But we don't know its abilities. Until a few hours ago, it was supposed to be a myth after all. And we also know about Itachi and his partner. So I'm looking forward to how much stronger you have become, Naruto-kun. But I've always wanted to ask you something, Benny. Kurenai-chan, said Naruto while Kurenai blushed at the addition of chan. Oh, how much she had dreamed of this moment, him calling her Kurenai-chan or any other nickname he wanted to. Why did you, Sim-chan and Yudi-chan, help me? All the villagers hated me, children of my age bullied me, and the whole ninja populace except a few were indifferent to me. Did you know, Naruto-kun, your mother was a role model for us? You have Konohamaru, Udan and Moegi who look up to you, the same way we practically worshipped her. Her beauty, elegance, courage, determination, never say die attitude enthralled and motivated us to no end. She was the major driving force in our shinobi careers. Like you, her personality was bright as a sunny day for her friends, but for her enemies, as dark as a thunderstorm. All the villagers liked her. However, they didn't know that she ever had a baby or if she was even married. Silence reigned upon the area before she continued. We were the ones that took care of her during pregnancy, although we were a bunch of brats at that time, but she too always welcomed us with open arms. But that aside, we couldn't see her son get treated like that, so we decided to help you as much as we could. I know that you want to know more about her and your father, but you'll have to ask Hokage-sama about your parents. It's a highly classified secret, finished Kurenai with sadness at being able to tell Naruto about his mother anymore. But can you at least show me how she looked? He said with a hint of hope while she blinked. I guess I can. The law included about not telling you about your mother, but it didn't say anything about showing her to you. Sometimes it's better to bend the rules, said Kurenai as she released Naruto from her hold. Henge, transform. Naruto turned around to see what was the most beautiful existence his eyes had even shown to him. His face immediately went blood red while steam protruded out his nose and ears. This am my mother? He stuttered while pointing a shaky finger at the transformed Kurenai. This am my mother? He stuttered while pointing a shaky finger at the transformed Kurenai. He now completely understood what Ayumi was trying to describe about her. His mother was a definition of angel, a top quality one at that. He just didn't know how to describe her. Beautiful, amazing, breathtaking, hot, why, gorgeous, all these words were just not enough to describe her unearthly beauty. Holy Mother of Rikuda Senin! Damn! Never thought my mother would be so well, so hot, thought Naruto before muttering about his father being a lucky bastard. Even though he knew she was his mother, he couldn't help but think about her as a woman. Standing in front of him was a Henge Uzumaki Kushina in skimpy civilian clothes courtesy of Kurenai. She had long flowing red hair, heart-shaped face, light violet eyes, all in all her face was just perfect. All the body curves were in right proportions, with D-cup S, milk creamy flawless skin, slim-toned waist and legs, and had an hourglass figure. A small portion of her forehead was covered by her red silky hair held by a clip, making her even more cute and beautiful. If Ayumi wasn't a bijou, he surely would have thought of her as his mom's sister. Hee, I kind of expected that kind of reaction, said Kurenai/Kushina as she had her hand on her hips. Naruto slowly lifted his hand to her face while moisture gathered in his eyes. Keika-san, he said shakily while streams of tears flowed down his cheeks as his hand cupped her cheek. Kurenai/Kushina blushed at the contact before leaning into his touch while she put her hand on his hand to deepen the touch. Meanwhile, Naruto activated his Rinnegan. He wanted her mother's face to be forever burned into his mind. The Rinnegan could copy images or any form of writing, an ability he discovered during the training while reading the scrolls. Kurenai gasped silently when she saw his eyes. They were beautiful. His purple eyes seemed to have a glow to them, also the effects of his white chakra seemed to increase. It's okay, Naruto-kun. I know you miss her, but life is all about moving on. She wouldn't want you to cry for her every day, rather she would want you to accomplish your dreams and be happy. Did you know what was her dream when she was of your age? She said as she cancelled the henge while Naruto wiped his tears with his forearm before shaking his head. When asked, she would always say she wanted to become the first female Hokage, similar to your dream, she said while Naruto's eyes widened at the prospect of learning that their dreams were so similar. Accomplish your dreams, Naruto-kun. Fulfill her dream. I know you can do it, she said as she put her hand on his shoulder, while he started to chuckle softly after coming over his shock. You're very precious to me, so I'm not gonna lie to you, Kurenai-chan. Although a large part of me understands the behavior of the villagers towards me, but still a small part of me hates these villagers with passion and wants nothing more than to kill them. That part of me, you can say that it is the negative Naruto, the one which was born through emotions like pain, hate, fear, loneliness, and revenge, the part which I've suppressed within the deep recesses of my mind, he said while Kurenai was shocked that inside this bright Naruto, there existed a dark one which wanted to get back at these foolish villagers for how they treated him since he was a baby. A large part of her totally agreed with getting rid of these ignorant villagers who couldn't tell the difference between a kunai and a sealed kunai. But he inhaled deeply. But I think there's still hope for the younger generation. Right now, their views are influenced by their parents, but I'll make them see the truth. Unless a miracle happens, I know that it will be very difficult to change the views of the elder generation, if not completely impossible. The Shodaime, Nidaime, and the Yodaime would be ashamed of these people's ignorance. When Jiji gazes upon his village from the monument, I see nothing but sadness, pity, and shame in his eyes. Sadness that he couldn't change the villagers' views of me, pity at their ignorance, and shame at what the people of this village have come to. Some time ago, I thought about leaving this village thinking that becoming Hokage of these pathetic villagers be damned. But I've learned that a king does not choose its people, but rather the people elect their king. The only thing the king can do is change their views towards him. He paused to regain his breath while Kurenai was stunned at the level of maturity that he was showing. To go that deep, he truly had the traits of an upbeat visionary. It would have been the absurd height of cowardice to leave my village. Running from my problems, giving up on my dream, that's not the trait of an Uzumaki, and I never back down from any challenge. He lifted his head to gaze into her eyes. Her breath got caught in her throat when she saw the fire in his eyes. From now on, no more Mr. Nice Guy. If they glare at Uzumaki Naruto, he will not smile back but return 1,000 times stronger. If they attack him, he would not hold back to defend himself. Consequences be damned. He pointed his thumb at his chest. I will become the best Hokage of Konoha, and if anybody has a problem with that, well, they can go eat their shit. I'm tired of trying to gain recognition from these stupid villagers. From now on, I'll treasure the precious people that I have. I'll fulfill my dream, for my precious people and most importantly my mother, he said, a determined smirk while Kurenai smiled at him lovingly. I guess the Rinnegan did wonders to you, didn't it? She spoke while he raised his eyebrows. Surprisingly, your guess is right. After the awakening of Rinnegan, I have a somewhat changed outlook of life. That's why I refuse to hide under a stupid mask or dress like a clown. I'll bust these villagers straightforward, he said with an evil foxy grin while Kurenai smirked. The villagers better watch themselves from now on, she thought, but I'd better go, Kurenai-chan. The overload of information may cause a headache to boss, he already has a lot on his mind lately, he said while she nodded before walking up to him and ed him on the cheek. Take care, Naruto-kun, and be safe. In preliminaries, kick some ass for me, said a grinning Kurenai while a blushing Naruto grinned sheepishly. He bent his back head before giving her a thumbs up. Sure, Benihime-chan, he said before dispelling himself while Kurenai smiled at where he was a moment ago. And I promised to you, Naruto-kun, that I would always love you, remain by your side and help achieve your dream, she whispered to herself before gazing at the sky. You'll be proud of your son Kushina-chan, she said while a few tears escaped her wide eyes. She really missed her idol, who she had always thought of as an elder sister. I'd better report to Hokage-sama. There's no use in tracking them anymore. They're already about to reach the tower, she thought before shining out the area. Iwagakure Tsuchikage's office. He was current Tsuchikage Inoki of the Twin Scales, a shinobi renowned for his experience, flying and dust techniques, was currently battling an enemy, probably a common enemy of all the Kages except the Akatsuki paperwork. Damn! My back is killing me. If it weren't for my old age, grunted Inoki in pain. If anyone outside the village would have seen him, her thoughts probably would have been on the line. This old shrimp Motha is the Earth's Shadow Duns? Bet this baldy punk couldn't even bend to see his own scrawny rotten limb pin, lol. Inoki was interrupted by a knock to his door. Enter, he said without looking up from his paperwork. Tsuchikage-sama. A Chunin walked in with a scroll. What is it this time? The Tsuchikage said in his old gruff voice, looking bored. Generally, these frantic interruptions were all about his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, wreaking havoc in the village, mainly to test her skills or pass her time, as most of the time she remained bored anyways. This is serious, Tsuchikage-sama. We have received an urgent top-secret message from the Kazekage, said an anxious Chunin while Inoki raised his eyebrows. What does he want? He pondered while taking the scroll. You can go now, he said. The Chunin bowed before leaving his office. He put the official Tsuchikage stamp on the scroll. The stamp mark glowed for a second, before the scroll opened with a click sound. He then started reading the scroll, his eyes getting wider by the second before an unsettling small smirk formed on his old face. Well, payback's a bitch, isn't it, Konoha? He thought with excitement. Meanwhile, the Forest of Death, the tower. Team 7 along with Kin had reached the tower a while ago. They had just entered the hall before Sakura fell to her knees, all sweaty, and was panting heavily. Naruto, you're one ruthless slave driver, she said while panting. Meanwhile, Kin was still asleep while Sasuke hadn't woken up yet. Meanwhile, Naruto was lost in his own thoughts. Ever since the shadow clone had dispelled itself, the information that he gained had shocked him to his very core. He had almost dropped Kin due to the shock, but composed himself, although barely. But his shadow clone couldn't hold his shock, and in the process dropped Sasuke. And he had to hold back himself from rolling in laughter. Sasuke was just waking up when he was dropped, resulting in his head hitting a branch and he again lost consciousness. Sakura didn't notice anything because she was in front of the shadow clone, already tired up and panting. Even nature didn't want to hear about his rambling about the Uchiha's pride, thought an amused Naruto. But that aside, he was really giddy that he had found his childhood friend after all this time, although in reality she was the genjutsu mistress, and most of all, he saw his mother's appearance today. Just thinking about her made him blush. What's wrong with me? She's my mother, and besides, it's not like she's going to come back from the dead, thought Naruto sadly while choking up his unshed tears. He would never be able to meet his mother again. However, he was dead set in fulfilling his mother's dream and telling those villagers that who was the boss now. He was brought out his thoughts when he sensed his cheeks being pinched. He focused his vision to see Sakura staring intently at him while pinching his cheeks. Hard. Ow. What do you think you're doing? It hurts, he yelled as his whiskers marks were sensitive, but was interrupted when she put her hand over his mouth while glaring at him. SHHSH. She's asleep. Do you want to wake her up? She whispered angrily, but had a faint blush on her cheeks due to the contact. Damn. Who would have thought he would become so handsome? MMPH. Tried to say Naruto in muffled voice but couldn't remove her hand as his arms were busy holding Kin. What? I can't understand you, said Sakura while she leaned in close to hear him. Crazy girl, he thought before creating a shadow clone. Get your hands off boss Sakurabaka, yelled the clone dramatically while she removed her hand, a sheepish expression on her face before the shadow clone's words registered in her mind. What? How dare you call me Sakurabaka clone Baka? She yelled while pointing an accusing finger at him. Oh sorry, what was your name again? Yeah, it was Haruno Forehead, said the clone while he transformed into Ino. Why you Ino pig? She growled while advancing towards him. Yeah. Bring it on Forehead. I'll dash. The clone was dispelled before it could complete the sentence, courtesy of Naruto whose eyes were twitching dangerously. Sakura. Come over here, said Naruto authoritatively, which left no room for argument. Sakura gulped nervously before nodding. She had seen him what he could do if angry, and wasn't going to risk it. Why ya? Asked Sakura meekly under the glare that Naruto was weighing upon her. Open both these scrolls and don't do anything silly now. Kin is already injured and we have to treat her injuries as fast as possible, he said while handing her the scrolls. She took the scrolls before opening both of them at the same time. Smoke started arising out of the scrolls while Sakura blinked in confusion. These are summoning scrolls, drop them, he yelled while Sakura threw them away from her. The smoke cleared for them to see Yumino Irika standing there with proud smile on his face. Congratulations, you three. You have passes the second part of Chunin exams, said the academy teacher while Sakura whooped with joy. Naruto was just happy to see his brother like sensei again. It's nice to see you again, Irika-sensei, he said with a smile while Irika turned his head to him. And Naruto? What the hell happened to you? Said a gobsmacked Irika while Naruto sighed. It's an S-rank secret, sensei. You just have to ask Gigi about it, said Naruto while wondering how many times he would have to repeat that line today. Irika could only nod dumbly. Anything concerning Naruto just had to become an S-rank secret. I hope Kyuubi has nothing to do with this. Who knows, it might be influencing Naruto, thought Irika, concerned for his favorite student before his eyes landed on a girl in Naruto's arms and an unconscious Sasuke on the back of another Naruto he presumed was a shadow clone. What happened to Sasuke? And who is she in your arms? Asked a confused Irika, but on the inside was proud that his brother-like figure was becoming a man. Sakura glanced at Naruto, not sure about what to say about Sasuke's condition. He got exhausted in a fight we had with another team for the scroll, but is otherwise alright and only unconscious. He then glanced at a sleeping Kin with a small smile on his face, which didn't go unnoticed by Irika. We found her injured on our way here. She was alone, so we took her with us for treatment, lied Naruto calmly while Irika nodded. Sakura was amazed that Naruto could deceive an experienced Chunin. Masking his emotions like that was just amazing. But that aside, do you know the meaning of these scrolls? Asked Irika in his lecture voice while Naruto paled at that tone. He really wasn't in the mood to listen to any lecture right now. Sakura would have listened intently to Irika, she being the book smarts and all, but was tired as hell and wanted nothing more than to hit the bed. Irika, however, didn't pay them any attention, rather took the scrolls and put them on the uncompleted message on the back wall. He then started explaining the meaning of it, all the while facing the wall. So in a nutshell, you should concentrate on enhancing your mental and physical skills. Any questions? Asked a smiling Irika, proud at how well he had explained the riddle. He turned his head to see nobody but a scroll on the floor. Confused as to where they went, he opened the scroll and started reading it. Sensei, I already know the meaning of those scrolls, but thanks anyway for wasting your 10 minutes explaining it. Buhahaha. Spirits are always with you. Guess where I took that line from? Future Hokage of Konoha, Irika-sensei, thanks for explaining whatever you did. We'll always remember it, although we didn't hear it. Ha 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 ha. Shinaro, Naruto, Sasuke is unconscious, but I know him pretty well. So according to me, servant, HN. You should be honored to be my sensei. I've got my Sharingan to master and a traitor to kill, so I don't have any time to listen to your ed-up lectures. However, as your reward for your good-for-nothing efforts, I allow you to watch me fight like the elite I am. The great Uchiha-sama, leader of the Emo clan. Silence, pin-drop silence followed after Irika had read the scroll. Those bloody ingrates, he hissed angrily with gritted teeth, his face red and his eyes screaming murder for Team 7. Naruto. Meanwhile, Team 7 along with Kin had found an empty restroom which were for the passing teams. The room was nothing special, but contained 3 single beds and the regular necessities which you find in a cheap hotel room. But in Naruto's opinion, it was much better than his apartment. Alright, you can rest here, Sakura, while I call for medical treatment, said Naruto while the doppelganger/shadow clone put Sasuke on the bed and dispelled itself. Naruto, on not receiving any answer, turned his head to see a loudly snoring Sakura on the bed, her arm hanging limply on the side of bed and drool escaping her mouth. His sweat dropped before chuckling lightly to himself. I guess I really worked her to the ground, eh? I don't know what caused you to change so much, Sakura, maybe Orochimaru's interference, but I'm glad you did. Hopefully, just maybe, we still can be friends, thought Naruto as he reviewed her behavior in the Forest of Death after his training. So far, she had done nothing suspicious, but still. He then turned his gaze to Kin, who was starting to wake up and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Naruto's oceanic blue eyes and his warm smile sending vibrations through her body. "Morning, sleepyhead," he said while she shyly smiled back, making Naruto just want to her and never let her go. She then noticed her surroundings. "Did we reach the tower?" she asked while he nodded. "How are you feeling, Kin-chan?" asked the concerned Naruto while she again blushed at Chan part to her name. Nobody had ever addressed her with so much kindness and concern in her village. "I'm fine, Naruto-kun, thanks to you," she said with a small smile while Naruto looked away with a small blush. "Man, I gotta control myself. But she's so cute, so irresistible," he thought while mentally slapping himself. Alright, I think it's mainly due to my chakra. Now I'm gonna slowly stop the flow of my chakra on your rib region, then tell me what you feel." "I have a theory to confirm," he said as he slowly lowered the amount of chakra he was constantly giving to her. He watched as her face scrunched up until he completely stopped the flow. "So, any difference from before?" he asked expectantly. "I'm suddenly feeling tired, my body is still sore from the injuries, but surprisingly there's very little pain in my ribs which was damaged the most. But how is that possible?" she asked in confusion, while Naruto's eyes widened. "Great! Looks like apart from acting as a painkiller, it enhances and accelerates the body's immune system and healing factor. Guess there are some abilities of my Jujutsu and chakra which I have to find on my own," he thought, excited that he could somewhat treat injuries with his chakra, although much slower than a medic could, but still it was damn useful. It's the exact opposite of Yuki nature, which is harmful to our chakra coils, but still as much strong and potent. I can't tell you much, but just that my chakra accelerates healing factor of one's body. You can refer it as a sort of a bloodline, he said while her eyes widened in surprise. That's so cool, she exclaimed excitedly while Naruto grinned at her. He noticed that some of her personality traits matched his, mainly when she was excited about something. Alright, I think you should rest up a bit as we have 2 days until the second exam ends. Meanwhile, I'll look for a medic to completely heal your injuries, he said as he laid her on the third bed. Not that way, you perverts. While she nodded, albeit a bit sadly on losing his warmth. Naruto, on seeing her gloomy face, bent down and ed her on the forehead. Don't worry, Kin-chan. I'll be back as fast as you can blink, he said while grinning as she blushed a scarlet red. Hi, she said happily before Naruto left the room. Several minutes later, he found a medic Nin before sending her to their restroom for treatment of injuries of Kin, Sakura and Sasuke while he decided to roam for a while. Oh man, I forgot my cape with Kin-chan. I think I look kinda cool with it, he thought while walking before he bumped into someone round the corner of the corridor. Ouch. Hey, watch where you're going, idiot. Like you were watching. Hey, you're that girl from the sand team. What was your name, Temari, right? He said while helping her to stand. She looked up and immediately blushed furiously upon seeing him. Holy mother of pure wind. I mean, wow, she thought while covering her cheeks with her hand to hide her blush, leading to Naruto having a sweat drop. Hey, are you alright? He had just offered to help her stand, and she was blushing like he was demanding her virginity. Did he do something wrong? It seems I have a knack for meeting weird people today, he thought dejectedly. Why yeah, thanks. But who are you? She asked in confusion, while Naruto blinked in surprise. We just met some days ago. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, remember? He asked expectantly while she pondered if she had heard that name before. She did, but where? After some time of racking her brain, her eyes widened in surprise. You mean to say that you're that idiot, annoying, loudmouthed ninja wearing that kill me orange jumpsuit? She asked before quickly clamping her mouth shut with her hands while his eyebrows twitched. Was my acting that natural? Well, I did dig my own grave. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Don't worry, it's cool. Sometimes I do tend to act like an idiot, said a grinning Naruto. But what the heck happened to you? She asked. That's a secret, Temari-chan, he said teasingly while she blushed. But where's that clown paint and bloodthirsty brother of yours? He asked jokingly while she giggled. Hee. Kankuro is sleeping right now and Gaara, well, you know, just trying to sleep, she said nervously, not wanting to reveal her brother's secret while Naruto nodded. He had sensed the evil aura of Yuki that Gaara seemed to be radiating constantly. Thus he knew that Gaara too was a Jinchuriki like himself. Oh well, I'd better be going. It was nice to meet you, Temari, and good luck for the preliminaries, he said while walking past her. See you soon, Naruto, and hey, wait! What do you mean by preliminaries? She asked frantically. You'll see, he yelled over his shoulder as he rounded the other corner and disappeared out of her sight, leaving a perplexed Temari. Time skip, 2 days. After his meeting with Temari, 2 days passed quickly for Naruto. Kin was perfectly alright after the medic had treated her, and Sasuke too awoke after some time. The first thing after waking up he did was attack Kin, and surprisingly for Naruto, she was easily able to hold her own until he arrived and stopped Sasuke. And not so surprisingly, the Emo King started demanding that Naruto teach him those jutsus that he used in the Forest of Death. The result being Naruto kept ignoring him, something that enrages Sasuke even more than his brother's presence. So as expected, Sasuke challenged Naruto to a rematch right there and then while Sakura tried to play the peacemaker. Naruto just kept ignoring him, not wanting to waste his chakra. Eventually, Sasuke gave up and started doing what he does best, i.e. brooding. Aside from that, Naruto again went to his Mindscape and met Ayumi. They spent quality time with each other, Ayumi telling Naruto about his mother and all her experiences. She was a who knows how much old demon after all. Naruto too enjoyed her company very much. After 12 years of loneliness, he had finally found a friend, and he would be damned if he let this opportunity go to waste. He too shared his experiences, jokes, his pain, and she understood him very well as she had seen his memories. He had finally found a shoulder to cry on, someone to hug when he was lonely, someone to embrace when he was asleep. He also changed his mindscape from that of a sewer to that of a beautiful landscape with lush green grass, dense forests, mountains, and anything in nature that you could relate to peaceful and beautiful. To ensure that she wasn't lonely when he wasn't there, he created several animal species in the forests, especially foxes. She always played with baby kitsune and several other animals. To see her this happy, his heart leaped with joy. She had also informed him that they could contact with each other telepathically when he was not in his mindscape, but the seal was still strong for them to do that. But there was a solution. If he could find the key for the seal and weaken it just a little bit, not only would they be able to talk with each other telepathically, but Naruto could access more of her tales. This led him to take a mental note to ask Gigi about it, but he had to tell him about Ayumi first. However, he wasn't going to forgive the old man so easily for keeping his friends away from him. Oh, he will pay for it, believe it! He also learned that the time frame was displaced whenever he was in his mindscape, but not on the level of Tsukiyomi. So he had spent more time with her than he expected, and you could say that they were close to each other now. Naruto had also spent time with Kin, getting to know more about her, about how she was treated in her village. He was shocked at how similar their life was up until now, and he too told her about his life, though not about him being a Jinchuriki. She too was surprised at how he was treated, but eventually they became good friends. Kin also told him about her only best friend in her village, Tayuya. Naruto learned that although Tayuya had a foul mouth, she was a caring person, fierce and brute on the outside but soft and fragile on the inside, and they supported each other in their difficult times. Naruto tried to find Team 8. He was eager to meet Hinata after all. His mask thrown aside, he could finally act normally and at least be friends with her first and get to know each other better. He was also surprised when he heard that Team 10 and Kin's team had passed the test. Well, he certainly didn't expect a lazy and a crippled team to pass. He also noticed that Ino looked a bit down and sad, but he didn't pay any attention. Maybe she was sad because her Sasuke-kun lost to him in the forest. On the final day, with 2 hours left to complete the test, all the teams were led to a big arena having a huge stone-made ram's seal in the middle, while there was an elevated railing platform on either side of the arena. Upon reaching there, Naruto noticed that the teams which had passed were Team 9, Team 10, Kin's team, Kabuto's team, and the Sand team. Except the passing teams, no one else was in the arena right now. While he noticed the surprised stares he was getting from Kabuto's team and Kakuru. Apparently Gaara was only interested in giving blood whoever his mother was. Naruto was, however, more watchful of Kabuto. He had a bad feeling about that guy ever since he met Kabuto. He then noticed that there was still no sign of Team 8 and sighed sadly. I guess Hinata-chan's team couldn't pass the test. But still 2 hours are left, there might be some hope, thought Naruto optimistically. 1 hour went by and Naruto began to lose hope when suddenly, he heard some rustle outside of the arena. Come on guys! I knew we'd pass, right Akamaru? Asked an ecstatic Kiba followed by a bark of approval from Akamaru while Naruto smirked as he definitely knew that voice. Looks like they passed the test, he thought, but was brought out of his musings when he heard an all too familiar soft and an angelic voice. Wait for us Kiba, he heard the muffled yell of Hinata. I'm telling you Hinata, we are probably the first team to pass the exam, choked Kiba mid-sentence when he saw a total of 6 Genin squads staring at him in amusement. Meanwhile, Naruto sighed, shaking his head in amusement. What an idiot, he muttered while chuckling lightly to himself. Dobe, what are you laughing about? Demanded the Uchiha with his patented scowl while Sakura frowned at Sasuke's behavior. She had been constantly observing his behavior for the past 3 days and found that Sasuke was the reason for most of their fights. Sakura's admiration for Sasuke was constantly being degraded as she watched him for the first time with a sane person's perspective. Progressively, she stopped taking Sasuke's side, unlike previously. She still cared for him and thought that maybe the curse seal was affecting him, but sometimes he just got on her nerves. What? Do I have to ask for your permission, Uchiha-sama? Asked Naruto sarcastically with a roll of his eyes while Sasuke narrowed his eyes in anger. But before he could make his emo remark, Sakura stepped between them. Please Sasuke-kun, all the teams are watching. This exam is about teamwork, remember? If we're going to have conflicts in our team, then how can we become Chunins? She said using her smart brain as she knew he would stop at the prospect of advancing in ninja ranks and gain more power while Naruto was satisfied with Sakura's interruption. He didn't want to fight now as they would get disqualified. HN. You better stay out of my way, loser, grunted Sasuke as he went to the wall, leaned against it, and started brooding, probably making devious strategies and plans on how to defeat his brother while Sakura sighed in relief. Thanks Sakura, whispered Naruto while she nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, all the teams were watching this show in amusement. They couldn't fathom that how a team like that could have passed the second exams, but Team 10 knew all too well. Shikamaru muttered troublesome at Sasuke's behavior, while Chuji sighed at their antics. How could I ever have felt something for an idiot like him? Thought Ino with a frown as she watched Sasuke. What a bunch of losers, said Kankuro with a confident smirk while Tamari was busy blushing when she saw Naruto again. Mother wants your blood, Uchiha, thought Gaara with a psychotic grin leading to a nervous Kankuro and Tamari stepping away from him. Meanwhile, Zaka was busy glaring at the Uchiha, his eyes seeing only one thing: revenge. Kin had joined her so-called team while Dosa was constantly glaring at her. Neji had an arrogant smirk on his face. Tenten was busy sharpening her kunai while Lee was doing one-hand vertical push-ups, all the while yelling about his youth crap. Kabuto was also keeping a close eye on Naruto. He could feel that Naruto's power had somehow increased drastically during the second exam. On the other hand, Hinata and Shino had just reached the entrance where a dumbfounded Kiba was standing. However, Shino and Hinata weren't surprised at all to see the 6 passing teams. They had already predicted this as they did completed the exam just before the time limit. They became scanning the teams and as expected Hinata became ecstatic when she spotted Team 7, but was confused when she didn't see any orange. Where is Naruto-kun? She thought when she didn't see him anywhere in the arena. However, she did found someone she hadn't seen before, who was wearing a white cape with his back towards her, who she dismissed as a possible Yamanaka proctor because of his blonde hair. His blonde hair made her suspicious, but she just ignored it. She also noticed that Sakura was talking to Sasuke about something before he went towards the wall. Worried about Naruto, she approached Team 7, Sakura to be specific. She timidly poked Sakura on her shoulder. Sakura-san, asked Hinata while Sakura turned towards her. Oh, Hinata. Congratulations on passing the second exam, she said cheerfully while Naruto was busy in his own thoughts. So he didn't notice that Hinata was standing beside him, either did Hinata as she was worried about Naruto. Thanks. But do you know where Naruto-kun is? Asked Hinata, wondering where her favorite blonde is. Do you know where Naruto-kun is? She asked timidly while Sakura blinked in confusion. What do you mean? He's standing right, she trailed off when she realized that Hinata hadn't seen the new Naruto before, inwardly grinning evilly. Sakura slung her arm over Hinata's shoulder with a grin that would scare even the greatest prank master. Say, Hinata, do you know that Naruto told me that he liked you? She said dramatically while Hinata's face went extremely red. Ah, really? She asked with a tinge of hope, barely able to contain her excitement if what she heard was true. Yeah. If you don't believe me, then just ask him yourself, said Sakura with an evil glint in her eyes while Hinata again blushed scarlet red. But, she stuttered while Sakura poked her forehead. Oh sheesh. Come on Hinata, everyone knows of your crush on Naruto, and if you don't act soon, someone else is gonna claim him. For instance, Naruto saved that girl from Sound Team in the Forest of Death, and she too has a thing for him, said Sakura while pointing at Kin, who Hinata noticed that she was occasionally stealing glances at Naruto while blushing. No way am I gonna lose Naruto-kun after all these years, she thought with desperation, while a determined look bloomed on her face. Where is he, Sakura-san? She asked calmly while Sakura just grinned at her from ear to ear. Why, he's right behind you, Hinata, she said while pointing behind her, whereas Naruto was still spaced out about something. Hinata whipped her head lightning fast to see the same one she considered as a proctor. She could immediately feel blood rushing to her face at astounding rates and pinched her nose to prevent a possible blood loss. But the pressure was too great, and was propelled back due to a huge nosebleed almost taking Sakura with her. She barely missed Sakura but was on a collision course with Sasuke, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, trying to concentrate on his brooding. Wham! She collided with Sasuke, and accidentally elbowed him in the forbidden zone, leading to his eyes popping out of his sockets, slow motion. He threw some saliva and thankfully for Hinata cushioned her impact before he was immediately on his knees writhing in extreme pain, rolling around helplessly just to get rid of this torture. Ah! My. He couldn't say anything coherent but just roll on the ground with a pained expression on his face. He could almost see an image of a laughing Itachi hovering over his head while saying, I told you, foolish little brother, you will always be weak. Sasuke-kun, yelled Sakura as she ran to help him, but had to stop herself from falling into fits of laughter while others didn't bother to restrain themselves. Ha ha! Oh man, this is great, the Uchiha's production raw materials busted, said Kankuro, who was laughing his ass off while Temari too was trying to control herself, and was barely succeeding at it. Meanwhile, Kiba unconsciously closed his thighs when he imagined the impact. Oh man, that must have hurt, he said with a pained expression as if imagining Sasuke's plight while Shino was Shino. Great shot, yelled Kin and Temari simultaneously. They watched each other awkwardly before grinning to each other, followed by a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Zaku just watched the Uchiha's condition with a proud smirk. That's what you get for messing with me, Uchiha, he thought, while everyone else, yeah, even Gaara, he too understands the pain of being hit there, could only express their thoughts in one word, ouch. Mother pities you, Uchiha, thought the future Kazekage. Meanwhile, Naruto just got out of his thoughts to see a starry-eyed Hinata with a huge blush on her face and a rolling Sasuke on the floor with Sakura trying to help him. Seeing Hinata's blush and Sasuke's condition, he immediately understood what happened. I guess she noticed my changes. Earlier she used to stutter in my presence, but now, he thought with a sigh before walking up to Hinata. But he was extremely happy to see her. Last time he checked, she was being impaled by Itachi's blade. Hinata-chan, are you alright? He asked with a concerned expression, while her eyes slowly fluttered open to see Naruto bent in front of her. And then Naruto-kun. She stuttered before her world began to spin while Naruto too noticed her swaying. He sighed before putting his hand on her forehead and started to apply his chakra on her forehead. Immediately, she stopped swaying and noticed, just like Kin, the strange effects of his chakra. What are you doing, and Naruto-kun? She asked with a blush, but noticed that she was not fainting this close to him, which was a miracle in itself, while Naruto's eyes hardened. I can't take it anymore, I have to ask her. It's now or never, he thought before nodding to himself inwardly. Hinata-chan, do you hate me like all the villagers? He asked with a frown while Hinata's eyes widened. Of course not, she said frantically. Then are you afraid of me? he asked with his piercing gaze, while Hinata would have just lost herself in those beautiful blue orbs if not for the seriousness of the situation. Why are you asking me this, and Naruto-kun? There's no way I'll be ever afraid of you, she said with a sad expression, while all others watched this strange scene curiously. Then why do you stutter in front of me? Why faint? Why avoid me? If that's not fear, then what it is? What makes you different from the rest of villagers and shinobi populace then? If you like me, then why never approach me? He asked while her eyes widened in surprise. And Naruto-kun, she trailed while avoiding his gaze. Eye contact, Hinata, he said firmly while she immediately jerked her head to look into his eyes. Eyes which were usually bright were filled with loneliness and pain. I know you liked me right from the start. I know you followed me. I am not an idiot, Hinata. I know you secretly cheered for me in the academy, secretly prayed for me. But why didn't you ever approach me? Why didn't you try to at least be my friends when I was lonely, when I sat lonely by the swing? If I'm the one you like, shouldn't I be a source of comfort for you? Shouldn't you be comfortable around me? Shouldn't you be just yourself around me and forget all of your problems in the world? He said with an emotionless face. He refused to cry in front of everyone, but he had to know the answer. He was fed up of this game of cat and mouse, while tears started to well up in Hinata's eyes at hearing the pain in his eyes. Meanwhile Kin, Sakura, Temari and Ino were also sad at hearing him, but Ino was hit the hardest among them by his pained confession. If only I wouldn't have behaved like an ass back then. For what it's worth, I am sorry, Naruto. But I promise that I'll make it up for you, thought Ino while Shikamaru put a comforting hand on her. He too was a bit sad that he didn't approach Naruto again, although they were friends early in the academy, but eventually only him and Chuji remained friends. Naruto looked up when he felt a hand on his shoulder to see Kiba standing there with a frown on his face. Naruto, I don't know what happened to you, buddy, he said while gesturing to Naruto's appearance. But you shouldn't create a scene here, before Naruto glared at him. Kiba, you don't have any idea what has happened in the past few days of my godforsaken life. But I'm in a foul mood and I want some now, he growled while Shino just remained passive, standing by the side of Kiba, ready to defend Hinata if something happens. Naruto, I understand that you were lonely. I at least had Akamaru by my side in times of trouble. But you have to understand that life for Hinata too was not easy. Her father, he trailed, not wanting to reveal anything more in front of the contestants, while Naruto just sighed frustratingly. Hayatan, Hayakekai, Hayaridimu, Ice Release, Ice Barrier, Ice Stone Prison, whispered Naruto after going through a couple of hand seals, both hands, and slammed them on the floor, the effects of which were an ice dome getting created around him and teammate. Just as the dome was about to complete, he created a shadow clone outside it and signaled him to keep watch while the clone nodded at him. Teammate's eyes widened after seeing something which should be impossible for a genin. What did you? Trailed Kiba in amazement as he saw that they were completely surrounded by this igloo-like structure while Shino's eyebrows could be seen above his glasses. Hinata didn't say anything, but she was just as gobsmacked. However, a large part of her was still saddened by Naruto's claims. She knew what he said was true, but she too had her own reasons. Don't worry, this is completely harmless and also acts as a soundproof barrier. Now we can talk without caring about anyone, said Naruto before he again touched Hinata's forehead and started applying his chakra. Meanwhile, all the genins were astounded at what they had just witnessed except Gaara, who was grinning like a psychomaniac, and Sakura, who had already saw Naruto using ice manipulation. Sasuke too had an amazed look on his face, although he was still in pain from the blow. This power, why don't I have this much strength? No matter how hard I train, why can't I get stronger? I feel like I'm getting nowhere. Naruto, how can you be so strong? You were supposed to be the dead last and I was the rookie of the year. I will get this power no matter what I have to do, he thought while clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Sakura was looking at him with worry. She knew he would be overwhelmed at the display of Naruto's skill and was worried about Sasuke's reaction ever since the Forest of Death, and now her fears were coming true. Naruto, how strong are you really are? Just what the heck happened in the forest? Thought Team 10 while Neji had a frown on his face. Meanwhile Tenten and Lee had somewhat akin to admiration in their eyes. YOSH, Naruto-kun's flames of youth shine brightly, Lee yelled before pumping his fist in air while all the genins except Team 9 flinched at his loud volume. Kabuto having a deep frown on his face. He could be a problem later in our plans. I have to report to Orochimaru-sama about this unexpected development, he thought while adjusting his glasses. That was so cool, exclaimed Kin with shining stars in her eyes while Zaka and Dosa wanted to, but couldn't refuse her claim. It was indeed cool, they thought begrudgingly. No one touches this dome or disturbs boss right now, said the clone authoritatively while glaring especially at Sasuke. The others wanted to say something but sensing his foul mood didn't bother to. Ice Dome. Alright, about your father. I know everything as to how he treated you, he said to Hinata, whose eyes widened in shock. But how? She asked. It doesn't matter right now. You still haven't answered my questions, Hinata. I wouldn't have, killed you for just saying a word to me back then, said Naruto while Hinata bowed her head down, not wanting to tell about her insecurities, not wanting to look weak in front of him. But I may not get this opportunity in the future. Naruto-kun has taken the step now. I can't back down, no, it's now or never, she thought before taking a deep breath while Kiba and Shino remained quiet. They knew how much Naruto meant to her, they were constantly trying to persuade her to talk to him. And now they dare not interrupt them. One failure after another. Every time I tried to stand, an even heavier weight was put on my shoulders, keeping me to the surface, she said while her bangs covered her eyes. Kiba's and Shino's eyes widened at how less she stuttered, even in front of Naruto, while Naruto just kept listening to her. After the death of my mother and my uncle, my father constantly put me under harsh training schedules. He never encouraged me for anything but rather spat on me for even smallest of mistakes. Gentle fist style of our clan just didn't suit me, but he never bothered to understand. It's unfair. From the day I was born I was chosen to be the heiress, the word which I didn't even know the meaning of then. A heavy burden was put on me, lots of expectations from me. The elders constantly looked down on me because they wanted a male heir. The style suited my sister, so she was proficient in it, and she constantly beat me in our spars, and I was forced in the shadow of my sister's light. Tears started falling from her eyes and onto her lap. Naruto's heart ached at seeing her in such condition, and although he knew about the way she was treated, he had to know how she felt about all of this. Hinata, whispered Kiba while clenching his fists, damn her clan, constant harsh beatings, constant failures, constant cold looks and glares from my father, sister, and my cousin degraded my self-confidence, self-esteem so much that I began to doubt if I could ever do anything right. In the Academy, I tried so many times to approach you, but every time I would see the disappointed face of my father, me insecurities holding me back, me having thoughts alike. She bit her bottom lip to stop herself from crying. She couldn't break down in front of him. But when she felt a warm hand on her shoulder, she looked up to see Naruto smiling warmly at her while tears started flowing down his face, his warm and loving eyes urging her to let it all out. That pushed her over the cliff and she threw herself at him. Naruto was surprised as well as Kiba and Shino. It was a miracle that she hadn't fainted until then. But this. Hinata hugged Naruto tightly while she sobbed uncontrollably in his chest. He encircled his arms around her petite figure and held her to him. I was too afraid to approach you. I still am. What if you don't like me? What if you think of me as a weak person just like my father? I can't take your rejection. Even thinking about it makes me want to cry. Besides you were always interested in Sakura-san. So that fact too pushed me back. I am sorry Naruto-kun, but I am just not confident like you, she stuttered in his chest while sobbing loudly, whereas Naruto just bed her silky hair delicately. Kiba had tears in his eyes at seeing the condition of his sister-like figure, and was clenching his fists at not being able to do anything for her, while you could see streams of tears below Shino's glasses, on his cheeks. Now Hinata-chan, there's nothing wrong in crying. You can let it all out, and no matter what happens, I would never consider you a weak person. A spark is all you need to awake the sleeping fire in you. I know you are a strong person, so whatever happens, he paused as he lifted her head by her chin and grinned his famous grin, don't ever give up. And remember that I would never leave you, he said while Hinata gave a small teary-eyed smile. Kiba had a smirk on his face while Shino had an almost unnoticeable smile on his face before they wiped their tears. Hinata wiped her tears and determination took birth in her eyes before she stood up and pointed her thumb at her Hittite. And I promise on my L-leaf Hittite that I would never leave your S-side, Naruto-kun, she said while Naruto could see that she was desperately trying to stop her stuttering. He knew that her father had severely damaged her self-esteem, but he also knew that with time, her stuttering would stop. Ja, don't worry Hinata, we too are with you. After all, what are teammates for, right Shino? Said Kiba before patting Shino's back. Indeed, said the bug user with conviction. Thanks Kiba, Shino, she said with a small smile before Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, at which she blushed, and he was a bit surprised that she didn't faint. Great Hinata-chan, you didn't faint, he said with a goofy smile leading to her blush getting deepened at the compliment as well as at the chan part, while Kiba smacked his forehead. What an idiot, he muttered to himself. Now, seeing as you're my friends and comrades, I just wanted to tell you guys that the preliminaries would start in a couple of minutes, he said offhandedly while Kiba just blinked before bursting. What? He exclaimed while Hinata and Shino watched Naruto with confusion, albeit a blushing Hinata as she was still not used to this handsome Naruto. The reason will be explained by the proctors or by the Hokage himself. Just wanted to tell you so that you can at least mentally prepare yourself, he said with his hands in his pockets. But we still haven't recovered from our forest voyage. This is unfair, yelled Kiba while Naruto frowned at his outburst. Tell me, did Kurenai-sensei ever told you that life of a shinobi is fair? Was it fair for Hinata-chan when her father made her fight her sister even when she was tired from your team missions and practice sessions? Was it fair for me when the academy teachers, trailed Naruto before muttering nevermind to himself while Kiba bowed his head. He knew that a shinobi's life was out of the boundaries of fair and unfair. It was the first line they read in their academy textbooks while Shino nodded with Naruto. Meanwhile, Hinata had noticed Naruto's slip-up and decided to ask him later about it. Besides, it was your fault that you came so late, but still you're not the only ones who arrived just now. Shikamaru's team and the sound team came just before you, he said while Kiba nodded a bit hesitantly. No problem, Akamaru and I can beat anybody here, said Kiba confidently while Naruto smirked at him. Watch it, dog boy. Pray that you don't have to fight me, said Naruto jokingly while Kiba laughed. Bring it on, loser, said the Inuzuka before Naruto turned to Hinata. Do your best, Hinata-chan. I don't care if you win or lose, just give it your all, said Naruto with a thumbs up while Hinata nodded with determination. I will not disappoint you, Naruto-kun, she thought before she remembered to ask him something which was on her mind since she saw him. But what happened to why your appearance, Naruto-kun? And how do you know elemental nature and manipulation? She asked while Kiba and Shino too were curious about the answer. It's an S-rank secret, you have to ask the Hokage about it, he said like a car on an automatic transmission. He was getting tired of repeating that line after all. Oh please, do you think we're foolish? How can anything related to you be an S-rank secret? Said Kiba while Hinata frowned at him. Believe what you want to, but I'm not gonna tell you, said Naruto while glaring at Kiba before he blinked as the clone outside had dispelled itself and the memories of the Hokage, Jonins and some people he hadn't seen before arriving via Shunshin in the arena came to him. Gigi has arrived. Alright guys, let's go and kick some genin ass, he said before forming the snake seal, resulting in cracks beginning to form on the dome before it collapsed completely for them to see everyone's wide eyes except the Hokage. You could see the blushing faces of almost every female there, whether it be Genin, Chunin, Jounin or Akage Aime, Samui, Karui, Yujito, Hana, Yugao, Temari, Kin and some other female Jounins who Naruto didn't know. On the other hand, Naruto was fairly pleased to see the gobsmacked faces of the ones who had just arrived. He could see Kurenai smiling lovingly at him from behind the Hokage and that psycho proctor smiling seductively at him. Actually, all the female were giving him those strange seductive looks, making him extremely nervous and uncomfortable. He started scanning all of them. Most of them he knew because of his pranks. Because of the Chunin exams, most of the Jounins were deprived of any missions for the village's security, and hence almost all of them were present except some few ones. Most of them I know. Holy shit, thought a blushing Naruto. Blood started to crawl to his face when he saw Hana and Yugao, both of whom were grinning at him. If two beautiful women like them would grin at you, well, let's just say even Sasuke might melt. His blush deepened when he set his gaze on Mei, Samui, and Yujito, especially Mei's flirtatious smile. His mind was getting into overdrive at the attention of this many beautiful women. He'd rather fight Orochimaru again than be in this position. Meanwhile, Kiba was grinning lecherously when he noticed them. While he wiped blood off his nose, Shino just stood impassively while Hinata was fidgeting nervously under the stares of possibly every jounin of the village. She hesitantly lifted her head to see Kurenai smiling proudly at them, lifting her confidence even more after her talk with Naruto. Meanwhile, the other genins were staring between them and the Hokage, trying to decipher the situation. But most all, they were still astonished over the ice dome that Naruto had created. Sorry for the wait. We were discussing something private away from prying ears, said a nervous Naruto apologetically, not sure what to say in this situation. Flashback outside the ice dome. Several minutes had passed after Naruto had created the dome, while the clone was still keeping watch for the proctors and was talking with Kin and Temari about something. Ino wanted to join in the conversation, but she knew now was not the time, as it would just create a scene here. Sasuke was better than before, but that area was still sore for him while Sakura was concerned for him. That was awesome, Naruto-kun. You must have trained hard to control a rare element like ice like that, complimented Kin, while the clone blushed and was grinning while Bing of the back his head. Thanks, I guess, he replied. But how can you do ice manipulation? Not even Jounins are capable of such a feat. Do you have a bloodline? Asked Temari skeptically while the clone gulped nervously. Why did boss leave me here? I'd rather be inside the dome than try to deflect these questions, he whined. Never mind that. You two don't know each other, right? So let me introduce you. Kinchan, this is Temari, and Temari, this is Kinchan. He introduced them while they greeted each other politely and shook hands with each other. Suddenly, several loud poofs were heard while the arena was filled with smoke, and a booming voice reverberated from the smoke. All right, maggots, congratulations on passing the second exams. The smoke cleared for the genins to see a brightly grinning Anko Mitarashi, behind whom were almost all the jounins of Konoha. You could see Kakashi reading his smut novel, a smoking Asuma, a cold-looking Kurenai justifying her title of Ice Queen, and Guy who was grinning like an idiot, Baki who was the Jounin sensei of Gaara's team, the Sound Team's sensei, Orochimaru, and other Konoha Jounins who hadn't taken any teams and specialized in other areas. But Anko's face, along with every newly arrived one's face, turned into that of surprise when they saw a human-sized ice structure in the middle of the arena with a blue-eyed, whisker-marked, white cape wearing blonde standing on it. Every Jounin except the Ice Queens had only one thought running through their minds: Yondaime, while the female Jounins were blushing, but Anko quickly cut them off before anyone could say anything. Sensei? Thought Kakashi in shock. What is this? As far as I know, there's no ice user in Konoha, and I fairly doubt any of you could do this, said Anko in a demanding tone while the clone raised his hand. Actually, I created this, he said with a grin leading to a pink tint on the female Jounins, including the Ice Queens, while Kakashi became a bit suspicious at hearing that voice before. He had heard that voice before, but it wasn't that of his sensei. Then his eyes widened in shock when he saw the whisker marks, resulting in him dropping his book. Naruto, he thought while getting surprised looks from his fellow Jounins. As far as they knew, he had never dropped his book even at the most shocking facts. Are you kidding me, brat? There's no way in hell you could know chakra nature manipulation, let alone creating an element as rare as ice, said a Jounin. What exactly did Rinnegan do for him? Thought the Ice Queens simultaneously with wide-eyed looks on their faces. They were already thrown for the loop when Kurenai told them that he knew nature manipulation for water and lightning element, but this was absolutely absurd. Even Sharingan didn't grant you that much. Hokage-sama will explain when he gets here, said the clone as he awkwardly used the term sama. He was not used to this formality crap, but in front of so many Jounins he had to be careful. Before anyone could say anything, Hiruzen, Mei along with her bodyguards and A along with Yujito, B and his team arrived via Leaf, Water and Lightning Shunshin. They too sported similar reactions like the Jounins, while Hiruzen too was surprised. He wasn't expecting Naruto to be able to use a sub-element so early even with the Shadow Clone training. Hiruzen was also a bit nervous of Naruto's reaction, as Kurenai had told him, rather while smiling evilly that Naruto knew about him keeping her away from him. Hokage-sama, would you kindly explain these people about how can I use ice manipulation and about my changes? I'm tired of saying the same thing over and over again, said the clone while glaring at Hiruzen, while the newly arrived ones looked at him with amazement, except Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Yujito, Samui, Kerry and Mei were blushing profusely before Mei quickly composed herself. What a handsome man. I think it would be fun to flirt with him, thought Mei with a smile. Now that's what you call cool, thought Samui while retaining her emotionless look. What a fine specimen. Kitten, you have to claim him, purred Nibi in Yujito's head while sending mental images of Yujito and Naruto doing something which Jiraiya would be proud of. Shut up, Nibi, she thought while blushing furiously. Ah yes, Reikage Dano, Mizukage Dano, this is Uzumaki Naruto, said the Hokage, gaining wide-eyed looks from everyone except the Jonins and the Ice Queens. Most of the shinobi populace in the village didn't hate Naruto for what he carried, but still remained indifferent to him and held no grudges against him. But they were still surprised that this was the same shrimp prank master who wore a kill me orange jumpsuit. Naruto-kun, you really intrigue me to no end. It would be interesting to see what else has changed about you, thought Orochimaru while licking his like the snake freak he was. Thesis the dead last they were talking about, thought Mei, Kerui and Samui simultaneously not believing their eyes. How can a genin capable of feat as rare as elemental manipulation and sub-element at that be called a dead last? I know what all of you are thinking, but I will explain later in my office, so no questions for now. And Naruto, care to tell us why do you have this created here? Asked Hiruzen while pointing to the ice dome. Sorry for the disturbance, Hokage-sama. Boss was just discussing something with Team 8 in privacy. I'll immediately inform him, said the clone, glancing at Kurinai who was looking at him in confusion, while he nodded at her assuringly before dispelling himself. Flashback end. Alright, we have wasted enough time. Anko, if you will, said Hiruzen while signaling Anko to go ahead before she nodded and stepped in front. Alright. I want all of you in columns of your respective teams in a minute, she said authoritatively before the Jonins quickly started forming lines adjacent to each other. Thank you, Anko. Now, first of all, I want to congratulate every one of you for passing the second part of Chunin exams, continued Hiruzen before introducing the Jonins to the Reikage and Mizukage. After that he started giving his speech before explaining about the preliminaries leading to an uproar by some teams. He quickly explained about the excessive number of teams passing the second exam and about the third exam and blah blah blah, which Naruto didn't pay attention to. Now that I have explained everything, if the proctor for the preliminaries would please step ahead and explain the rules, said Hiruzen as Gecko Hate stepped forward while typically chewing on his saban. Alright, before I explain the rules, if anybody wants to back down he can do now or else there's no turning back, he said before Kabuto raised his hand according to the plan and was led outside of the arena while Naruto watched him suspiciously, also ignoring Sasuke who had been constantly glaring at him for stealing the attention from him. When no one else raised their hands he continued. The matches would be triple threats, i.e. 3 contestants would take part in each match and would be pitted against each other, he said before Temari interrupted him. Hey, I thought the matches were supposed to be one-on-one battles, she complained while Gecko sighed. Being a Chunin doesn't mean you would always get one-on-one matches on the field. Sometimes you would have to handle more than one opponents during missions. But still, it doesn't mean you would be out of the preliminaries if you lose. Likewise, your win too doesn't guarantee a place in the finals. In a match, all the contestants can advance to the finals or none at all. It all depends on your skills. Hokage-sama, Mizukage-sama and Reikage-sama here would be the judge of that, he said while coughing before continuing. The match can be won by forfeit, or if your opponent is not able to fight, or if your opponent is killed. Beware that if you advance to the finals, you'll most likely make Chunins as in the finals too, the judges would be saying. There you most likely have to showcase your skills to the foreign merchants and nobles then. Now are there any questions? He said while none raised their hands. Except a few, all the Jonins were nervous. They had almost no experience in fighting multiple opponents while Naruto was a bit excited at the rules. I guess I can finally test my skills in these preliminaries, he thought with a smirk while clenching his fists in excitement. Sasuke too smirked idly at Naruto from behind. Just you wait, Dobe. I'll show you that I'm much better than you, he thought while Sakura had a determined look in her eyes along with Hinata. Alright. The names of contestants of who would be fighting the first match would flash on the screen while the rest of you, with your Jounin sensei, will go upwards on railing. Also, the names would be chosen completely at random, so you may have to fight your own teammate. So prepare yourself for just about anything, explained Hate before the names started flashing on the screen at random. Hyuga Neji vs Akimichi Chuji vs Inuzuka Kiba. The names flashed on the screen one by one, leading to a smirking Neji, a whining Chuji, an excited Kiba, but at the same time frustrated a bit because he was still tired from the second exam. Meanwhile, all the other Jonins went upstairs with their respective senseis. Kakashi was still looking at Naruto gobsmacked, wondering just what the hell happened in the forest. When they reached upstairs, he put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, who turned towards him. Naruto had happened? He asked in a barely audible whisper before glancing at Sakura, who was shaking her head in denial that she didn't know anything, while Naruto just pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Why can't everybody stop asking questions just for once? Kakashi-sensei, the only thing that I can tell you now is that Orochimaru attacked us in the forest, he said while glancing towards Sasuke before Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. Orochimaru? What could he want from his team? Then he followed Naruto's gaze towards Sasuke and sighed. Of course, he should have known, the Sharingan. I have no idea how you guys survived, but I'm glad you did. Also, I suppose Sasuke has a curse mark, whispered Kakashi while Naruto nodded at him. Listen, sensei, I know you have a lot of questions. But I'm tired and want nothing more than for this day to end. I know you helped me a lot in my Yuki control training, but please understand me. Gigi will explain everything to you when the time comes, but for now, can you please drop these topic? I'm gonna showcase some abilities that'll leave you dry for answers, but can you just swallow everything today, sensei? He said in a pleading tone. He was emotionally and mentally drained. These past few days were like a roller coaster ride from him. He himself needed some time to think, while Kakashi nodded in understanding. He could see that his student was emotionally a raging maelstrom right now and needed some time to get used to this. He would give him some space for now, but was eager as to what abilities he was talking about. Alright, are you three ready? Asked Hate while Neji nodded, activating his Byakugan while settling into his gentle fist form. Chuji too nodded, albeit a lot hesitantly, while Kiba immediately ate a food pill to restore his chakra. Meanwhile, Reikage grinned in anticipation of the battle. It's been a while since I've seen a Hyuga, a Kimichi, and a Inuzuka in action. This should be good, he said while Mei nodded with him. You ready, Akamaru? He asked his partner, who barked with him before he nodded with the proctor. Hate raised his hand before yelling Hajime, and jumped out of the center to the side. I'm warning you guys, you should just give up or suffer a shameful defeat by my hands, said Neji idly while Kiba growled at him and Chuji became even more nervous. I'm not one to go down without a fight. No matter what, I'll just give my best, he said before crouching on all fours, while Chuji too became determined at Kiba's declaration and nodded with him. Kiba and Chuji looked towards each other before nodding while Neji narrowed his eyes at them. Immediately Kiba dashed towards Neji at a higher speed than a genin should possess. Neji was startled by his speed and agility, but that was to be expected of an Inuzuka, and besides he was used to sparring with Lee, who possessed much greater speed than Kiba. Kiba went for a midsection palm thrust as Neji avoided it with grace before going for a palm strike towards Kiba's shoulder, but became unsettled by his smirk. He's planning something, thought Neji before his eyes widened when he heard Chuji yell, Buban Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique. Shit, I forgot the fat one. That ingrate, he hid himself behind the Inuzuka deliberately so his chakra network was hidden from me behind the Inuzukas. These losers just might be a bit of challenge for me after all, he thought before using a chakra-enhanced jump to dodge the rolling Chuji, who was now like an air balloon and was coming at him at high speeds. Upon missing him, Chuji just collided with the wall, his enlarged body getting stuck in the crater. Neji, using his chakra on his feet, was standing on the ceiling right now before he saw the Inuzuka and his dog coming at him with his Byakugan, rotating at high speeds. Gutsuga, dual piercing Fong, yelled Kiba, having creating the man-beast clone before initiating his attack when Neji was in midair. They're both targeting me. I've to get rid of one of them quickly, thought Neji while barely avoiding Kiba's attack before rushing towards Chuji, who was still dazed from the impact and was now in his normal size, to escape the crater. Upon reaching him, Neji unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, not targeting any vital organs but doing enough damage that he would be out of the match. Chuji grunted in pain, He felt like 1,000 needles had pierced his body and that he didn't have any chakra left before falling to his knees and fell face first on the floor. Kiba and his clone, Akamaru, skidded to a halt from their attack before glaring at Neji, who was smirking at him. That bastard, he used that opening to get rid of Chuji. I don't think I can go on anymore. I'm very tired and that last Getsuga took everything out of me, he thought before noticing Neji bending into a strange stance. Meanwhile, one of the Kibas fell on his knees due to exhaustion while panting. They both have the same amount of chakra flowing through their networks, but the standing one must be the real Inuzuka, thought Neji before smirking. This match was now over. I have no intention of prolonging this match any further. You're in the field of my divination, said Neji seriously while Tenten's eyes widened. He's using that attack already, she exclaimed in surprise while Guy sighed at Neji. Sometimes he was too stubborn and arrogant for his own good. They had already discussed that they wouldn't showcase their main attacks before the finals, but apparently Neji deemed it fit to ignore them. Hakrokujurinshu, 8 divination signs, 64 palms, he yelled before dashing towards Kiba at amazing speeds and started delivering flurry of palm strikes with accuracy. The strikes were blurred to the Jonins while everyone including Hinata was surprised that he could use such a technique at such a young age. 32 palms, he said in continuation with his attack after delivering the 2, 4, 8, and 16 strikes. But before he could finish the last set of 32 strikes, he was given a shattering punch to the side of his head, courtesy of the clone, or was it Kiba, before Neji was sent flying back before colliding with the wall, resulting in him spitting some blood. Everyone saw a panting Kiba standing where Neji was a moment ago, while the one who was attacked poofed back to show a critically injured Akamaru. Akamaru, yelled Kiba while bending down to check on it. Akamaru's breathing was labored and Kiba instantly knew that a vital organ of its body was struck during the attack. Proctor, call for medics, my partner's injured, he yelled while checking for Akamaru's pulse. Sorry kid, as per the rules, since you both are treated as one contestant, so getting medical attention even for the dog means that you two forfeit the match. So either you have to forfeit the match or continue fighting and wait for the match to end, said Hate apologetically. What? That's ridiculous, exclaimed an infuriated Kiba. So what will you do, Inuzuka? Kiba turned his head to see Neji standing there while wiping the blood off his mouth and growled at him before turning to a whimpering Akamaru. Shit! Guess this is it, he thought before nodding towards Hate. Alright, I forfeit the match. Just call for the medics quickly, said Kiba with frustration while Neji scoffed at him. Coward, why don't you just say you can't win against me? After all, once a loser, always a loser, said Neji before glancing at Hinata to make his point clear while Naruto glared at him. Winner, Hyuga Neji, he said while medics came and carried Akamaru and Chuji on a stretcher. That Hyuga is really getting on my nerves right now, he thought while clenching the metal support of the railing, almost breaking it. Naruto was also satisfied with Kiba's decision to save Akamaru. After the talk with Naruto, Hinata was a bit more confident, and was angry at Neji. She could tolerate him insulting her, but to openly insult her teammate wasn't something she was going to just choke down. It was time that she grew a backbone, and reply him back. I'll show you Neji and Isa that I'm not as weak as you think, she thought while clenching her fists before Kurinai put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Although the Hyuga is a genius when it comes to fighting, but he needs some attitude adjustment. Don't you agree, Hokage-sama? Asked while Hiruzen nodded with him before muttering about all Hyugas needing attitude adjustment. Let's give Chuji a barbecue treat, shall we? That's the first time I've seen him fight seriously, said a smoking Asuma while Ino and Shikamaru nodded with him. Man, this is so troublesome. Now I too have to give my best, muttered Shikamaru lazily before Ino hit him on the head. Geez! You're such a lazy ass. Can't you show determination once in a while for something, like Naruto? She said before immediately clamping her mouth with her hand and began to blush in embarrassment. Shikamaru and Asuma smirked at her from the corner of their eyes before Ino yanked Shikamaru with his collar. If you tell anyone about this, I swear I'll tell your mother about how you skipped classes during the academy, she said threateningly while Shikamaru paled at the mention of his mother and nodded fervently with her, whereas Asuma just chuckled at their antics. That dog boy's such a loser. Just for his mutt, he forfeited the match, said Sasuke while shaking his head before Sakura frowned at him, and Naruto glared at him. Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's shoulder to prevent him from starting a brawl right there. I'm proud of you, Kiba. Ka-sen would be happy that you put Akamaru before your own interests, thought Hana with a smile, while Hinata gave Kiba her healing ointment. Alright, the names of the contestants of the second match will flash on the screen now, said Hate before again names of the contestants flashed on the screen for everyone to see. Sabaka no Kankura vs Abumi Zaka vs Hyuga Hinata. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Naruto 6023 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.